Welcome back to the main stage where our first two semi-finalists are pacing backstage right now, eagerly awaiting to win this first best of three. Oh, it's going to be exciting. Our first competitor that is going to take to the stage, they have not dropped a single map yet. So they're going to have their eyes on that final tomorrow, you can rest assured. Please, welcome to the stage, all the way from Europe, BDS. Sorry, not BTS, BDS.
Hey, what's going on, Red Dog? What's up, Mendelin? We got a bonus stream today, an early one. There you go.
فريق BDS وصل للمسرح ولا ننسى انه هو الفريق الوحيد اللي الى الان ما خسر ولا ما من بدايه البطوله، كل المباريات اللي لعبوها في جروب ستيج كان ادائهم فيها مره متميز، لكن خصمهم بدايه صعبه شوي في البطوله، خسر مباراته الاولى، نزل اللور براكيت لكن قدر انه يرجع يسوي كومباك جدا عظيم، والان وصل هو من التوب فور معنا في البطوله. اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور رحبوا معنا
What's on Riley? What's on Beerbot? What's on Skidzy? What's on Mr. Hachi? What's on Kinged Out? What's on Mano? What's on Spoople? So Jack, guess what? We get to watch the tournament today. So this is Gamers8. If you haven't seen it, !Gamers8. It is sponsored for the whole thing. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. We get to have like a little sponsored watch party. So right now we get to watch Liquid versus BDS. It is early. I got on at the wrong 10, dude. It's 10 a.m., not p.m. Skinsy, thank you for the sub to Absolute Unit. Silent JP, thank you for the Prime sub, and BFC Gucci for 17 months, paying the rent for 20 months as we're offline, thank you. Don't forget you can sub and get the charm at any time.
Say no more. Let's go back over to the desk and break everything down before we dive into this match.
نقطة جدا مهمة أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، لا ننسى أن كل المباريات اللي بتكون معنا بتكون سنجل إليمينيشن معناها جميع خسر فريق ما راح يقدر يكمل البطولة، ما عاد صار في فرصة ثانية، يا أما أنك أنت الآن بتكون من
What's on this dude? It's on Mr. Reggie. It's on Kinged Out. It's on Metal. Those people. It's on Riley. It's on Broken Grinch. 10 a.m., not p.m. What's on Spicy Taco? It's on Mark. What's on Gord? It's on Balmer. It's on Mr. Reggie. It's on Hennessy. It's on Soundwave. I'm not late.
Thank you very much, and we saw
on Jade's Lair. On Super Gouda. We're on to watch the tournament right now.
On the stage between the two teams that
early for you, late for me. Ah. I'll stream late. I'm gonna be streaming later too. It's on Thumbs of Fury. It's on Genesis.
Something that I'm very much looking forward to. Nesta versus Shaiko.
Neat Benny, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you for the 10 months. I will see you later tonight, Poppy Boy. I'll be on later tonight as well. Good night, Infamous.
How are you seeing BDS's chances here?
I think BDS, you
It's
know,
on Soundwave. It's on different Hippo.
Talking about preference and maps.
It's on Mr. Bogard. It's on Hobbs.
Map for BDS. But
Oh boy, Comcast is doing Comcast things right now.
After Shaiko on the map. Do you know what I mean? They are happy defending it. We saw them play it against Falcons in this tournament, and they went almost flawless on their defenses. And I think one of the big things, I'm going to say it again, is that Valkyrie. I think Liquid just have to get rid of the Valkyrie because they're starting on the attack.
And Drill Cut said 26 months.
They're going to endure 6 rounds of Shaiko on Valkyrie, and I would not want that myself.
We are used to see
that was weird. My internet was like lagging randomly, but we're good.
In any map that they play,
yes.
But I would say that for this match, they need Rafal to perform. They need Rafal to do their position really, really good in this game. They need him to
Old man's still taking it.
For the team to get ready.
Done different info.
Whatever.
Done Cam. What's on Mr. Bogard? I am on super early today. I thought you were Jewel. That's for the 226 months.
It's one of them.
12 hours late, 12 hours early. Sunstar. Johnny, thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning to you as well.
They are always going to be the top 2 rated players. But even Ask and Reset resets, they've been stepping up themselves.
I'm honestly gonna go with Liquid.
Particularly in the kills department, you know, he's been doing very well.
I'm gonna go with Liquid, but Shaiko has been playing crazy this tournament.
Two teams that are used to getting to this stage of the
I
competition.
gotta root for
Used
Nas.
to going out at this stage of the competition in the semi-finals. That both operate as team units, and I can't wait to watch it because the two teams, there's going to be not much change in either of their playstyles.
It is really early for me. It's 10 a.m.
Two teams going at it.
It is 10 in the morning.
And what could Liquid use to their advantage? Banning something else, maybe that would help them out. Come the side switch, maybe when BDS are on the attack, because BDS's attacks are pretty good.
I slept for 3 hours.
I think that probably Liquid will be banning Kite for this map. They don't want to have this problem in the laundry attack. They just want to open all the hatches and try to secure one of these important winning rounds for them. So I just would say that if Liquid wants to keep their straight line of victories,
Liquid is gonna
this
flow
map,
past.
they
Oh yeah, we
need
can do
to
bets.
these vetoes without trying to be so creative on that.
We talk about Oregon as the game of the third bomb site, right? Because laundry supply, you're expected
Well,
to
like
win
a
on the
whole.
defense. Kids' dorms, you're expected to win on the defense. It's always about that meeting kitchen or kitchen dining.
Normally, I am sleeping
as
during
to
this
if
time.
the
Yeah.
attack can win it out or not. Obviously, I think that's where the big battle will come.
Falcons honestly look really good.
I would not be surprised to see in Oregon where
They're nice.
we get a 4-2 defense split where the primary bomb site is won by the defenders, the tertiary bomb site is won by the attackers.
How is the sun not burning me, Big Daddy? I have no idea. Any good in-ear headphones? I don't like in-ear. I like over the ear headphones. You type expedition headphones.
Yesterday,
But I
we saw
use
Liquid
core server
had
shows, so.
plenty of good rounds on this third bomb site. We saw them winning a lot of retakes actually with SSG trying to do some plants. So I would say that probably in this match we will see them trying to be a little bit more aggressive, using that eco and yokai drones to do this aggression on tower or mini tower advances, and maybe not let BDS go into the execution. Because if they do, they probably will not be doing that retakes.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Our game is pretty much ready. So how about we say hello to our casters on the other side. It's our wonderful Blue and X. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good, Milos. It's a pleasure to be here once again as we move into our playoff
Attaboy,
bracket.
Cereal.
With X, of course, for this match.
So I'm
once
gonna start
again.
playing right now, pretty
Against
much.
BDS. Only one of these Titans can move forward into the grand finals. We've had the stunning results show up inside of the group. We've had two new challengers show up at the other end of this bracket. More on that later.
Mamba.
However, it's time
Yeah,
to
I am
focus
really
up
today.
on
We got some
Oregon.
G Fuel.
Bit of a
Nice.
double-edged sword here at the event so far from Team Liquid. They
Blue-
lost
Blue
in
is a really
some
good
kind of stunning
caster.
fashion, but they were able to crush SSG
I've actually
on
known Blue
towards the
since
end of
like
the groups. We'll have to
the
wait and
very,
see
very
how they'll
beginning of
fare
this
today
game.
versus BDS.
He used to be like he used to actually play like as a competitive player.
You have got BDS, both incredible teams in their own right and region. And
That
both good
transition
teams
is crazy.
internationally, although as Fresh said, they have never gone the whole way. One of them is going to at least get to the finals here now. Just a quick history lesson before we jump into this one. They've played each other a couple of times, and by a couple I literally mean two. The only real one of note is going to be in 2021 at SI, where the map was Oregon,
Done, Joe.
and the map was won very convincingly by BDS. Obviously, that is a heck of a long time ago. A lot of things have changed, but it'd be nice for Liquid to be able to level that up to one apiece.
No surprises really on the bans so far. Liquid not wanting to deal with the countercade pressure coming in, especially on basement hatch play. A few other areas where it could become problematic as
Doing
well. So
CL
they're not
calls.
getting him out. And then finally, again, a pretty standard ban here with Mira being the last one.
CL,
to
you
remove
can,
from play. That'll take us into the first round. If you didn't catch it on the top of your screen, it's now in the middle. As
How
well
many
Team
different,
Liquid starting on the attack, BDS on the defense. More than likely expect that basement start for BDS.
How many different
They're
spots are
ready.
there?
They jump into the first round.
No
Is it
one
like
wants to do
4
what Ying
spots
is
every
doing.
season for
Ying
CL?
is fastly becoming one of the most banned attackers, and I think at least inside of Gamers8, Ying has seen some of the most bans attracted throughout the entire attacking.
Dude,
pool.
Ying is so annoying.
Of course, one of the reasons for that is these
It feels bad. Thank you for 8 months. Early morning of you today. Hope the family's doing well. Thank you.
It can be just a little too much to
There's
deal
3
with.
now?
Now, obviously, with the Thatcher and the Cade ban, it does make life a tad easier for the attackers. Although, if Breeday's just going to open the hatch for you, then, I mean, I guess it's a mute point, right?
Dude, there's a huge bonus for like first prize. I think it's like 25K. I think for like most kills, right, and 100K for MVP.
So as you said, just make it a bit more easy for the players on the attacking side. Away from that, though,
So like Shaiko right now is like by far in the lead on that.
Line up no repicks either, as Liquid will be satisfied with what they bring. I think that we'll see a Lion here for PSK specifically. Have to see how that's going to be used, either to suss out some of these early extensions from BDS, such as into the small tower, as well as yellow that we're seeing now, or more so to confuse on the execute.
I think Fresh is probably mauling right now because Shaiko has been allowed to get the Valkyrie again. It's been a hot topic of conversation throughout the course so far. Palu, though, storms his way in, immediately taking down Renshiro. Renshiro was getting caught in full sprint animation then.
I don't know, dude, what it is. Paula is so good at like catching everybody just off guard.
Getting themselves established upstairs.
But indeed, coming in with a booming start to this one, knocking out Renshiro. That'll remove the mute. Obviously, not the end of the world, leaving the mute out of it, as his utility will have been deployed in the prep phase, but still gonna hurt here in the long run, as Liquid will certainly have.
I feel like what's it called? Like I said,
the upstairs as well as probably the first.
I feel like Liquid probably wins this.
He's able to knock that down and establish this angle to possibly knock out the next target. Alem's actually going to be sticking around the challenge. This explains the reason why we had the electrical hatch left open. So Alem's can still play this safely and nicely done. Remains stable despite the first shot coming out against him, and he's able to return fire with a clean headshot to knock out Palu.
Great play by Alem's, a real big playmaker so far for BDS.
Well, the cool thing about this tournament too is we get to see the Middle Eastern team just play.
Managed to get the fadeaway shot. May have given up the control of Meeting, but he's got a very important kill back onto Palu, removing a couple of the nades. Only 2 left now in the hands of Resets. And of course, you want that fragging power that Palu brings at the later
Ash is the most brain dead.
Round. Liquid now just looking to stabilize. They can see obviously that the Meeting hatch is open, and Alems is going to.
I would probably say like
barricades down as he can on the basement level. Just
honestly,
some of these
probably Vigil.
BDS have a good
They're just kind of running around selfishly, like peeking everything with no info.
One of the key barriers to block up the electrical door as well. We're going to see the wall get open now, just to give a little bit of a line of sight onto the back stairs. And it looks as though Nesk is going to be tasked with the difficult job of pushing down
So they have Lion, Finka, couple nades up. He's in a closet. No one's there.
Coming out from resets as well, but it's not going to find a target, and he gets baited into thinking there'd be one in laundry. That'll lead to his elimination, but Liquid already making up for it.
Jarhead Alpha did the 49 months. Very much appreciated.
Bring it all down to Shaiko here in a 1v3.
There's never a stream that I was talking about every day. Got it, dude.
At least one member of the opposing squad, but it's going to end up being bad intel as he moves.
Just walked in like it's ranked. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to remember with pro teams, there's
the longer he waits, the more secure the
people think that they just do things for the sake of doing things, and to be fair, they do as well too. Like, let's not pretend here that it's like, oh, they're pro players, so like they're infallible and they do everything correctly. They're not. But generally, if pro players do something that might seem like a little bit potentially unorthodox or something, there's probably a plan in place that they have about it, but I mean, they're human as well. Pro players, just like content creators, just like ranked players, just like everyone else, mess up too. So.
With a little bit of a swing as the time was already ticking too low. A difficult job to push through that freezer, but Liquid made it look easy.
Definitely the case. Liquid really giving
my streams are meant to be watching of a day. I don't know about all that, but
inside, I believe the first 30 or 40 seconds, so beautifully done. Liquid never taking a foot off the gas pedal. Good attempts from Alems and some of the other members on BDS to resist it, but the entry power just far too strong, as well as the plan to actually clear out the interior of the sites. BDS just could not contend.
Well, BDS just, yeah. I mean, essentially BDS just got cleared so quickly.
A couple of great shots there of Ness picking up a couple of those kills inside of the freezer. Not going to be able to do that this round, though. BDS are going to stick to a rotation. They're not going to re-attempt downstairs, and instead they're going to take us up to Kid Storms. Not too much of a
Am I going to play Siege after this? I'll probably take a nap after this, honestly, and then I'll probably be back on later tonight, and we'll have the night stream.
Into the round. Liquid with a couple for a little 6 picks of their own. Nothing too drastic. Swapping operators between Resets and Nesk. Palu just going to 6 off. In fact, it's almost
So
like
they're
a
up
4-4
now.
Switch, that isn't it really? They're going for a heck of a different lineup. PSK on the nook. Excuse me, what's going on here?
They're gonna play
PSK is
kitchen.
flank watch.
They have
He
what?
doesn't get the corner
Oryx
shots.
to come up the hatch. C4 operators, Valkyrie,
Maybe expecting to see that basement play repeat
and a
itself,
mute.
but surprise as BDS moves
Like a
themselves
drop
on the
down.
second floor
C4
instead.
from
By the
under.
way,
I don't know if they
this
made
lineup
any
that we have is
rotates.
gonna
They
work
should have
perfectly
probably
for
have some
BDS on the
rotates
second
below.
floor. You also
They
have that
can go in
accuracy
between and
that's gonna
C4
show
like the
all across
wall
the
and stuff
second
like
floor
that.
here. Even extending into Arsenal, which could be a little bit dangerous from time to time for our defenders because of the angles the attackers will have access to.
What time do I usually wake up? I generally wake up at like 1 p.m. 2 p.m. So I'm Peter.
Resets and the rest of Liquid, though, just beginning their initial clear, as you can see over here towards small tower. They want to deal with some jump out at the midpoint of this round from that small tower. It's more like I can expect some contention towards the big window.
It's so crazy how a zombie is so much more effectively played at high levels compared to like at honestly in pro play rather than just ranked. Real gamer schedule spacey, very true.
Looks like PSK is going to go for a little bit of a drone here. It's a drone position that you can certainly take into your ranked games if you wish, but he gets a bit of info, knows that somebody's going to be inside of kids. It's fairly obvious that somebody will be playing in there, but it allows Nesk now to do the same and just check out that dorms.
Continuum? Yeah, that's my old team. You haven't seen me on the ass crack of the day before? True. I'm not a morning person generally, but I mean I get up early sometimes. It depends what it's for. Sometimes I get up early for family stuff, you know, special events and stuff like that. For streaming, I'll be up early.
Take direct control of the second floor. Going to need to keep a constant flank watch if that'll be the case due to this player downstairs, and that's assuming, of course, the Liquid have actually caught them. I believe that is the case, and indeed we'll see it now. As Ask has a direct drone on top of that, but still first kill of the round.
And he have fried.
BDS Lems' extended position works out well for him. He'll be able to frag out Palu. That's going to eliminate the Yana as well. So that extra intel that would have come in for the clone now gone. Nesk as well, directly challenging Rafal.
Nesk had to win that one.
Ready for the fight when he's thrust into it. So he goes down. Ask will be able to correct slightly, and now even the numbers out as he gets 2 on his entry into games.
That's what I'm rotating.
With the lifeline, is going to get himself caught here. Takes a lot of damage, but he's got the LMG and he can continue to take this engagement. But look at the team play.
That was
BDS
perfect.
are there ready to collect as one turns 10.
What's the best you feel flavor? Honestly, since I've been drinking Divine Peach, I've been liking Divine Peach a lot.
Tricky inside of that round, constantly shifting the positions
What's
around,
on juice?
constantly keeping Team Liquid guessing, always forcing them to try and make up for deficits with kills, as we saw there in the midpoint of that round when they went for the entry on games, but it proved to not be enough. The refrags and the re-entry into the site from BDS holds true, and they tie it up
Liquid,
now.
well,
1-1, moving us into round 3.
it's different. You got to remember, like, certain teams are really good at attacking, defending. It's a lot easier to coordinate the higher level of gameplay you are. Obviously, like in ranked and stuff, people prefer. They prefer defense, right? But it depends on the team, the map. Like, it's a lot more 50-50 in pro play than it is in ranked. I don't know why I just burned his C4 to make a rotate when you have. I mean, you should be able to like go up really fast and just shotgun a rotate. Am I gonna watch the Berlin Major? I actually do have like permission to do a watch party for the Berlin Major, so I probably will. Have I slept yet? I slept for like 2-3 hours. Hodge, thank you for the 12-month one for your Twitch memories. Welcome back.
That was really what you could credit round number 1-2 for.
All right, so let's see if they do the same clear.
Those first few windows and doors here for Liquids, nothing crazy going to be going on inside of this.
Much more standard setup now. They are running like a heavy roam. Did they open that hatch again on box? I didn't look, honestly. I feel like that was like it kind of like screwed them over a little bit. I hope they
basement.
If they're going to, they should be just bunkering up a little harder. Yeah, 45 seconds and they're all back downstairs, which honestly is smart. They got cleared so quickly by Liquid.
Has taken full control of the kitchen as well as dining area. So that'll more than likely move them to the hatch breaching phase of the round, which then they can begin to focus.
What's
on
my favorite region to watch? I think from an entertainment factor, I mean, I like watching NA the most. NA is the best region right now in Siege. But Brazil's very fun to watch from like the level of like how aggressive they play. That's why I'm rooting for Liquid. Plus, like, you know, I know Nesk and stuff and PSK fairly well. So, you know, I gotta root for them. Funny enough, though, you know, Renshira used to played from the very beginning of the game too.
They've got the time to do so, and they also have that utility still there because Liquid haven't directly pressured.
Same with the Lems.
In pushing in through bunker, and they haven't really been too interested in those back stairs. Obviously, knowing that Shaiko is going to be in and around that area, it's somewhere that.
How's my family? They're chilling. Yeah, they're chilling.
Starting to begin poking down.
You had to chase cows behind a fence? How did that happen?
True here. Adrenal surge to boost the play from Liquid as well. We're not seeing them boom into the site just as of yet. Need to try and get that first entry, which will activate the rest of the team more than likely, give them the confidence they need to move forward. Thankfully,
I generally just support teams based on like, oh, like I know a player like pretty well from when I used to play, so like, yeah, you know, support them, root for them.
But there is going to be breaching charges moving in from the Zofia now as the team attempts to work their way forward. It'll work out for Liquid too as PSK strikes first, resets with the second pickup. And
Crossfire. What a beautiful crossfire.
The BDS roster Lems will get one exchange, but otherwise it's perfect from Liquid. As they
Dude,
once again
so many guns with so much ammo.
We had a great overhead view of that as well. It was like wolves circling some prey, you know.
Their pushes have been so coordinated.
Very well timed.
Their favorite NA team? Probably DZ, because I have 2 ex-teammates on DZ. And I used to play for DZ. Not the org DZ, but when it was flip side, I used to play for them.
And the kills start flying like that, those LMGs,
John Smalla.
Great deal that you can do to stop it. Not only did we have resets, but we also had Nesk, 2 of the best LMGs in the game right now. They can take multiple engagements, no sweat whatsoever.
Wires broken on the fence, left everybody's on the way to grab a coffee, so you just park this truck across the road and you usher them back to your driveway. Well, that's good. Well, yeah, my favorite team, like, my NA team is probably DZ. Just because Canadians on the team, and so is Eclipse. I used to play with Eclipse on Rogue, and I played with Canadian on Continuum, where I won an invite, obviously. And yeah, I used to play for, when DZ used to be called Flipside, I used to play for the same, not the same org, the same roster slot, though. So. Is Org's a good defender? I mean, yeah. He's got a T5 with a 1.5 sight. He has, I mean, he can jump up patches, shotgun pistol for rotates. Not that many operators really carry wire anymore. So they're doing this, like, extended setup, like, every round, pretty much. It's really not working out for them. They did give it up a lot earlier last time, so I bet, yeah, drone pass. The mist drone. Rip. If they go back, take this. This is good. At least, well, for BDS. I mean, I'm rooting for Liquid, but I mean, it's good for Liquid because they got that early pick in there. Or sorry, BDS. It's good for BDS. They got that early pick in there instead of giving up with nothing last time. Like last time, they were downstairs at what, like 50 seconds in the round, 45 seconds in the round. So my thoughts on Astralis? I think they look pretty good, honestly. Like I mean, they were semi-finalists in the last major, which is, you know, impressive and stuff.
The next minute or so here, as Liquid starts to postulate how they'll be able to work themselves into the basement now without their Zofia.
Why would you say barbed wire is not as prominent? People just don't like taking barbed wire as a gadget because it's not like as fun because you just kind of set it and forget it. People rather, like, you know, and a lot of the operas that have barb are not used as much anymore. I mean, not obviously, like, Jaeger's a popular example of one that's used all the time, but like if you look, like, right now, like BDS has like literally 2 pieces of barbed wire. Yeah, Astralis were finalists, that's what I just said. Yeah, I mean, they're a good team. I feel like that was like To be honest, I don't know if they'll replicate that again. They are a good team though, but I don't know about like a finalist like that.
There we go, the resets in Palu. Able to hold on, but Ask will be lost in the
timing.
process, so somebody's gonna have to put that case down on the ground regardless.
I thought he was gonna get peeked from long haul.
There's a good amount of excess time still for Liquid as well, but they're in a bit of an awkward position now. Resets only just barely able to get himself down that back staircase. A little bit
Navy, thank you very much for the sub. Hey, King. Hey, King. You missed the old days of Pro League. Dude, Paul is so good. It's insane. Andy the man's planting. Ooh! He actually got him. I honestly thought with that early pick that they literally got the early pick. They grabbed a little bit of utility and still at the end of the day just drop hatches and shoot everyone. This is why Paulo is like he's the best individual player in the world. That sleep at all is gonna be a late start tonight. I slept for like 2 hours or 3 hours, whatever it was. I mean, I'm still gonna stream normal time tonight. I mean, after this, I'll take a nap for a little bit and we'll do the night stream.
E-Box, dropping the electrical hatch very rarely works. Usually you are dropping into
Well, the reason it worked, he's saying it didn't really work. And I understand, like, yeah, it doesn't work, but the reason it worked is because if you guys saw, they threw a grenade to get him out of pillar, and they had a drone on the guys to know that he's going to be stuck in the corner, another person on the stairs. Therefore, you could drop hatch, know the person's going to be stuck in the corner because they can't be pillar, and you have another person on stairs knowing they're trapped in the corner, and then you won't die dropping hatch, essentially, right? And that person's also distracted by the person on the staircase because it's a fake LMG, which is the GOAT gun. So that's why that play worked out for Liquid. Even though it seemed like a chaotic drop, there was at least what it looks like thought behind it, in my opinion. Where are these birds coming from? There were birds, dude. I need to talk to Ubisoft about these birds that are coming out of nowhere. Like the main stage setup. Oh, it's beautiful. That like, I don't know, like swirl that they do when they transition from like the lobby into the game is like so cool. That's probably one of the coolest transitions that I've ever seen, like in any tournament ever. A wild avian.
That's still assuming they're able to get this second, of course.
I can't recall the last time I've seen a 2-4 split for attackers on Oregon. It's not something that happens all the time, especially when you're dealing with two teams.
Thoughts on an attack timeout to rank, like 1 minute pause? I don't know. Maybe when you switch sides or something.
But realistically, you shouldn't be
What's on Young?
kind of a scoreline when you've
Down the unit.
BDS facing off against Liquid. Liquid really are just
What are the callouts like? Probably the person on the stairs would say like, "Oh, I have this guy trapped at pillar," and then you'd say like, "I don't want the guy to move." Okay, throw a grenade pillar. I'll drop at the same time. You hold from stairs, push stairs at the same time. So they would kind of like throw the nade. I mean, this is something that they probably like somewhat practice, I would guess,
One of the biggest problems was the hatch inside of Attic. Sure, you can get
Rip TSM. Well, they got a little bit unlucky. Their new player, so they cut Chala, and they got Snake, and he got COVID, unfortunately, which he had a good game, too, when he played. I think didn't he only play like 1 game or something? I've been following the tournament outside of today, too. Knock in Pro League? Why not? Knock has grenades, great gun, ability to walk past cameras, which is one of the most important things. Knock is a great operator. Nades are basically nuclear bombs in this game. They're insane. Normally, when you notification me, it's like 4 a.m. and now it's bedtime. Listen, I'm messing with everyone's schedule today, including my own. There's another bird. 150 on the big window.
Maybe to come out from BDS, but it's not happening. BDS's setup is going to remain stable as a rock. It's up to Liquid to change up that fate, and finally Paulo will do so, catching it off.
So that nade that he threw right there, it's like right, if you see where he threw it, the close one to get him out of the close corner. So then when he's running away to catch him running away, I mean, he didn't hit it, but the thought's there.
Underneath of the attic catch, and that's going to leave Liquid, unfortunately.
Right. The biggest thing with Knock is like Knock has no recoil.
Falcons taking him down at least, but Shaiko immediately
Shaiko's hitting some shots.
PSK. Nicely done in this first fight, but look at his HP. 1 bullet away from going down, 3 seconds away from the round ending. Also, it's just not going to happen. And finally, BDS will piece together a second round now.
BDS has been doing really well playing that like meeting area and controlling attic, hatch, attic and like hatch and stuff like that. Nice prediction for the final winner. I think it'd be kind like, I honestly hope that Falcons win. So they're like a Middle Eastern team. I've watched them for now a few years and stuff like that. And I don't know. I'd like to see them win, just to see someone different win. And plus, I've been saying it for the past 3 years or so, or whatever it is. I think the Middle Eastern teams should be in Pro League. I think they should either have their own region, like they already do. They have the MENA region, so Middle East, North Africa, or I think that they should be included, like maybe in European Pro League or something like that somehow. The production is better than Invite. It is. It honestly is. The production quality is great. Oryx is good. Yeah, I mean, Oryx is like, the way people play Oryx in ranked is pretty selfish generally, but at least he has a shotgun pistol to help out the team.
This is the big question we were asking at the beginning of the last round as well. Is BDS going to have a strong showing here on their first look?
Yeah, it's kind of like the Cop Elite thing.
Despite 3 consecutive losses on the basement up until this very point, and obviously,
all right, enjoy the hour, Cavalier.
Have here on this half, so they have to hope they can make that impact and bring things to an even keel here at 3-3.
Which team would I like to see win? Oh, Liquid for sure. Yeah, I mean, I like BDS as well too, but I don't know. I just know Nesk and PSK for like a long time, so I gotta root for them. Gotta root.
For the meantime, we've seen PSK pick onto the Nomad, so they're finally starting to address this roam game that BDS have been playing.
What's up, Mr. Miyagi? I fall off my bed, so I'm awake. Yes. How many games did they play? Best of 3, I believe. Right? Yeah, best 3. Upper right hand corner. I could read. Kinda.
It's going to start to be put into action here as we see the generator wall opened up there by Ask. Not looking to poke his head into it just yet, though, as there are plenty of heads here from BDS.
Are they doing... Is anybody even over by meeting? So they have one person going under solo. Oh, Ness is sneaking up white. See, this is why Barb is nice.
Nobody knows he's here. I'm not sure how he's managed to sneak his way into this position.
I don't know how he is either, frankly, but see... They have no barbed wire. They have 2 shields, 2 C4s, impacts. They're getting a...
as well, deploying that utility to deal with the extensions.
So this is smart. They realize they haven't been doing a good job of really getting control of this meeting area and stuff, so...
downstairs as well here. Good keep barricade. I believe the secondary breach on the Selma, though, is going to take it out before it can fully spread. So unfortunately,
I love you casting semis and stuff. However, this cuts to the late night streams. I'm gonna have to throw a flag on the play and have you go to sleep, sir. I will be on for the late night stream on time. I'm gonna take a nap in between this and the night stream. Parker? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Liquid on the right foot forward, but time is quickly ticking down, so they have to move quickly from this point forward with only a minute remaining.
Smart though. Honestly, they've been getting smoked every time they go attic.
The option for a rotation here. Ask meanwhile takes down Renshiro, but Alems could cause all the damage required here.
There you go.
Over onto Ask. His spidey senses were tingling. Ask was looking the right way, but he just got caught entirely off guard.
Either that or because they're playing meeting bomb and stuff. I mean, they could have gone for like the big tower take and just held it because they left that whole wall soft. If they droned that in the beginning of the round, they could have just like impacted. They could have just impacted the top of the wall and basically had control of it. You could even rappel on the window and hold that.
Now paying attention as the floor is quickly coming down from above him. Speaking of which, we've got players coming down as well. Shaiko ready for the initial challenge from Ness, but PSK.
Dude, Psycho has been crazy this tournament.
Confirms the rotation coming in from a lens and knocks him out as
so if you notice too, people have actually been playing the FMG9 even on Smoke lately because it's such a good gun. It's honestly, it's just like the MP5 on Rook, very similar.
Sitting over the top of the case, knows he won't have to worry about much in that department, but where exactly is this upstairs player going to be? He can truly only guess here.
Who's not? Who is that? That's like not even paying attention. Okay, now he's like at least turned around. Resets was looking the wrong way at first.
struggling to find this second player.
There you go,
Not gonna
Paula.
make it happen. Palu shuts it down, and it's indeed that 4-2 attacker-sided scoreline coming in for Liquid.
Good to see fresh faces. Yeah, there's actually like, there's some familiar faces, some fresh faces. I think it's good to have as many casters as possible, I guess, right?
One of the gunfights I really want to go back and see, and I hope we catch it in this, is I want to know how Nesk loses to Shaco.
I wonder if Super is going to be an analyst for NA Pro League. I mentioned it to him on Twitter, you know, like when he was saying that he was not going to be playing anymore. Some people are shocking at Vex that you can get away with running mute MP5 and smoke FMG. You can, yeah. Secondary pistols, like I think they had Alibi, right? I mean, you only need to make 2 rotates. Plus they had impacts on Azami. You only have to, upstairs, you only have to make top white rotate, you know, rotate maybe by big window, and then a rotate into attic. Drops are enabled? No drops. You really feel like barb and bulletproof cams are so underutilized they can't take out their teammates out with their impacts, or C4s and have their utility wasted. I agree. I still like taking a shotgun, personally, and barb. Like, you know, I feel like having a dedicated shoddy operator. I mean, you get the SMG-11, which is statistically the best gun in the game DPS-wise.
Here, double hard breach for them. Just a little bit of a backup in the event that Brede should go down earlier on in the round. And away from that, you're expected utility. We are going to get that Nook once again for the Lems to see if he can sneak anything in from construction.
Let's
any other parts
see.
of the map here. To help with clearing out the roam game as well, as we do have quite a bit of it from Liquid. Nesk extended all the way up to the 2nd floor. Currently only 1 player from Liquid actually in the basement.
Back in my day, people used to open the walls with C4s because that was the only way to open them. True. People laugh when, like, they see, like, old Pro League games and they're like, wow, these people are idiots for making, like, rotates with C4s. Bro, you don't even know. There's no such thing as an impact grenade. You had, like, 20 shots in a shotgun and it used to take all of your ammo to make a rotate.
Maybe now trying to jump in and just
yeah, I'm curious to see how that plays out for Sonics. If the rumors are true that, you know, Super won't be playing anymore and Gunner's taking his spot. I mean, Gunner's a good player. I've played with Gunner. Gunner used to play ranked with me, like, a long time ago before he was ever, like, a, you know, competitive player. Very good player. We'll see, you know. I wonder how it's going to work, though, because Super's obviously, like, a, you know, very, Super is a very, like, good IGL, obviously. He's like I'm sure he's probably very outspoken and stuff in game. I know at least when I played with him, he was not professionally, obviously, but he's very outspoken in game in a good way. So the thing about playing with Gunner previously in the past, at least, obviously people change greatly over the years. It could be completely different. Gunner was always a bit like quiet and stuff like that, but supposedly like Rexon is IGLing now. Is he gonna have the same effect as Super? I don't know, but Gunner's really good, so maybe like the skill difference and fragging ability will make up for it. So
ready for either Renshiro or Grafal or Lems to use any of their frag grenades on the problem, and that's what we're going to see now.
How many hours did I get? Like 2-3. He legit made mutant ranked. I know it's going to say I made an op, but you picked him every round. He brings a shotgun, SMG, bulletproof. His ability to completely shut down information. Very true. And wall denial if needed.
As he was there taking the head-to-head fight as well. Now got himself to the top.
So let's see what they do. So they have Renshiro here in blue, holding like late. So they burned.
And their time has disappeared in this round.
Probably going to play on the understairs position.
So Paul's over here.
To directly contest against anyone who tries to move forward here, but
yeah, you had to sit still with Slim. Oh!
Steals 2 kills away. This is off the back of her Falls pick as well, but a good stoppage now coming in. However, Ask, he gets too aggressive, ventures too far out, leaves it open. Palu does the same thing, and that'll seal the round for BDS.
I think this tournament's what, 1.5 million? I want to say. I'm blanking out on this. I think this specific one. So the whole tournament for Gamers8 is 15 million, but that's over like a bunch of different games. I think this one's 1.5, or it's 2 million. 2 million. I knew it was. Oh, I think it's like 1. Is it 1.5 like the distribution, and then the other part of it is like the teams, like between like MVP prize and stuff like that. What time is it for me? 11 a.m.
was actually in cameras at that last stage. At least they were stood very still.
Remember when it cost 25k rounded by ops plus attachments? Yeah. I actually still remember when people were complaining. Oh my god, the Clash. Actually, dude, Liquid plays like, I hate Clash, but this is why Clash should not be in this game. Watch how PSK plays Ashe here.
But that's all that BDS needed to become one round closer to Team Liquid here.
It's 1.2 million. Oh, okay.
Bring themselves back into the fold and quite quickly off the back of yet another, as you mentioned, attacking win on the basement site here. Still
I thought the whole tournament was like 2 mil. I thought that 2 mil does sound correct. I thought it was like each team gets like, I think like 100 grand for coming or something, and then there's like 100 grand for MVP or something, and the rest of it's like in prize distribution. I could be wrong on that though.
Looking at BDS, though, still with 8 frag grenades. We'll have to see how well the defensive utility is lined up. Obviously, we saw Liquid get the utility gold star as they nearly got
prize pool's 1.2. Yeah. But you have to include everything all together. Put it down main.
As Alem's walking all the way down to the bottom. We haven't seen the full fallback from Liquid yet.
If they drone ahead, he can just walk in and maybe get PSK.
Fully push into the site as he could just as easily get himself picked off from a counter angle, but this is a very dangerous position to hold, especially if Liquid hasn't realized it yet.
I don't think
they have not nerfed LMGs yet, no. It's on Cow.
He's got himself into the Viper's nest. It's got a great angle through. Palu, please, you cannot make this mistake. You've got to check the angle, gets the glimpse.
I'll see what it says. When you're traveling to Detroit, any restaurants to recommend? Honestly, pretty expensive, really good place. See? You can just waste so much time with the shield here. If you like pizza, there's Supino's Pizza. The guy who, like, what's the name? The guy who made it, like, lived in Italy for a long time, and he's Sicilian, and he makes, like, a really good pizza. Like, honestly, some of the best pizza I've ever had in my life. It's been on a lot of cooking shows, things like that. There's a restaurant downtown. It's like, there's, if you like ramen, there's like Johnny Noodle King is pretty good. There's another place if you like it's like it's Asian American food, but it's called Takoi. It's also like a cool looking restaurant. There's like, if you want to spend a lot of money, there's Prime and Proper. That place has like really fancy steaks and all that. Or there's like London Chop House is good too. Probably has better food than Prime and Proper. Prime and Proper is a good atmosphere. See, they literally just gave up. They had to give up on that shield. Dude, I'm telling you, like, this is what pisses me off about, like, I hate shields. They're just so effective. Especially people are like the better that people are in the game too. Like, this is with a pro team and they're having so much difficulty clearing PSK. Would I ever play with Skittles? Like the player Skittles? Yeah, I mean, dude, I've been playing with Skittles for like the first year this game was out.
Might be looking to buddy up with Alems here and try and get a plan down on the threshold. Still BDS waiting for the
I'm a Wolverines fan. Oh, I like MSU and I like see, no nade that time. So if Alems would have tossed a nade there, I don't think he had one at the point, did he? I forgot. But if he would have had one there, he could have done what Liquid did, which was to nade out, have the person that's just trapped the guy in the corner, bada bing, bada boom, like Liquid is doing.
They win it out on time.
We'll see our first defensive win there on
I like MSU and I like Wolverines. I mean, pretty much my whole wife's family went to MSU. Winding up this hour, watching tournament, dude. Liquid vs BDS. Pizza debate. Yeah, somebody was being like oddly like elitist about pizza. It was really weird. He was basically like calling people like idiots for not understanding how good pizza was in Chicago. And I'm like, bro, it's pizza. Like, like it's really not that deep. Like, chill out. It's pizza. Like, that's like the weirdest thing to be like elitist about, like, ever. It was so straight. It was the strangest thing ever. So they're doing lower hold as well, under kitchen. Oryx, they got down there. They have C4 ops. They only have one C4. I like a full-size keyboard, personally. But, I mean, 60% is nice as well. Is deep dish actually pizza? I think it is. I mean, I like Chicago pizza. It wasn't about saying like Chicago pizza, but the guy was like basically saying like he was basically saying he's like when there. I remember specifically what he said. It was like about like Pizza Hut and like streamers talking about Pizza Hut and stuff like that, and like Domino's or whatever, and thinking it was like it being good pizza. It's like, dude, they're just different categories of pizza. Like if you go to like Geno's or whatever, there's a million like independent small places. Like it's just different, right? Or like I've had like all the like supposedly like good pizza places in New York, Chicago. Yes, they're better than Domino's and all that stuff. They're just different categories. Like you have your category of like Domino's or like Little Caesars Pizza. Those are chain like quick pizza places, right? That like deliver, that are everywhere. And like it was just strange. I'm like, bro, the reason that streamers are talking about those kinds of pizza places is because they so if you see, you can throw impact at the fan, it blows up the thermite charge. That's why he's doing that. He's blocking the windows so that they doesn't get naded. Playing this position very well. That's because the GOAT. Anyway, yeah, I was telling him basically like the reason that streamers talk about those places is because it's relatable, right? Like it's not relatable to be like, oh, like I was telling like, you know, Assassin, when Assassin says going to Detroit. Okay, like I'm telling Assassin about like Sapinos. 99% of you guys will never eat at Sapinos or give a like fuck about Sapinos, right? Even though it's a great pizza place, been on a bunch of shows, whatever. It's really good pizza. It doesn't matter. The one that people will get. So this is the key. Nade under, done, just like that. And he picks himself. So that's a 3K. But it's just a different thing. It's on Bikini. It's just like a different thing. Like it's not relatable to talk about like obscure pizza places.
As the hero in pretty much every single aspect of that round, opens up the execute route with that depth charge from below.
Yeah, it's gonna drill though.
Kills on top of it, of course, to make it 3 on the round overall, but it was that.
Yeah, I just didn't. It was just like a weird argument. I was like, it's not relatable to talk about like obscure pizza places that are in your local area. And then he was getting mad at like the fact that there wasn't. Like he was trying to say that he couldn't get Italian beef for a pizza at like his like local grocery store, but he could get it in Chicago. I'm like, do you not understand? Like I can go to Walmart or Kroger or a local grocery store in my area, like my direct area, and get certain things, and I could go to another Walmart or Kroger or like independent grocery store, and they'll have no idea about half the items I'm talking about. It's on Frogger. It's on Venom. Up early today. Like, I gave the example of, like, I'm Middle Eastern. So there's a spice called Baharat that's, like, it's used in, like, a lot of stuff, basically. There's different versions of it, too. I can go to Walmart in my area because I live in a, you know, heavily Middle Eastern area. So I can get Baharat in my area, like, at Walmart or Kroger. You know, which Kroger is, like, Albertsons for West Coast people or like, Pick and Save, like... They own a lot of stores. They're the largest grocer, right? I can get it anywhere in my area. But if I go like, you know, maybe like 10 miles away, if I go like 10 miles away, still in the same state, I can go to Walmart or you know, Kroger or something like that, or independent grocery store, and they probably won't even know what I'm talking about depending on where I go. Like neighborhoods have different things like regionally. That was my whole point to him, and he like didn't get it. But I don't know, it's whatever. It was just like a weird conversation for everyone. Everyone who was here yesterday will know what I'm talking about, but... So they're actually doing what I was talking about doing earlier. I was suggesting that Liquid do, which is go up top, get that like added control because they're leaving the wall soft. So they're actually placing an Osa shield here to hold it, which is really smart, in my opinion, instead of just shooting out the top of the wall. It's like when people talk about the best fast food joint and someone comes in and talks about some random burger places in like 1 or 2 cities actually. Yeah, it's just like a weird thing to like. It's like a weird thing. You went to Sapinos after a Tigers game. It was really good. Yeah, it is really good. I mean, I talk about more obscure stuff, but it's like I understand like probably no one knows what I'm talking about. It's more for people that are like local than me, you know, in Detroit. You have to go to like a local specialty store for that. Yeah, it's like that's all it is anyway. It's like I don't know. Like I made the example of like fast food as well too. Like you have to compare like price points and like And see, so it's going really well for them here. Flashed. But anyway, that was like my whole point. Was basically like you have to compare like restaurants. McDonald's, say, you know, to like Wendy's and stuff like that. Would be like an example, right? Like McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, right? Pizza Hut, you know, Domino's, Papa John's, or whatever, something like that. Like those are relatable. You can't like there's different categories of like fast foods and like you can't compare like a local pizza place. It's not, you know. Jay for the 64-month resub, welcome back, very much appreciated. Any main channel stream? It's on the Gamers8 channel as well too. So we're watching the mainstream. This is what it is. So yeah, it's on Jayford. Yeah, you can. There's a command for !Gamers8.
And that's huge considering the first split that they had here being so unsuccessful on their.
It's first 7? Yeah, Pro League is first to 7, so but you gotta win by. Well, I don't know if this is a win by 2 or not. Most times, so you can go into like OT where you have to still win by 2 in OT as well. I don't know if this is unlimited OT or not. I'm actually not sure.
To help out Team Liquid quite a bit now too, is have run into some issues, but at the same time have been able to exercise their strength on both of the other sites they'd like to play.
So Liquid's pulling a timeout. Honestly smart. BDS is catching up, so they don't want them to get that momentum back. Good time to time out. Relax, slow their momentum a little bit.
On the second go around here as they try to close out on at least 2 of these remaining rounds. Will have to be a perfect streak.
Everyone for getting 3 hours in streaming again. Well, yeah.
Otherwise,
We'll probably be up for the like Berlin Major and stuff too. I did get permission from Ubisoft to stream the Berlin Major. Spoilers. Grand Final probably the only match with unlimited OT. Maybe? I don't know. It depends on the tournament how they organized it. So like regular like Pro League rules or like NAL rules, whatever EUL is, it's you only have to win. It's first to 7, and you could tie actually too. Technically, but I don't know how this is like. Yeah, we'll just have to see, I guess. We'll just have to see. I'd have to like read the rule book for it. So I believe ESL runs Gamers8. Not mistaken.
That's something to be more mindful of moving forward. But they're going to be coming out with some choice picks of their own. Rafal's actually locked in the Cali.
Should be interesting to see. Obviously, we don't see Cali played in too often. It is occasionally brought in as
hey, I play Cali.
Attempt to replace a Thatcher, especially with the sight lines that'll be played out here inside of the basement.
People can't hate on Cali, dude. Cali is so fun.
Out of that sniper rifle to just how slow it can be to utilize, but she's got a pretty
decent Wizard
secondary SMG to play into as well, so not going to be completely out of her element. Obviously, we're going to be bringing her in to use these numbers though to try and knock out Utility sitting on the other side of the wall and allow for them to have better sight lines going into this site. Hopefully being able to avoid the problem of the clash. To start it out though, I'm dead wrong about the snipers. They get a winning angle against Ass, get the leg shot against him, and he goes right down into the grave here. Should still be able to be revived potentially, but that's going to rely on some of the other members of Liquid.
Cali's a troll pick. Dude, PSK is so good at Clash. Look how much like utility and time is being wasted.
Liquid are going to need to be careful as we are quickly seeing BDS gain more and more ground, and it's too much of a distraction as Alem's allowed to.
Dude, Alem's is frying on this knock.
That's going to be Pandora's box opened up, but hold on now, Liquid, they're fighting back. Nesk with 3 out of nowhere.
I wanted to see that.
To fight for his life here as he's the only one remaining, and Liquid
nice.
Once again shut out a defensive.
I hope they get a replay of that.
Great correction from Nesk and the rest of Liquid to bring it back, as things were looking a bit dodgy on that.
Hold on, Wally. We're watching the Gamers8 tournament. It's gone dancing.
He has gone. You might have all these fancy Flores drones, this fancy sniper rifle that you've been able to down my teammate.
Nesk has been so good for so long. I honestly think, yeah, like maybe like honestly outside of like maybe Eclipse, like Canadian Nesk, I'd probably say they're like. They've all been playing since the very, like, year 1 and been really good through all of those years.
Sequence of unlocking the sites they've already won, meaning that they'll now be able to return to the upstairs. Hold on, actually, I think that might still be.
I can't really think of anyone else who's been around for that long that's still, like, consistently great. I guess, like, Astro and Cameraman are as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused.
Renshiro's pretty much kind of always been around, same with the Lems.
What they want to do differently. I mean, I guess the wall got open last time, and it was very straightforward. Even BDS shot, look, they're making changes. They're like, guys, panic.
Flash only shield optics used in Pro League. Montaigne as well. Monty does too. They're both really strong used correctly.
Maybe part of the plan for Liquid here, subvert the expectations.
Yeah. I love Eclipse. That's hot and cold as well. Yeah, it's true. But hot and cold though got like, he had like periods of time where he like was not like making international events as often and stuff. He was really good when he first got on the SSG, but he's kind of cooled off a little bit. Yeah, he's still a really good player as well. He's been consistently like in Pro League and very good too. Julio as well. Psycho, Kamikaze. Yep. Yeah, he had a kid actually.
There was a good little bit of nade play as well, in and amongst the Flores Rotero.
Hot and cold.
Doing a great job to reposition defenders that were still hanging around inside of meeting. Aside from that, Liquid.
Yeah, hot and cold is he can be. I mean, generally he's pretty like consistent nowadays and stuff. Becca wants that MVP, dude. Well, actually, right now he's not having like a crazy good game. Not bad necessarily, but we're being on Finca.
Forced to now start taking some really extended gunfights here. He's only got the MX4 Storm to deal with.
Ace is good, yeah. He's a really good player too. But he's only been around since like year 2 or 3. How did I not think of Geo? Yeah, Geo's great. Geo started on Xbox. I mean, obviously like Geo, like I would say like they started on Xbox though. So I was talking about like people were on PC like the whole time playing, I guess. But yeah, I mean Geo is like Lax. Skies. I wonder what Skies is gonna end up doing, especially considering that he's like not. SSG was in this tournament and they got Dexter, and I don't know, they got knocked out in groups in this tournament, so.
Already in position to counter this and not being too adventurous about it either. Palu very much looking towards the same thing here.
Bosco as well, definitely. Yeah.
The good news though is that this distraction of
Corey, probably year 2.
leaving the site itself quite vulnerable. Save for the one
Love Troy Rose and Geo on land, yeah.
Clean push be made right now by the members of BDS, but they are going to want to use their Rotero drones to get a little bit of extra intel as well as clear out the utility.
NA does need better analysts. I would love to see Super on the desk. I would love to see that personally.
Will also down him. PSK trades out for one, but he hasn't been able to deny this plant. Only has taken down the player moving.
You can see. Oh, I thought he saw his head. Oh, this is gonna be hard. So that he has hatch control and he's getting outside. So they're both gonna try to play hatch, I think. Or he's just playing door. So he planted 4 door, 4 hatch. And for stairs. Pengu. I would like to see Pengu actually as an analyst and not a caster. I think he really knows what he's talking about, obviously, like, game-wise. Nice. No, not enough time. Let's try. ER in OT. Yeah, I would love to see Pengu as like an analyst. I don't like Pengu as a caster as much. He's not bad by any means, but
as we saw previously, and it worked in exactly the same manner, albeit a lot closer that round.
I just think he'd make a better analyst than a caster.
Regardless of how close it is. Lems is doing such a good job of distracting so much attention. Paolo and Resets, they knew that he was going to be pushing. They knew exactly that he was going to be pushing.
Analysts like breaks down plays and stuff in between games and stuff more. Or honestly, experiment with something different. Have 2 play-by-play casters and then have an analyst that can break stuff down. I've honestly always kind of thought about this. Imagine if you had like, okay, like imagine, you know, Intero and another caster like casting together, and then you have Pengu with them as well, right? So like Intero and the other caster do play-by-play casting as the round is going on, and then like Pengu in between the rounds breaks it down and does an analyst.
One losing attempt so far, and this has been mainly off of the back of the clash. But unfortunately, the members of BDS have not really been able to successfully deal with just as of yet.
It's something he could learn with time too. You know, Pengu could get better at it. It's all about like pacing. Like there's casting is a skill. You know, it is a skill. Just like playing the game is a skill, or having the knowledge on how to play the game is a skill.
BDS
So
will still
that's all
stick
it
with
is.
generally the same lineup as before. Going to see 6 nades coming in this time, so they lower that amount just a tad. But overall, he is going to bring the expected roster needed to try and assault this site. Still will need to find a way to get past PSK, though, as that has been
Even though Super is bad, says we really knows a lot about Siege.
losing basement attacks so far.
Super's team like has been consistently really good though, so it says a lot about him if he's able to have bad like. The game is not all about stats. The game is about teamwork and winning the game. No one can imagine. I like people get too stuck on like KD and all this other stuff. But if I go just like say ranked as an example, or even Pro League, if I'm playing in Pro League and I go 0-7 every single game, there's 7 rounds to win, right? But my team's 7-0s every game, and I need to go 0-7 to make that happen. I'll do that. Like I don't care. Like you do what you have to win.
The catchers, namely the magnets from Wamai, they've done a fantastic job of eating up a lot of this utility that BDS throw on.
They've literally been avoiding PSK on the Clash on the stairs. No, they're gonna go for it this time, I think. Maybe. If I got invited to cast, I do it. I don't know. Probably not, to be honest. But we'll see.
Almost gets caught on the timing here. He moves himself a little bit deeper into Freezer to avoid getting picked off at the back end of the hatch. Chiro has completed clearing out the second floor, and I believe the rest of the team has already scouted things out.
Thought for a second, NAL and Super Dulles Warriors retiring. Yeah.
But again, that brings up the glaring issue that we already
right. I mean, like the only time, like I don't think KD ever matters really, like at all. I mean, obviously to an extent, you have to like kill people to win rounds, but it's more about like, okay, I give the constant example of like I'd rather have the person on my team that drones.
Going to be the winning formula here for BDS.
They need to remove clashes, like explosive immunity as well.
They're going to be able to knock out the smoke.
Same with Monty.
Help out in their time game a bit, removes those toxic babes from the delay.
They keep burning their nades too quickly for BDS when they do this, and they leave the person like pillar and blue, like they're not taking any of these areas. Also, the shield is just so annoying for them. I should cast having a meltdown rage on screen would it make the community go viral.
Backstairs as Palu looks to try and stabilize, misses his shots. Rafal there to take him out. Shaiko Alem's flawless.
Right. I mean, like, KD's nice. Like, and some people, you know, if you're an entry, your KD probably is fairly important, right? But it's not necessarily. If you entry and die every round but immediately get traded out, then, like, you know, maybe it doesn't matter, you know? Snappy thing the sub. Right. If you have good knowledge of the game, but I'd rather have the person on my team that plays Thermite, drones, gives calls, watches drones, watches cams, opens the wall, plants the bomb, gets no kills. You know, like, it's a team game, that's all.
One more round away now for being able to close out on map number 1.
Where do they go is the question. Where do they take us?
Plus, the thing is, too, is you could artificially inflate your KD, like, so easily. By just, like, deciding to like, go for certain things and not go for certain things.
And they think overtime match point, yeah, it's as good a time as any.
And I'm not crazy, they won both of their upstairs defenses.
Yeah, yeah, they won dorms, like, clean.
Well, clearly BDS has something in the making for the strategy to try and win this one out.
Is this live right now? It is.
A safe pick upstairs, like we said before, winning both of those inside of regulation, and at least one of them in pretty convincing fashion too, but not feeling it for overtime. They think they've made the adjustments here in the basement, so let's see if that's going to be the case or if the attackers will continue to surge in win rate here on this site.
Team Liquid don't know the look at the minute. They're like, are you sure? Like, do I need to check with my drone as well?
Do we need to rehost this? You sure you guys didn't misclick or something?
Yeah, like PSK, are you absolutely sure that that was the site? PSK's like, yeah, I told you, like, they've gone downstairs. Yeah, I promise. Maybe BDS just defaulted. They're just like, yeah, basement.
Kind of weird hearing Blue cast without Stokes. I think Blue is a great caster, by the way. I feel like his, like, pacing is, like, great. I feel like he's very fluid in his cast. Come on, Syndra. Snappy, thank you very much for the sub, though. Yeah, Siege, you don't have to have the best mechanics, though, to be the best.
One of those fails, it weakens the entire execute. And maybe BDS are looking to try and take advantage of that.
Slow work either way. Both teams.
So they basically gave up everything this round, which is smart. They've really not been doing good down, which is scary for them as well.
Regulation here, just leaning into that standard bunker setup really for both teams. Obviously, Liquid having a bit of a variation by bringing the Clash into it.
I don't think BDS has won a single basement round, have they?
Usual suspects to hold downstairs and hold for pretty much the entire round. Liquid, of course, now realizing this, begin to open up the.
I don't know the best. I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the best mechanics in the game. Definitely not. I mean, I just play. I just play like for the team when I play, and you know, I get my kills that I need to get still. But you know, that's it. I mean, I hit champion every season. I have a world championship in this game.
And that one has a nice line of sight into meeting. You can get a couple of glimpses there if you place it just inside the rim of the hatch. Resets. Looking like he's going to be pushing down these main stairs. He knows he's got quite a bit of utility to burn on through, and he's going to deploy the Gon 6 first. A little bit of a drone to back that up as Palu throws his utility into Freezer as well. With that wall open, it's not going to be so straightforward to just walk on down Freezer, especially when Fal is there.
Flash is out. Let's see if they do that same thing. So Shaiko's in blue to help Rinshiro this time. They're just doing this hard push. BDS? There you go. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it, but Alems went crazy when they were on attack.
Showing us that they can finally close out on one of those basement defenses. The winning strategy apparently is just go out and fight the members of Team Liquid in the halls. Beautifully done either way by BDS as they're able to take control. A great comeback too, considering they started down 2-4 after their initial defensive half had closed out. They're able to take both rounds in overtime here. Don't even need the third one to close it out, and they'll take control
He's
of the
busy.
first map.
I mean, I have the best mechanics and still top 3 mechanically, like 99 percentile. I don't know. I mean, alright. I guess technically I could still get kills pretty decently at champion level elo, so. But overall, you know, I would say I have like average mechanics, basically.
Liquid started really well on attack. They just put their pressure, tried some different executions, like going on Laundry, going on Freezer, both of the time, and they just didn't care about the Vulcan cycle. But after that, when they went to the defense, it was missing something.
I think what we saw.
Hello, Tyler. Social media 2 years ago. Good old CJs. Thank you.
Especially attacking onto
Good BDS wins at all they deserve an event win. It's kind of crazy that BDS, like Shaiko, well, Liquid's really never won anything either outside of Pro League and like what, the season line came out.
You know, their ideas. They played it very default in terms of that map. It's basically about who turns up better inside of the server, and that's why I said I wasn't surprised that we went to
Doggo.
And we did.
Well, let's bring you up some highlights brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors here at Gamers8 in Riyadh. And if anything, watching this matchup between, as you both described in the pregame, two highly structured team, it really got slow at times, but I guess it went slow for a reason, for many reasons, because both teams were scouting one another and getting into these small positions.
What was the next map?
To help them once plans are executed.
This was a very common.
I could fit into a Pro League team. I don't know about it anymore. I mean, I don't even have the mentality for that right now. Who's winning? BDS won map 1.
Just fragging out like they did on every game during this tournament. So it came from Alems to just bring this attention.
That was a good comeback though by BDS. Alems, it was literally Alems on that knock, just destroying.
The important rounds that they won.
Going backflips.
He's actually been given a lot more freedom on the role, or on his role in BDS now. We're seeing him play, you know, he used to be the IGL of this team. We're seeing him play a lot more lurking and, you know, playing backstabbing those
Bank,
lane
the Sutter
flanks,
theme.
particularly on the attack. And it paid off massively today, you know, he top fragged for his team.
It's so funny how Theme is like so much of a better map.
Who doesn't like late round Nook flanks where the Nook is just
who's playing the winner? So it's
nades in the kit, you're
let's see.
from all cameras, and you're making
Let's say it's like who plays Falcons again?
Perfected the role of lurking in this game, and probably like Jacques was saying, pushed BDS over the line against Liquid.
When you have this experienced player like Alems and you use it to create some chaos into the other things, strats, it's very useful because you cannot just execute.
Wild, okay.
Liquid will not counter it because they know how to play the default siege.
You know what's crazy? Isn't
in the bomb side they know how to counter the clean of the resources. So this surprise element from BDS, and with that experience, they were able to do this.
How did Liquid just not able to
So the crazy thing is like Wild is in like Challenger. They're in Challenger League, right? At the moment.
Probably that they were a little bit slow. They were a little bit passive, and they allowed the team that was on the attack so much time, so much map control to.
They're still T3, but they're all like.
We saw it a few times with BDS, particularly on the basement.
It's kind of crazy. Like when I was like watching them play and stuff like that, I thought they were in CL, but I guess you're saying they're not even in CL. But it's kind of crazy.
It's not often in Siege.
Like the one thing that I always see when I watch, like I don't know, like BDS actually had great attacks here, but generally speaking, when I've watched like most like EU like Pro League and stuff like that, their like attacks are just so poor. Like they just do not know how to attack. The game that I watched with like Wild in it, they seem to be attacking pretty like fairly well.
So we saw a pretty aggressive and structured attack style, and both of the teams
they have core and aces. They'll qualify for CL. I mean, I guess they should. Didn't like the like old Empire guys got knocked out somehow. That's like what's crazy about Siege, dude. You can just get knocked out by like such like random people sometimes.
And for both of these teams that are highly experienced, a lot of just knowing how the
especially when those people that you're playing against like know your playstyle and lots of video footage on you.
Experience when it and that, how do you call it, the game knowledge, the map knowledge is oh so important here.
Yeah, and that's it. And that's ultimately with these two teams. That's why we saw such a even game, right? That's why we saw it go to overtime. It could have gone all the way to 15 rounds as well. And I'm looking forward. I hope we go all the way to map 3, Milosh.
You think we'll have a map 3, Twister?
For sure, I hope so.
Very excited then to see it. EU versus Latam Classic, Straiko versus Nesk on the other side. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to break things down for map 2 and get you in the game. See you in a moment.
Might be watching the Berlin Major. We should be watching it, yeah. I got permission from Ubisoft to do that, so yeah, I probably will. I've never used a Topsy, no. Don Colin. Watching Gamers8. How many hours of sleep? Oh, like 3. Why am I old and cranky? 'Tis life. You were on console, the guy who got carried the champ at a .12 KD called you trash because you were unranked. Empire kind of got like screwed over a little bit. Like their org dropped all of like the main players except for what, Scyther, right? And they just replaced all of them because they wanted like more money after placing in the finals of the Invitational or something. And then they just kind of got screwed, which blows. So yeah. Then they created another team and they tried to qualify for Challenger League because they didn't have a Pro League spot and they got burned other Pro League spots. bit complacent after you win like a big tournament, right? That's like part of it, but I don't even think it's really like that necessarily. Just people have so much video footage on them. ESM got knocked out. Yeah, they lost. They lost. Fortunately, they lost to BDS actually.
8-6. So very happy for you to join us here. Europe continues on its good run, but don't you worry about it. Liquid have something up their sleeves, and we're expecting a map 3 for the series. Let's guide you through.
I mean, the mental game's a big thing too.
With me are Twister and Fresh
Feeling Bull has the mindset. I mean, I think he probably still does. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in his head, you know. Yeah, they lost it. Well, they lost to BDS and Falcons both yesterday, right? I believe.
Liquid, that was their pick on Oregon. They lost.
Falcons look really good. They were playing with Pojo, to be fair. But yeah. Falcons have been around for a while, though, and they're like, they've always been really entertaining to watch. Like, they've been like 3 years now? Or they've been together?
Because they chose to play the maps that the other team doesn't feel comfortable on. So when they had a chance, they tried to pick on it. So I would say that this bank will be a bank that we may see a lot of different kind of plays by BDS, just like fast pushes in the open area, big entrance with OZA executions on the server and things like that.
And that's the thing, is that we said in Oregon it was a very default against default game.
Right, you kind of like burn everything out.
BDS, the last time
yeah, Falcons played with their coach as well too. But I think like one of their players is, I think, underage, right? They normally play with or something. That's what I read online. I don't know how true that is. But yeah, Falcons look good though.
And they brought it all the way back to overtime. They did lose it out in the end. So they've got a bit of substance about it, and they've picked into Liquid's lowest map preference. Now, I've just had a quick look at Liquid on Bank. They've not played it. They've played it a couple of times in BR6.
Let's see Chala quit.
Lost it once and then won it once against.
There's actually like a lot of good players right now. Like Skies doesn't have a team, Chala doesn't have a team. I wonder, you know, what's gonna happen with that, I guess.
Final thoughts, we're almost ready to go. Liquid starting on the attack side of Bank. Do you think we'll see a map 3, Twister?
I would like to, but I don't feel like Liquid is very comfortable on this map. When you are a team that pretty much have the 9 maps, you have the map preference. So I would say that on this
Chala quit. Well, he got dropped from TSM and then he like took a break or quit.
No more. No. All right. There you go. It might just end. We got disagreements. Well, let's pull up our casters.
We run. Thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Milos, and it is indeed time to head into Bank, a map that neither of these teams have yet to play at this tournament as of yet. We'll have to wait and see which one will fare better. As we hear the analysis desk say, things historically don't look that great for Liquid going on to this one, but they'll certainly have to prep themselves, as if not, they'll be knocked out of the tournament here. BDS is looking for the killing blow in a 2-0 fashion. We'll have to wait and see if they'll be able to get it. X, is it going to happen here, or do you think we'll end up on map number 3?
See, part of me has to say map number 3 because I'm
awake already. I am. Yeah, we're up early today.
So another part of me goes, I'd like to see
I'm serious. I would like to see Falcons win this whole tournament. I think it'd be cool. I would love to see them win. And then I hope that I've been saying this for literally every year. By the way, this transition is ridiculous.
On Liquid for this map.
But I've been saying this for years. I really wish that they would put MENA, so Middle East, North Africa, into like Pro League. Combine it with like, combine either give MENA its own region. Like they already have one, but like so they can like play an invite and stuff like that. Invite points, or at least like put them in with EU maybe, right? So this way they can qualify through EU Pro League or something. I mean, I think there's teams that are good enough in the Middle East to like legitimately compete on an international level. I mean, they are right now. So
far, and literally going to be a direct mirror of our first map. So same.
They have a very like very fun, like very aggressive play style.
I hope back on Oregon.
I like what you did there. I appreciated that. Liquid kicking things off then on the attack. It looks as though we're going to be going down to lockers to start things off here for BDS. With those bans, it gives a lot of flexibility as well. You've got so much available. We've got let the Valkyrie through again. Now, I know that we saw Liquid use the Valkyrie quite a bit and they got their own value out of it. But again, a map like Bank, such a good map for Valkyrie. You give Shaiko that space, and especially if you're going to have a Lems out there causing a bit of a nuisance, it could be a bit of a recipe for disaster. At least with what BDS are bringing right now,
Yes,
it doesn't
they
stop to
they have a
an
new player
incredibly
now.
heavy lineup. Lems is going to be on the Azami, so whilst he might get out there and be active in
He
the
seemed to
starter
do good
round,
in the game
he
that they
probably wants to get
played.
himself back safe so he can deploy
I think he's
some of
just a
those key
trial though right
barriers.
now.
But couple that up with a castle, and you're setting up a pretty solid defense here.
Away from that is important.
All right,
to
so
note
let's see
now
what
is
they're
on
doing.
the line
Down.
in this map for BDS, but for both teams.
They're knocking all the
overall in this
hatches? No,
series,
yeah,
if they
they're
are
opening.
able
So
to
they open
win this
middle
one,
hatch
it'll
on
send them forward to
sites.
the grand finals. They already have guaranteed
See,
third
did
and
they
fourth place
close
prizing
server
at
hatch? I think they opened it, right? Or did they open it?
$155,000. But if they win for BDS just
The
this
open
last
hold
map,
hatch
they will
open.
upgrade that by
They're gonna
another
force them to go above.
$95,000, all the way up to a guaranteed second place, which will take home $250K. So certainly a lot to be playing for, and important to note too for players that are still sitting near a top 5 or so of the top kills in this tournament, and overall are worthy of an MVP award. There's that to play for as well. 25K for the most kills and 100K to the individual that gets the MVP award at this tournament.
Gotcha, and Pojo TSM's coaches? Yeah.
And we have seen it influence.
They don't have a permanent player yet now.
We have seen people going a little bit
They were trialing.
And as we open things off here, it is no different.
Lems is on fire this, like, he popped off, like, halfway through last game, and, like, let's see what he does this map. It is
Needs
nuts.
to use the Kiva barricades to be able to pick it up either. He's stacking 4 of them in his inventory right now. Finally going to be able to start to use some of those, but still.
Oh yeah, predictions. My bad.
Necessarily need to rely on that utility to get the job done. Going to patch one of the holes that were breached there as well to make things a bit more difficult for Liquid. Liquid, in the meanwhile, are going to try and make use of the Nook. It's not going to be the quiet Nook, though, as you see that can opener going down on the castle barricade to allow it to move a little bit further forward towards the main.
Listen, I need to bet.
Well.
I need to right now.
But there's other players still wanting to play aggressively.
Merc is playing incredible, yeah. Well, Merc's also playing like support and stuff, which is different too. Knock has entered the meta. Yeah, Knock is pretty decent because cams are such a big deal in Pro League. They took care of Shaiko. So Knock has grenades. Knock has a gun that has like pretty much no recoil. It's a headshot machine. You know, 2-speed, 2 armor, and you can walk right past cameras. Well, they decided to run hard breach gadget, it looks like. So, I mean, they probably did that because I actually don't know why they did that, to be honest with you. Is Ace banned? No, Ace and Thermite are not banned. Maybe they get rid of castle barricades. So maybe they took. So I mean, my guess is they probably saw or know that BDS is running that castle setup and open. So they're probably going with the Ivana to break castle barricades and stuff like that. So they probably also brought the breaching gadgets as like a backup.
Knocks him out. Bride with another one as the aggression starting to roll out. And yes, you do deteriorate those by standing on them, but it's a bit of a slow process. So Lems, he'll get plenty of a warning before the drop actually comes through. Palu with so far 1 exchange, but he's quickly running out of time. Not realistic for him to get back into this site. Just trying to play to pad the stats a bit, and it will happen. Lems shuts down 1 more.
Why not nade the castle barricades? Well, you waste 4 grenades then. You could take like Binka, because you get a Gone 6 and like 2 nades. But so the other thing is too is if they set up with my disc or ADSs, they'll eat your nades or your gadgets, right? I mean, they don't have anybody that would catch nades on this on that like lineup, but if they did, they'd be able to stop it. Also, it's just like a backup. If you like lose your Hibana, you have like breaching gadgets as a backup. So you can get rid of the castle barricades. Plus, like the Hibanas bypass ADSs and Omais, they don't get caught by them.
So Liquid continue to look for ways to get themselves on the board. Obviously, only the first round.
This resets a new player in Liquid.
So BDS gonna bring the castle now for a second
on their roster, like newer than the other players, but no, he's been on there for like a while, probably like what, like 2 years maybe. Chat, does anybody know how many years exactly?
Go onto the Buck. Mind you, the Buck can't actually take those down, so it's not going to be of any use in that respect. Nades will certainly.
I mean, in an ideal situation, if they didn't have a castle, They would have taken either an Ace or a Thermite. Thermite at the server wall, which would have given them bigger and better access in there, but because they probably saw the castle barricades, it's better to take Breaching Gadget 2. I mean, I probably would have not gone with Knock, but I mean, I would have probably gone with Ace instead. This way you have a backup hard breacher, but at the same time you could also open the wall better, and you still get an AK-12, you know?
Liquid need to sharpen up on that opening drone game. We've seen them sloppy a couple of times in the series, a couple of times on Oregon and inside of that last
2 Claymores for flank.
on that opening drone. And it has caused Nesk to
fall
twice so far.
They have also been killing Shaiko, who's been, you know, the thing you have to worry about is that, like, Shaiko's been incredibly effective this game, or tournaments rather, too, with Valkyrie. So the way pro teams play Valkyrie, they put Cam's drone to assist the roamers. So if you're running Knock, you can kind of get around that. So that's probably why they want to run the Knock.
Still looking for
Run predictions. Oh yeah, there's predictions running right now. It's on viewer. Yeah, my turn a few months in record every game. Just a PC that you're trying by ranked and interested in leveling it up. Just honestly, just play casual and unranked. Go say 2 months. Good morning. It's gonna take you some time to get used to the mechanics anyway. So Falcons look awesome, dude. They really look awesome. I've been saying it for years, dude. I genuinely think that Middle Eastern teams deserve like pro league, like an official pro league, or add them to EU pro league.
Further one that has a direct line of sight to areas like Spiral Stairs. Now we can see resets. The rest of
I think you're losing out on a good portion of talent.
Before, no sledge. They are going to be able to open these up mainly via breaching charges here. That will give them a somewhat limited window to see downstairs.
Nesk priming himself to open up the castle barricade into sight and just being ready for anything that should peek out of the back of it. There's going to be vertical happening above him as well.
Does Nesk have a Gone?
Move these defenders and relocate them. With the hatch open behind him, though, he does need to be cautious.
But they're nading these castles anyway. Unless, like, where's Habana? Have I played against Nesk? I have, yeah.
He feels though he's going to get away with it. Still patiently waiting below. See Parley now starting to rip open the floor with that skeleton key. More
I mean, dude, like, Sieges is very popular in the Middle East. It's really popular.
Hop up as PSK is going to be watching back there for Nesk, just making sure that no one's going to be there for the flank. But the first kill's going to come in from Shaiko as resets is going to be shut down. You see him desperately flicking through cameras there as kills start to fly. But look at Nesk.
Winner of the series will play the winner of Falcons and Wild.
PSK finds Renchi under the desk.
Well, that's why
runs out of ammo and gets swung.
The Skelly.
Able to save the day with the entry.
We're streaming the whole semifinals, and tomorrow we're streaming the finals as well too.
Seconds with the loss, their second to last player just not going to be able to maintain positioning. Liquid certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see IQ with a hard breach gadget wouldn't be bad. I'd be down for it.
Members of BDS earlier on in the round, but they make it happen in the execute. They're able to correct quite quickly.
Used to live in Dubai. I mean, I would just like to see it.
I think Liquid will be really happy with the way that they played that. They didn't overcommit and they consciously were there for that flank. And Alems felt that pressure. We saw that with the way that he rotated up blue instead of looking to make a flashy hatch play. We had PSK.
I think like you're just missing out. Like I kind of don't like the way that like Ubisoft does things in general when it comes to Pro League. Like, okay, like they have like a Mexican Pro League, right? So it's like, why is Mexican Pro League and Canadian Pro League separate? Like, there's a rumor, I don't know how true it is, but there's a rumor that, like, Pro League in North America might go back online. And, like, I think that if a team, as long as they're willing to locate, even now, to Vegas to play on LAN, if they're a Mexican Pro League team or a Canadian Pro League team, it doesn't matter. Like, they should be able to, like it's weird that, like, North American Pro League, right, NAL, does not include Mexico. Mexico is in North America. Not Mr. Flaws. But then, like, it's weird. And then, like, the Latin American Pro League is really just Brazil. Like, Argentina and those other countries that are, like, around there cannot play in Latin American Pro League, even though it's Latin America. Like, it doesn't make sense the way Ubi does it, right? So like, but then like APAC is like Japan, like Korea, like Australia, like all these other countries all over the place, right? So it's like it's kind of weird. So maybe they could add MENA, so Middle East North Africa, to like EU Pro League, like expand EU Pro League to like, you know, whatever, 12, you know, have like the best teams play at LAN. There's like a mini European LAN that would qualify people for tournaments like that are international or something. I don't know. It's dubs, take the 11 months.
Both sides, the entry kill wasn't really a factor. Liquid just slowly took that ground.
I don't know what Ubi's just like, their decisions are very odd.
Obviously, with the Valkyrie in play, it
would ping be high?
a little bit of that as well. If you're going to be in the silent step, it's much more difficult.
Well, no, I'm saying like, so the way, at least that I understand, like APAC Pro League works is like, so there's like the Australia, New Zealand region, they play each other, and then like Japan and like other, like I think like Korea, I know Japan's its own league. Same with like I think Korea is their own league and stuff. And then they all like play like the best team from there that wins online, then goes to like an international LAN, and like then those teams go to LAN.
Down to that final minute, and once again things have remained, except for opening of a few walls and hatches, very, very quiet across the map so far. We've got elimination of LMs.
Superset NAL costs way more to run than Latin American lenses. Well, yeah, I mean, that just makes sense. North America is just more expensive to run things, generally speaking, than, you know.
Themselves into it, pop and open the copier window as well, just to make Shaiko check that extra angle and hopefully trip him up when the execute is ready to move forward. For Nesk and the rest of Liquid, though, still no sign of that actual play coming forward, and they are very quickly running out of time to make it happen. Toxic
I think a lot of NAL players moving to Vegas will be upset if it goes back online. Maybe.
Off the first defender here coming in, resets in PSK, they'll get the intel they need to move themselves into it. Bride has been the only hope for this squad, and is going to be the only one left alive, but it's not enough. No one else from BDS able to pick up those frags, and Liquid very low on time, but still able to force their way into the open area for a second round in a row.
Liquid proving there that you really don't.
Yeah, it is like a odd. It is like an odd thing. Like, I don't know. Ubisoft does things like very strange.
And immediately remove such a long corridor that Shaiko can now no longer play in with any safety. As soon as that kill comes through, bang, it's open. Sure, he gets taken out, but he'd already picked up 2, and that was so important. The confusion at that point for BDS.
Ubi, like, I don't know. I feel like they've just always like lacked direction with Pro League. Like, they're everywhere. To be fair though, Ubisoft also did get like a little bit screwed with North American Pro League when they first like released it as well.
Everybody is committed.
Because like COVID hit right when it was about to start.
Inside of the secondary site for BDS.
The Latin American Pro League is really Brazilian Pro League. It's on, there's like whatever, Rainbow Six, Latam, or there's like Rainbow Six BR, I think is the other channel. Let's take it to Berlin. No, this is its own separate tournament.
Needed here is going to bring out the Jackal to try to more actively track down some of the roam game that we'll see BDS deploy into. And away from that, the Nook also back onto PSK yet again. Try and sneak in the backside and see if he can directly knock out any of these extended elements from BDS.
I'm surprised to see Reset switch off the Zephyr. I feel like the Zephyr has been working really well for them. There's no Finker in this lineup either, which you could argue is a bit of a blunder if Finker's available.
Yeah, the minor tournaments were fun. I don't know why they don't do any of those anymore. Those were always like fun to watch. And it was kind of nice because they were like a little bit in the middle of like nothing really going on. Like Ubisoft used to fund like minor tournaments like DreamHacks and stuff. It was kind of cool. Like you would have like these like little tournaments kind of in the middle of nowhere that were like fun to watch, kind of when nothing was going on.
Certainly losing resets on a Jackal, it's a lot less utility lost than if he was on the Zephyr, for example. You're looking toward the Inox tracker, you're looking for a couple of smoke canisters, but realistically I was surprised at the Jackal pick to begin with.
PSK and the rest of the members of Liquid try to make up the difference now, is able to pressure out some of that play from the main stairs, but the drone, of course, will reveal the Vigil. And Alem still is hiding at the midpoint on that staircase here. Lots of cams set up as once again the Valkyrie is through for BDS2. Shaiko going to be able to deploy out towards that and give a horde of information.
So when FaZe got the license, there was no way for third-party organizers, but there's no way to apply for it. Yeah.
Overwatch for the garage area. Away from this though, Liquid has been able to move in. There's no resistance from BDS to prevent that server control. Not that they would really need to. They've already got the 5v4s. There's no need to extend their hand.
Ubisoft, like, I feel like Ubisoft is like oddly very, they're like very controlling about stuff too. Even for like co-streaming, dude. Actually, it's kind of funny. The only tournament that I've ever been able to co-stream, previous to now, like Ubisoft has kind of like opened up for stuff. Gamers8. This tournament, I've co-streamed it for the past like 3 years. This is the only tournament that I was actually able to co-stream. Right? And this is not like an official like Ubi tournament, you know? It's like a oh, you see his legs? You see his legs? You see his legs? Oh, let's go. Okay, Nazca's actually just nuts.
24 seconds left as Palu now pushes on through aggressively, but the cover has disappeared. Shaiko picks up his second kill inside of the round, goes for an ambitious C4. It's going to give him a rotate through.
Right, it's like Ubi is like, I don't know if it's like laziness, but or like just being controlling about stuff or like what it is, but like it was crazy that people were begging to co-stream. Like this was literally the only tournament I was ever able to co-stream. And I greatly appreciate them letting me co-stream. Yeah, like I was never able to co-stream anything until like really recently. I think it's just general incompetence on Newbie's part. Yeah.
I can't believe we've not seen a knock go through Garage. That is like
Eskin Pollard is so crazy.
There's been like 2 to 3. There's been like 2 cameras in there almost 3 rounds so far that they've been like basement. So.
It's difficult as well because Liquid are really struggling against the Valkyrie, and we commented on it at the time. It's been brought up on the desk that if you leave Valkyrie open on bank, Shaiko is going to play them, and Shaiko is going to get kills off the back of that information. And sometimes those cameras
Shaiko's like BDS has been running such heavy info. I don't know why Liquid isn't taking like
so much info and done so much harm.
I don't know. I feel like taking an IQ might be more beneficial at this point.
Search out that utility or bring the IQ and try and work that into the lineup as well. We're not going to see that. Instead, we're just going to see them look to, you know, deal with it almost and try to find the manual.
I just feel like they haven't had an answer for all the info they're bringing.
Team like BDS, that much more information.
Either that or they gotta, I don't know, something, dude. They gotta start getting drones in there. You can't log into Uplay? I don't know. I mean, I'm logged into Uplay right now with no issues. Who's the IGL and Liquid? I think it's PSK. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I believe PSK is IGL.
So you've seen this from BDS already playing not into that initial room where the site is actually located, but the next one over, such as Janitor.
Critical Acclaim through the 6 months.
Eliminating its capability here, obviously leaves that window open, but
yeah, I mean, I would at this point, just with the way that BDS is running so much utility, it's just info utility. I would be 100% running an IQ at this point, or pre-placing drones to try to find out where they are, because they're literally running, you know, they're running 3 info gadgets. Obviously, one's a bulletproof gadget, but
more than they have in any other round. Seeing resets, give himself a couple of options here to throw nades through.
I thought he might, like, dude, honestly, the way how glitchy this game is, I've gotten blown up through solid walls like that, like, several times. IGL in-game leader. I mean, Twitch for me is my main concentration. YouTube is more of like a secondary thing.
I think he just accidentally killed a yokai drone with his nade there.
I mean, a yokai for a nade, it's not terrible. He could have got a kill as well. It would have been wonderful.
He's just bringing IQ because not using a hard breach device on cast, and they can just bring a soft breach on IQ. I agree. Well, the reason they're using the knock is to creep up on the roamers. So, like, you can sneak up on them. I mean, I see the plan, but, like, right now they're not running. They just... If you're able to deal with the Valk, like, in the cams well, then, like, it's not really that big of a deal. You don't need the IQ, but they're getting eaten up by them. So, like, at that point, it's kind of time to take something else.
As well as Rafal now going to be caught. Suddenly Liquid has every element of this.
Do I have Glacier Skin? I do.
Just off of the 2 kills against Shaiko and Rafal. PSK with the clean plant coming from those kills. We see the Toxic Babe come in, but he's got an easy path
Low
out
HP.
the backside here. No real way for BDS to start contesting against this. They're going to have to get aggressive and Brede.
Yes, isn't enemy rumors mentioned a lot better about IQ. I mean, they have, like, Shaiko was roaming and stuff like that, but he got picked early.
In a 1 versus 3, post-plant positions are well established, so he is going to have to get hyper-aggressive to get any of these kills.
I mean, they're making it work they're making it work, so.
That would pretty much remove all of his remaining time bank, so we'll just see him get picked off instead. It's another clean one, surprisingly.
Echo had one job. One of the drones got blown up early. I didn't see what happened to the second one. It might have been gone as well, too. Drones are a lot easier to destroy if they're not invisible. Man, Echo is so annoying when they were invisible.
Because he can't be far away now. If he keeps going in the way that he has, he's going to certainly be up there in kill leader potential. A great execute for Liquid. Twister, our resident LATAM expert on the desk, commented earlier. He said, expect to see a lot of OSA plays here on Bank from Liquid. It's something that they love. Granted, it's something that a lot of teams are very familiar with at this point, but Liquid are very good at it indeed. And they showcased just exactly why they're inside of that round. PSK showed great patience on the rappel, using that OSA shield to gather a lot of information without exposing himself, and then was able to move on through, get that plant down, and ultimately win the round.
So let's see what they do here. So they're doing Eller's Extension, which is pretty standard.
Back over towards open area for the last defensive bout for BDS.
Are they playing above as well too? Yeah, they're playing above. Extension through Janitor site.
Ability to kind of move on towards new pastures in the strategy department when it's proven that the previous one does not work. But
oh yeah, the invincibility thing. There's been so many cheats in this game, it's crazy. Oh yeah, oh you mean the invincible echo drones? Yeah, I remember that. Invisible and invincible. You would see it with IQ on the ceiling, and you'd just be shooting it over and over again and did nothing. All you could do is cry and just watch the round get lost in front of your eyes.
Still stand by the fact that the Zafira is a much better choice here as he's.
And didn't you have, like, I want to say you had 3 echoes, like Sonic and Burst or whatever, like in reserve before.
On 20 defenders that are still hanging around in the side, just hitting a bit of late site prep. I'm unsure if we're going to see something a little bit quick here as we can.
I feel them bounce a nade. If they bounce a nade here, oh, they're just going in, dude. Shaiko's on hatch and Rafal back.
We are going to see a trade, but Shaiko left out in the cold. He's hiding out inside of open.
They probably have a cam in the back of open. They're going to be able to call this. Shaiko's going to be able to swing. But he's alone, so it doesn't really matter.
Not enough. Nesk there comes away with the final kill. Liquid pull off a fast one here.
This is the best streaming stage ever in R6. Honestly, the stage is crazy. I mean, I think this is honestly nicer than Invite.
Especially when Liquid full commits to it. I'm not sure if it's confusion.
The only one that could maybe compete with it is like Invite, and even that's like kind of a stretch.
Something is going wrong every
single time for BDS. I would say Invite, like at Bell, like Plus Bell, it's, I don't know, it's close. Infinite healing for Doc, dude. So many people used to like. So many people, dude. Used to abuse that. It was ridiculous. At least now, when there's a really bad glitch with an operator, they can disable the operator. You built the stage. I doubt that, but if you did, it's beautiful. I have a feeling you are trolling. If you're not trolling, good job. That's just absolutely gorgeous.
All Liquid needs to do is win a couple of rounds, and they are going to be going through to our grand final. But the flip side of that is BDS. They need to fight back here to avoid taking us to a third and
the Blitz hipfire fish glitch back in Chimera, yes. Dude, there were so many glitches in this game that were crazy, and like they only really like. I think the first thing they ever used it on was Clash. Remember, you were able to shoot with Clash while your shield was up? Honestly, people need to start finding more Clash glitches so that we don't have to play against Clash anymore.
to the lineup. And we even get a Lems on the Nook, pretty much as we were talking about in the pregame too. So very much going to look for some sneaky plays from him.
Dude, Blitz was like a 4-speed on the test server at one point. He was so fast, it was crazy. So they wanted to make Blitz like, I think, isn't Blitz like a 3-speed now or whatever? Or is it's 2-2, right, for Blitz? But anyway, they made Blitz a 3-speed on the test server, and they didn't account for that he runs fat, like when he like ran, like that's a relatively new feature. So when Blitz would run, he would be like as fast as Oryx when Oryx like sprints, but like all the time with no cooldown. It was ridiculous. It was a nightmare. There's probably a VOD somewhere of me screaming. The Valk Infinite Scan glitch, that was also terrible. You were able to outrun Ashe, yeah. Like if Ashe and Blitz were next to each other, Blitz would beat Ashe. And Storm, thank you very much for the 500 bits, very much appreciated. OG Lion was terrible too, yeah. Don't forget, just stand still.
Already worked their way down to the bottom of that blue stairs, and they're going to begin to open up the wall as well.
If he puts that, it should still blow it up anyway. Let's see. No. If he moved it over, like literally like a few inches, it would have blown up the Kiba barricade, and it would have also opened the wall fully. So thermite charges, you can put them basically center of wall, and they destroy one whole like panel. Unless he didn't want to destroy that for some reason. Did he boost?
Realistically, he didn't need it as he shuts down both of those players.
Yeah, he boosted.
Now we have to fall to the Insight players where things are looking a little bit better for Liquid. Ask at least fends off the first challenger with Renshiro going down on the sledge. Will Palu be able to strike those? Now he's lost the support of his teammate in Ask. Lems already searching for that.
Dude, OG Finka was crazy too. You had like no recoil, you didn't get flashed, you got extra health, and it lasted forever.
Start their first plan attempt.
25 seconds left and the hot drop comes in. Palu misses the shots, corrects and finishes, but the plant going down. Shaiko credited with his third on the round, and Lems picking one up.
Can't wait for LMGs to be nerfed soon.
You can only
TM.
call that as what it is, and that was a blunder from Liquid. They were searching for kills. It was brilliant as well because Shaiko had just as much information.
Share 0-6.
Liquid had the Yokai drone. Liquid had the heartbeat scanner. They knew where he was.
Well, I don't know. People have bad games.
Shaiko's POV. Yellow pings. He knew exactly who and how many people were coming up those stairs. He's on Finker LMG. Little Yokai stun. It's nothing to Shaiko. He's going to cut you down regardless.
OG Doke. Oh man, the OG SMG 12 was crazy. And Storm, thank you very much for the bits. Very much appreciated.
They try to lock in another round and take them down. Team Liquid, of course,
Think in line for your first season, so is it fun? I mean, if you were new to the game, I guess Finka and Lion were probably not too bad, but like experienced players, it was like a nightmare. I feel like people just love OP operators. They just love them. People like those easy kills. I feel like when a new operator comes out, they should be a little bit OP. It makes it like interesting. Obviously not crazy, but I feel like they should be a little OP.
When you can dictate when those sites are going to come into play.
You loved BB for a long time. You're actually a bad person. The OG Frost shot, he was so nuts. Oh, the family is good, and you as well. Much love, and so much you're more. You miss Michigan. Well, hey, you could always come back. Hey, I do appreciate it. Yeah, everyone's good. Family's all good.
Not only is it a great way to dish a little bit of damage out and to reposition some defenders, it's also fantastically useful for destroying utility. If there's anything in the site that you don't like the look of, whether that be a Yokai drone, potentially, you'd be a bit lucky to get one of those, but you're looking maybe more in this round toward an ADS if you can knock one offline and then destroy it so that it doesn't regenerate, bulletproof camera, a couple of different things that you can look to try and target there, and of course more depending on what the defenders bring. It does a great job of repositioning those defenders and can quite often lead to some nice rotation kills.
Quite a bit of a force.
I don't understand like what Ubi was even doing. Ooh, what a shot. I don't know. I have no idea what like Ubi was thinking with Sense's gun. Like Sense It just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense. Like sense, like all they need to do is make the gun have like less recoil and have like a couple of points of extra damage. It'd be so great.
At the same time,
everybody would have been super happy with it all.
It's not looking good on this hold right now for Liquid. Far too spread out. Finally, Ask is able to bring something positive to this round for Liquid as he sneaks up through the main stairs.
Oh, I mean, every operator in Siege was basically OP when they were released and had to be nerfed, which is fine. I mean, if it's like Lion levels, like then no, but you know.
First of those charges come back down into the site. Clear out some of the presence here, but they still don't have access to the Beepers area, so Ask is going to continue
to an extent, you want to go like way OP, but
might not worry too much about that as they,
you know, to an extent, it's good to be a little OP.
Blowing up.
PSK and Ask with
OG Jackal is also very good, yeah. I forgot, what was the season like? Probably like when Mozzie and Gridlock came out, that's when they were still like obviously really strong, but they weren't like broken OP. And then they started like really like this year, like last year, they kind of started making the operators more mild.
Maybe catch a couple of kills off guard, but the chance of him actually getting all
it's gonna be tough. Unlikely. It's for the ace clutch too. Nah. Shaiko's going crazy.
It was Shaiko there, ready to shut him down. And Lem's giving us a little bit of a cheer as BDS slowly creep themselves back into this one.
Zombie is kind of OP. I don't think so. I never really like run into a zombie and like have issues. At least in ranked, it's not bad.
But once again, just way too spread out of a setup here for Team Liquid and way too easy for the members of BDS to deteriorate, especially for Shaiko right at the beginning
old
of the
school
round.
Vela was actually, I don't know why, I have good memories playing that map, oddly.
As a result of that, things continue to roll.
Ace and Lucy were definitely good. Storm, they said that Sunshine.
His teammates taking out the rest of that second floor setup, leaving only 1 to 2 players to defend the actual site. And here we go for Liquid, moving on to a third and final
This is
site.
the OG R4C.
Into upstairs on the second floor hold, where they'll hope things will finally come to bear for them here.
I think this would be more useful if walls were immune in the camera update. That'd be interesting. If you were, Sense's gadget was immune to, like, BP's Evil Eyes and stuff.
Is he going to six-pick that away? Looks like he's going to six-pick it out, actually, onto the Zephyr, so maybe not as exciting as it once could have been, but at least he's going to be there and ready to go. That LMG. We've got the Rotero drones there on Flores as well. You're going to be trying to chew through at least a couple of those deployable shields.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if it the whatever light projector wall block sound and all sight.
They're not looking to, you know, really take their time and get an execute.
It seems like Ubisoft really wants to push. Sense could have been great. All they need to do with Sense, 2 speed, 2 armor, give the gun like 3 more damage per shot, and have way less recoil. Bam, there you go. Sense is pretty balanced and really like pretty well balanced, I would say. It would be a lot of fun to play Sense as well. So I don't know why they didn't do that, frankly, but whatever.
To be a bit more popular on this map, good reason too. Mask going to be actively defending the outside of stock here.
Right, I think they're afraid of making like a Lion 2.0 or Ella 2.0 where like the whole game meta gets like destroyed because of one operator. But then they leave LMGs overpowered for 6 months, so what do I know?
But not going to be able to spot anything yet, of course, as BDS are biding their time building up their own info bank right now.
For this tournament, who do I want to win? I mean, obviously I wanted like a North American team to win. But they're all out now, so I'm rooting for Falcons at this point. So yeah, I hope Falcons wins.
Do something to try and secure that keeper barrier as well with those ADSs. A couple of magnets kicking around as well. BDS have really struggled to get through that catcher utility. Liquid
That's true. Sound is already broken enough in Siege.
Shaiko entirely unaware. I think PSK knew that the game was up at that point. I think he knew, right, Shaiko's probably heard me here. I'm just going to give him a blast and then just get off the cam because he's going to be able to shoot it out regardless.
Give them the moral victory at least by he's getting the shot off from it, but obviously not going to be any major contribution to the round. This is when Palu's utility will come out hugely though, but BDS not going to find themselves getting baited into it this early on. Here's the swing though. Renshiro with the first. The trade is there from Palu though, so the pickup of the Warden works out great, and along with the support coming in from Mask. And Palu again here to defend the main stairs has completely shut down the execute. Even the last player, Rafal, doesn't realize that we have a member of...
You'd rather have everything be OP than everything be bad enough and then you just personally to find anything enjoyable. I made a whole video on it if you go to my like main YouTube channel on like my opinions on recoil, but essentially they like quick summary essentially, so it's there. But quick summary basically is that I feel like that guns should have very little horizontal recoil. If they do, it should just go slightly up to the left, slightly up to the right. Right now we have this weird recoil where like it's going up vertically and then randomly goes left to right horizontally, which is like not good for the game in my opinion. It makes guns unsatisfying to use.
Things level, so good to see Liquid getting around under the belt. I feel like they need to work with that momentum.
Yeah, it's. I feel like for this game, the rounds have been like very definitive. Generally speaking, like it's not close. Like one team will have like 3 to 4 players up, while the other team is like wiped.
To squeak themselves back into a 1-point lead by claiming that result for themselves. Going to have to make some big adjustments to the strategy here on the basement hold if they want to be able to truly push themselves into a map point position where they can now send us to a third and final map. Otherwise, BDS is going to be quickly charging towards a lead themselves by trying to get a second attack, one out here. Here we go, BDS being spawned into it. Mainly able to win out the previous attack on the basement by detaching the members of Liquid. They played a fairly aggressive stance, specifically.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I end up playing Jaeger more than anybody now because no one wants to play his gun because it's not good enough. Jaeger's still really good, dude. Like, I don't know.
We do still see a little bit of that poke and prod. Let's be careful of this. This is, once again, part of the reason as to how they lost it, specifically their aggression against Shaiko on the main stairs. They ended up losing 2 players.
Sulfur, thank you 34-3 sub. Welcome back. Very much appreciated.
Last attack, however, now we're finally going to see it. Lems making a bid for the garage push here on the Nook.
Oh, people go for kills like 90% of the time in ranked. And Enjoy, thank you 42-3 sub. Welcome back. Very much appreciated.
On the Echo, it's usually a good place to play your Echo. You're going to want to give.
It's actually crazy how people do not care anymore about like winning. Very weird. Little Gingy, thank you the prime sub. I feel like every time, dude, that I'm watching people play now, like when I'm playing ranked at least, even you see it in Pro League sometimes, people love the stat pad. They love to stat pad, dude. It's like their favorite thing in the world. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you don't, like, it's not like, this game is not an economy-based game where you need to you have to buy weapons every round. Like, just run in. Even if there's, like, literally 3 seconds left and you're in a 1v5, like, go. Who cares if you die? Maybe you get really lucky and they all line up and you blow all their heads off and you win the round. And you would, there's no way you win the round if you stand still and don't, like, try. Dude, I've seen people in, like, 1v2s with, like, 10 seconds left, they don't go for it. Like, why? Go for it. Like, it's a 1v2. Like, half the time they're baiting with Twitch or something, too. They have the F2. Go for it.
You're talking about hopping down. It looks as though Resets is getting ready to hop up. He's looking at his teammate's screen. He's figuring out the right time to go, and he said, you know what? I'm going to do it. He's got a yellow.
They know, though.
He's going to be able to find the kill. Yes, he does. Immediately traded, though. Look at that team play from BDS. Shaiko there ready to shut him down. Not a bad trade, realistically. Both teams coming off fairly equally there. No real utility left for either one of those 2 operators to provide into the round. But you've just given Shaiko a taste of blood, and he likes it. First to fall, Renshi, great nade over onto Palu as the pressure starts to build now for Ask. No Toxic Babe canisters left remaining. Shaiko hits the height drop. Can he find a third? No. PSK there ready to shut him down. 19 seconds left. Breeday's been down. Rafal does have the kit, but is struggling in the animation. He gets taken out
people
as well.
Hate being called over KD. It just, it's
all to do. Picks one onto PSK, but gets taken out. Liquid, hold on.
Liquid get the carrier down, and more importantly, not
buying
killed in probably one of
attachments.
the best positions
It's
possible.
just
We
like a
see that
meaningless
awkward
stat.
shuffle because of the
Like
fact that the
KD is
pickup
just
key as
not
well as the
like
race
it's
key
not like
aren't the same.
meaningless, but
Oftentimes
like
players will have a hard time
you
if they're
could
not gonna
you
be
could
prioritizing
shift
the
your
res in that
KD
situation, but that is
by
oftentimes the
0.5
default thing that the game routes you
want
towards.
to.
The problem getting the case
easily.
back in his hand to be able to plant it in another position, and as a result of that, Liquid were able
Like
to
you
shut
you
the
could
rest of
you
the
could
force,
you
pushing
could
into
very
that
easily
site
shift
down.
your
Nicely
KD
done from Liquid,
by a
as
half
they're
a
also able
point
to
with
make
like
BDS
not much of an
second-guess
issue,
their own
right? But your
attack
win
with
loss
that
and rank
earlier
will probably
trade
go
that
down.
happened
If
via
you
the push
just
coming
bait
up
really hard,
through the aura
you
top
can
on
literally
the
increase your
elevator hatch.
KD by a half a point without
Reset's
like
really
much
made a bit of
effort.
a play there.
Very
I know
easily.
we only got one onto a Lems, but you feel like that was so important because Lems was just chilling out and waiting to either drop tellers and drop into gold, or he was going to go through garage. And he was just going to be a nightmare, just a horrible time, just playing exactly the way that Lems has played all season.
When am I playing? I'm just watching the tournament right now. I'll play at night.
Gets traded 1-for-1. It really worked out quite well there for Liquid. It puts them, more importantly, onto a match point. And this time, they have a buffer round. They have an opportunity.
Yeah, I've been saying it the whole time. I don't know why no one's picking IQ. They finally did. Lems has IQ right now, so they're finally adjusting for that.
Probably want to look to try and slow things down a little bit here.
I slept for 3 hours. See, look how much easier this is.
The Valkyrie that Nesk has brought this time.
Look at that.
Well, kind of worried about the stack up here, Blue. I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of people.
They're gonna go for this,
It's
dude.
gonna be quick, and they're gonna work their way in off of the back.
There's
of
no one
the
even
Lems.
in sight.
Kill as well. 3-Day, I believe, has
They have full
Overwatch to the
kitchen
inside of
control.
Copier too, but you'll see it. Liquid has no presence here. More than likely, with a top down to potentially be
There's no one in
established
sight
here. Oh no,
at all.
Match is reinforced as well. There's no easy way to establish these angles from the top end of it here.
That's-
Members of Liquid going to be grasping at straws for ways to get back into this round. Now, Bride had even brought the fuse as well to try to play for the top downs, but now a moot point with the entire team being on the inside. Oh no, how did that happen? Alems is going to end up accidentally knocking out Bride. He was finally ready to
How
move
did
towards
team
the
kill?
exterior position over by the copier window, but he ends up routing by the breaching shards and ends up getting knocked out by it. Ness with another frag as well has even the player count back into a 3v3. So Liquid, well, they are on a timer now. They aren't out of this round just yet.
Nest needs to try and push himself in here. Shaiko going to be watching onto that double door. This is incredibly difficult.
I mean, I guess it happens.
How have Liquid
Who's on Ash main?
Nest swings, finds one, immediately taken down by Shaiko, but the trade's there. There's still time here, and Alems has to hold on.
How do I don't?
Alems shuts Palu down, resets. He's had a fantastic game so far, but he's not gonna be.
Okay, Alems clutched that out.
Alems there, the start of
Bro, how did BDS almost lose that round? Hyper, thank you for the Twitch Prime 4-month-3 sub. Welcome back, thanks, George. Well, thank you.
The pressure was on.
Gingy again for the Prime, Almondra for the 42-month, Sulfur for the 34 months.
Absolutely the case. Not often these.
How? You could just plant kitchen. You have full kitchen control. You have like they had admin control. They had kitchen. Plant behind, like just plant kitchen. The floor in kitchen is solid.
Of opportunity for Team Liquid, but they are not able to grasp control over it due to the strength of Alems inside of the 1v2 clutch. And that takes us now to the final round of regulation, where we need to see BDS complete the perfect set of 2 rounds together to send it to yet another overtime.
Yeah, they could just plant in kitchen. You can't plant in printer. That's not like part of the bomb site, but you could like. I don't know why they had full site control. Hatch is reinforced, but there's holes above. So where would you plant? Kitchen. There's nothing in kitchen. Just plant kitchen. It's literally free to plant kitchen. You have control. Walk through the alley door in electrical and just plant the bomb in kitchen. It's 5 feet away. You have one person with a 100-round LMG and another person with a 150.
Still a chance to just cleanly take us to a third map. Which really is a possibility here. Third map of theme park as well.
Storm, thank you for getting this up to 2D Fruity. Very much appreciated, Storm.
Map that we don't get to see all too often.
Yeah, I did the PO box opening last night.
More than viable.
I gotta upload the YouTube video. I'll have it up today.
Quite heavily as here on Bank.
Right, you could even just plant in the doorway. They reinforced all the walls even. That's where they planted. Yeah, but not before killing their own teammate. And like running through the window.
Janitors, couple of ADSs, Kiba barricade. Started the show last time for me. Palu played great using the
Not before blowing their own teammate up with a breach charge and running in through the window instead of just running in through the door that they have full control of.
Slightly different tact. This is one of my favorite angles on Bank, and I can't believe it's got to this point until we're seeing it.
I'm confused always.
Angle through Kanto wall.
Are they different LMGs? Don't know. Preston, thank you for 29 minutes. Welcome back. What are you doing awake? Watching the tournament, dude. It's calculated, I guess.
Not going to be sweating a third map too much if they end up going towards it. We did see them play it earlier on at this event in the upper bracket final of their group versus TSM. And they were able to win it quite convincingly.
I look younger today by waking up early.
With TSM having their own
Yes,
caveats
so.
at this event too, to be noted there. So we'll have to see if Liquid will have the strength to contest it. Moving back into this round, though, is of course we need to see the closeout happen from Liquid to get to that point. A lot of utility starting to be deployed, but not going to lead to a whole lot of damage, at least against the members of Liquid. They're remaining consistent, just looking to lock in a secondary victory as they've already controlled this site for themselves.
See what they're doing
earlier
there.
on in the half when they made
All right,
their first
open the
go.
wall.
Still struggling with that open area.
Bridging, charging
Based
here,
on
very
all
standard
consistent
stuffs.
So far, they're going to look to try and lock it in to get them that second round that's needed.
First job for anyway in the second one that you really prefer to work for. Nice. You'll get, honestly, you'll be fine, Preston. You have so much experience and stuff.
On move, and they are waiting for their ducks to line up in a row. A little bit of drone work going on here just to see
I look taller.
how the land lays. Shaiko hitting a little reload. Can't start until Shaiko's reloaded, can you? You know that you're going to be at least 15 seconds on the execute, waiting for that LMG to get topped all the way up. Takes a little bit of damage, activates the adrenal surge, but it's going to be Palu onto Renshiro again. Renshiro unsuccessful hopping into stock.
Potential map 3 theme.
As Brede really is framing himself up for a plant here. There is going to be a little bit of denial left. We do still
This
have all
season,
5
I was
players.
disappointed this season when the Ubi delaying this, like, I don't know. Big bomb's going down, dude.
It's going to have to be done purely on kills. And Shaiko's going to lead the charge. Picks up 3.
Big 100 bomber.
We're already inside of a post plant. Resets. He's got a mountain to climb. Snags 1. Upside down repel is no good. Rafale there to close things out. BDS waiting for the opportune moment.
Bit scary as
The normal the horde janitor really hard. Yeah, if you lose control of janitor is basically your only like denial in sight. I was kind of confused. Like, I mean, I know why they did it. It's just so they can hold it better. But having double reinforcements there, I would probably say that they should have done 1 instead, just so that they could like help prevent that plant spot. But
potential comeback still to come from BDS as well. As remember, they're working back from the same exact scoreline they did on Oregon, and they were able to close that one down in clean fashion. Only needed 2 out of 3 of the overtime rounds to do it. Let's see if the same fate will befall them here in our second overtime now.
Well, we are going to stick to our sides as well. BDS staying on the attack, Liquid staying on the defense. You've got to question who that favors, really, because Liquid played exceptionally well on their attacks. BDS have played very well on their attacks as well. So you've got to say that the edge has almost been given over here to BDS. And kind of interestingly, Liquid, they're not going downstairs. They're instead opting to go for open area again. Last time we saw this site, it was a very quick rush attempt. I doubt that we'll see that again.
Boxa called Shaiko overrated.
For that rush attempt.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's like overrated per se, but I mean, it depends too. He's doing really well right now. I mean, he's 17-9. Alems is also 15-7. But I wouldn't say he's overrated. I mean, just that people say that about everybody that has a large fan base, I guess, right?
They're not going to be considering that too much in their minds when they go back to it, as they'll be focusing up on a much more solid strategy, like we saw back on the first attempt to defend it earlier on in that half. That's really what they're thinking of, and that one
so maybe that's more of what he like.
That's
probably more of what he was like talking about, if I was gonna guess, without knowing the context of the situation. KingGeorge is overrated. That's big facts.
Shaiko getting caught out on the camera. And just having a quick duel with Ness. Gets dealt a little bit of damage, but can be easily juiced back up. He's looking to command the top of these square stairs and keep a good eye on what's going on inside of archives below.
Dude, I always love when people are like, it's so funny. I love when people always try, like, they'll always try to talk shit. I'm like, bro, I don't think you understand how fucking little that I care when I play. Like, I have a world championship already. I'm fucking chilling. I know you're just memeing and stuff, but like, I'm like, it's like, dude, I'm fucking chilling. I'm over here not giving a fuck. I talk about like barbecue and bidets for like fucking 6 hours and still manage to hit champion, like fucking solo queuing like 90% of my games. While getting fucking Q sniped by cheaters for 6 hours. Like I don't really care. Like it is fine.
Doesn't want to expose himself too heavily either. Liquid have oftentimes lost the first player in this defense. They need to try and keep themselves strong.
Right. I'll talk about literally like buying a cow for like actual like hours.
Went away. Obviously, BDS hadn't gotten a huge amount of use out of that utility. So
we basically have like a just chatting stream with like some gameplay on the side while playing cheaters. Yeah, back in '92. Boxes. I mean, I don't know. That's just, you could say that about like anything. Like people. Like every player is like overrated that has like flashy plays, right? So like people look at a flashy play. I mean, Shaiko's 18-9 right now against Liquid, which is, you know, impressive.
And at least start the plant. Nicely done. That adrenal surge just saved Renshiro's life. He had gone down for a split second, but in the process, managed to knock
I mean, I
out
get it.
the squad as well. And now another
People,
kill we brought.
just some people, they don't like if somebody has like a popular fan base, then they'll just, you know, there's people that they'll naturally just kind of be like, I guess, somewhat overrated per se.
A passing glance against him as he now has to hunt. Oh no, he might have made the critical mistake here. He still thinks the players buy beepers, but
What is happening?
Finds him now and is going to be able to shut him
there we
down.
go.
The first of two locked in for BDS. Only one more needed to give them $95,000 worth of an upgrade in their prize pool and the first of two spots in our grand final tomorrow.
You could almost hear the clown music started to play as Brede let Palu get past him there. The timing was beautiful. And
Wait, did he just call the match is over? It's not over yet. You have to win by 2, I believe.
But BDS showing that they do not need to rush these rounds. They are very happy to perform under pressure. Get Shaiko in, let him have a fairly slow.
Did he say that it was over already? Because it's win by 2. You can see it didn't say, oh, he said one more round. Okay. Okay.
And makes it look easy. Liquid. It felt like they were sweating.
Honestly, I was rooting for Liquid, but I mean BDS is entertaining me right now. They're having some like, I don't know. It's fun watching Shaiko run around. I want to see how many tournaments he can like. I want to see how many kills he can hit in this tournament.
I assume we're in a timeout here for Liquid. Is it too late though, Blue?
That's always the big issue here. Once again, they've taken the timeout, or we even saw this potentially happening back on Oregon too, where they were maybe going to take the timeout when it hit the 6th round. Seems like something that they're willing to play into, though, so it's something they have experience with. We've seen it happen in the past.
When did I play for Era? A long time ago.
Given the fact that, again, they've now got to be perfect for the next 2 rounds, but thankfully it is.
Boxa called Shaiko overrated because he was putting him in fraud. Watch the last major. Shaiko proceeded to be the best rated player. You know what's kind of funny? I will say, whenever like pro players, certain pro players, if they had like a little bit of a bad run, and then people start calling them bad, they play way better. It's a thing, dude.
We want overtime in every single match.
It's definitely a thing.
We want both teams pushed right up until the edge, because that's what's happened here tonight. There's not been a great deal separating either of these two teams. We've seen
it's the revenge tour, yeah.
BDS
oh, dude. I mean, it's a thing. It happened with me. I was on Continuum, right, when I won the Invitational, and then I got benched on Continuum, and I left the team, and that's actually when I joined Era. And I was like the highest rated player in North American Pro League after that, or like second, I forgot what it was. It is. I don't know what it is, but it motivates you, dude. It makes it lights a fire under your ass.
It's a slightly different setup that they're going to be going into, though. Renshiro's going to bring the Goyo. We've not seen that yet today.
It'll be so unfortunate, too, if Liquid has built up this whole strategy. It's now going to be potentially countered directly out. Keep in mind that this will be a double delay composition from BDS. They're going to play heavily into their own setup, because not only do they have those canisters, and if you haven't watched Siege in a while, you might not be remembering the fact that it doesn't have the shields behind those anymore, just the canisters themselves.
I mean, OXG is a better team, in my opinion, than BDS.
For those actual incendiary effects got pretty much doubled up to about 20 seconds, if I remember correctly. That built up on top of the 3 toxic waves, which bleeds out about 40 seconds worth of pressure.
This engagement is huge in dirt.
For Liquid to have to burn out before they can even think about going for a plant.
Palu's in a dangerous spot, isn't he? Push down through dirt.
Shaiko might break 20 kills here. He needs 2 more.
But Renshiro is going to be there as
And he's
well.
on the Valk. Any IQ? Any IQ players? Nope. Still gonna run knock? Okay. Sounds great. Still gonna run knock. Literally getting eaten alive by Valkyrie cameras. It's fine. Let's just take knock breaching gadget again.
That being said,
Not a big deal.
has achieved server control, at least for the time being. But he's not on a great operator. He's on the book. You don't really want the book in that position.
He's got more players coming to support him, and I imagine there will be a few others joining up relatively soon too. Ask is here. Can begin.
Well, they're fine some of the cams. We'll see how it goes, I guess.
As well, with drones moving in, you can see them starting to spot out some of these Goyo canisters that they will have to be able to take down here before venturing forward for the plant. There's going to be the opening made by Ass to try and pop things open for himself. Should be successful in doing so.
I don't know, the weird thing is like PSK is like walking around like using hard breaching gadgets on castle barricades. Obviously not this round in particular. Like you were saying, you could just use breaching charges and find the cameras. And it's not like the knock is like, if the knock was extra effective, like Alems was playing knock last game on Oregon and he was like eating people alive. So rock it, that's fine. If PSK was rocking everybody with knock, I'd be all about it. But like right now, PSK is like 5 and 10, you know?
Other hatches and may very well be looking at an option to execute through that direction.
PSK had pointed himself in the direction of Garage as well. We've got Nesk primed and ready on the hatch, looking for a drop, uses the cover of an explosion to do so, and he's got a red ping to
I mean, even if he wants the breaching gadgets, like...
Right, BDS, they're going to start to find a couple of kills before we see Liquid fight back. It's all down to PSK. We've been asking for the Garage push for so long. He finally gives it us, but is it going to be enough? He's got 3 kills to find in 15 seconds. 5 seconds a kill isn't a lot, especially when you're going to be going up against the might of BDS. Alems hits him with the swing. Who better to finish off the job here? BDS through to our grand finals tomorrow.
Massive victory here for BDS as it will push them so much closer to our grand prize as well. So much
it just, I don't know why. They were like the main issue they were, I mean, when they were upstairs, they didn't really have any issues dealing with the informational utility because they went for like just a square take.
As they surge forward, upgrade their prize pool to a minimum of $250,000 with the potential to double that once again in the grand final as well. We'll have to wait till tomorrow to see if they can do it.
This man took his shoes off. That's how you know it's gaming time.
Falcons will be looking to challenge them. We'll have to wait and see in our next matchup who will be able to make it forward, but indeed one of our
we have a next match coming up right now.
as BDS surges forward for the EU region.
It's gonna be Wild versus Falcons. I hope Falcons win. I really do. I would love to see a Middle Eastern. I would love to see a Middle Eastern team win this tournament, and hopefully Ubisoft takes it more seriously and either gives them their own region that they can qualify for major tournaments, or make them part of like EU. I also think it'd be really cool if you had like say EU Pro League as is, and then maybe like top 2 teams from like whatever, have some type of thing where there's like a LAN final with like Middle East, North Africa teams and like EU, and like maybe one of the teams goes there, so goes to like majors and invite and stuff. Drinking the Peach Fuel that you bought using code KingGeorge to check out 30% off. Well, thank you. Yeah, well, like LATAM is like just Brazil, pretty much.
Before they can truly sit back and watch the rest of the festivities.
I think it's almost credit to BDS and the way that they played as well. They were very adaptable and they weren't letting anything get them down. The last round did not affect the next round. They played fantastically and they deserve the finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview ready on the stage, so let's head down to speak with our winners.
Alems, we're back on stage.
He had a great game.
BDS are the
I know Shaiko had like the heavy kills at the end of the game, but Alems is why they won Oregon.
From being 6-4 down, claiming the victory at 8-6. First off, how are you in the team?
I mean, I think Shaiko's a great player. I mean, anybody that has like a really big like fan base is gonna get that where people think they're overrated. It's just comes with the territory, right?
The resilience of the team. I mean, we were behind on both maps, and we just adapt all together, find solutions.
This stage is insane.
Works, so yeah, we are so happy.
فريق بي دي اس بعد الكمباك اللي سووه في الماب الثاني قدروا يكونون هم اول فريق يوصل الى الجراند فاينل معنا في جيمرز 8 ريمبو 6 سيج. السؤال الاول كان يتركز على نقطه انه كيف شعور الفريق بعد الفوز. كانوا جدا مبسوطين.
It just kind of comes with the territory. Like if you're like a popular player, content creator, what it is, you're gonna get people that are like, I hate using this word because it's kind of cringe, but like haters. It just comes with the territory. Anybody with like a large like following or stuff like that.
Along the way that maybe you and the team weren't expecting from Team Liquid?
No, to be honest, we at the start of the match we expected a very hard match. I mean, those guys are the best, like one of the best team in the world. So yeah, we expected.
People call like pros bad or overrated when they get smoked. I mean, that's like fair to say that they'd get smoked, but it's not really the point. Like, I never really liked that argument that much, where people are like, oh, like this person can't talk about whatever because, you know, they're not a pro or whatever. I mean, people have ridiculously dumb opinions constantly, but, you know, saying that they're like, they can't have an opinion. I mean, they can. You could also say it's wrong because they're morons, but, you know.
Well, you can relax now for a moment because you know that you've got the final coming up tomorrow. I have to ask you, out of the two teams,
Mirage is the worst NA team? Oh, yeah. I honestly wish that, like, another org would just buy Mirage's spot because Mirage just seems like a horrible org. I don't know for sure, but it seems like they don't pay people sometimes.
السؤال الاخير كان متركز على
Thank you, Preston.
يفضلون فريق بي دي اس انهم يواجهون فريق وايلد او فريق فالكونز في المباراه النهائيه. قالوا انه فريق وايلد يعتبر فريق اوروبي وودنا احنا نواجههم، بالعكس بتكون مباراه حلوه، لكن بنفس الوقت فريق فالكونز هو الفريق المحلي من الشرق الاوسط، فكان ودنا اننا ايضا نواجههم. فما يدري صراحه، ودي يواجه كل الفريقين بس ما يدري مين الافضل.
LMs, thank you so much for joining us on stage. Congratulations.
SSG's been the same since Troy left. I mean, I think SSG was like always kind of the same a little bit. In my opinion. People, I think when Troy, like, I'm not saying Troy's like the only reason SSG did good, but if you do notice, right, so you had SSG who never made international events, then Canadian joins them and they win invite, right, and then Troy leaves and now they're not making any events anymore, right? You know what I'm saying?
تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات.
I think that SSG has really good players, but I think they need somebody that's like a really good IGL. Right?
على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. STC Play. مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
SSG almost beat G2 at SI, but like, I mean, like almost beating is not beating, you know? And like you could have a good game, and it's not to say that SSG have bad players. They have incredibly good players. I just feel like they lack like leadership, I guess. In my opinion. That's all. I look tired today. It's all good. I'm chilling. So, alright, we have the next game coming up. It'll be Falcons versus Wild, right? How much sleep did I get? A whole 3 hours. Big 3. Oh, I mean, I could have, like, not streamed yesterday. And then, like, gone to bed, but, I mean, I wanted to, so. I'll stream tonight as well, too. I'm just gonna take a nap in between this and the night stream, and then I'll take another nap in between the night stream, and tomorrow we're streaming the finals, too, so. Right. Well, okay, I should put it differently, okay? I guess I would just like to see like SSG having like a really good
Welcome back, friends,
IGL, like another Troy, pretty much. I know it's hard to find, but like another Troy or something would be great.
For BDS, and at least from my point of view, it's
like they have really good players. They just need. I feel like they just need. They just need like direction. That's all.
For this match, we can say that it started just the same way as Oregon. We got pretty good attacks from Liquid and very motivated ones, but once they got to the defense, looked like they just lost their battery, their energy was low, and BDS was able just to climb back their way to that OT and finally finish the map.
Yeah, I had two words in my mind about how BDS came out on top of that. One was adaptability. I think, you know, for two teams that
played like dust,
BDS found one
like
round
box,
where it was
all
super
over
adaptable.
my desk from the PO box opening yesterday.
Round 11, where they're just in there fast to get the plant down, they win the round, caught Liquid off guard, and then the second is composure. As soon as it hit overtime, both games, we expected that BDS would win it.
Well, friends, let's take a look at our scoreboard, and the players that performed the best was brought to you by STC. 8-6 victory.
Okay, and they still played teams like TSM in finals of quals. I mean, no. Not really. That was like old TSM, like a long time ago, and they didn't. Like,
18 and 19 for
I don't know. They didn't have to play, like, I don't remember them playing TSM in quals, did they?
That's incredible.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. I don't know.
Two maps as well. You know, LM's 36 to 18 over the course of the two maps.
I don't remember them playing TSM in any quals.
Yeah, it's incredible, right? Like, we said that the big players of BDS need to step up. Both LM's and Shaiko stepped up in both of those games for their team.
I don't know. I mean, I want SSG to succeed. I've played with a lot of those players, like, before they were even in Pro League and stuff. But I just feel like they need... I feel like they need leadership.
It was something missing for Liquid, for both of the players, all the players on Liquid. They
That's all.
Yeah, even more better.
Yeah, I can't believe DZ didn't qualify. I don't remember SSG ever playing TSM in qualifiers. I remember them playing like Noble and stuff like that, or what was the other team, like old LG?
And I think in both maps they started out on,
I think, and stuff like that, right? I don't remember. It's been so long. I remember they lost to TSM in the quals of the Raleigh Major and got disqualified through invitation. Okay, well there you go. So they lost to the other good team in quals. Like, most of the good teams will make it without needing to go through quals, right? If you have to win through qualifiers, that means you've had a really bad season and you were not able to make it.
You can see this map is a pretty big map. I think it's the biggest that we have right now in the game. And in this game, you just see why Liquid don't like to play this map. They had to make some difference between the attacks that they usually do some fast pushes directly into the bomb site. So on this game, you had open area just being rushed by both of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like it's less of like maybe SSG looking bad and stuff. I've just been very impressed, honestly, with like Xset, Astralis. Like, those teams are looking pretty good, like, lately. Those are teams that were not competitive previously.
And just kind of lurking until those perfect moments to get the kills.
And it's the coordination, right? In terms of when you see BDS on the attack and when LM's jumps on that nook,
right.
He's with the team.
I guess that's a good way to put it, yeah. Maybe like SSG's been like stagnant or slightly gotten worse, but other teams have really stepped up.
For Liquid was 5 seconds behind the main push, and ultimately, you know,
yeah, I'm honestly really impressed with the Xset particularly. They were like literally god awful, and like, I mean, I know they changed every player basically, but still, they were so bad, and now they're like doing great.
between that and grenades, that's a lot on one op.
We saw a pretty heavy intel game by the defense on this map. We saw a lot of Valk from BDS part, Fuse and Echo on Liquid side, and LMs was able with that knock in filter.
Alex in the prime sub.
With that much intel that they had, he was able to go into the tactics of Liquid and blow from inside. You saw the LMs just going into the bomb site, maybe picking 1-2 kills and getting the advantage of the round for his team, and they were able just to manage to finish the round.
Yeah, well, shorten this title up.
MVP of this series. I don't think there's two ways around it, really. I mean, was it 36-18, as we were saying, 2 KD, Jack, but it's had an impact on every single round. The flanks, the timing, the information that he's fed and what he's done with it. Honestly, I wish this LMs was playing this way at EU League. We would have probably seen a BDS at the major.
Yeah, and we need to talk to BDS a little
right.
more
I mean,
why this
Oxygen, I feel like Oxygen has been pretty solid.
You know, we spoke to him at great
I mean, I feel like
detail
Oxygen has always
how
been
the
good,
IGL
but I feel like they've gotten
IGL.
like
But
much
he's
more
on the
solid.
flanking role now. He seems to be relishing
Sonics as well, they've
more
always
so,
been solid.
obviously the one that calls the shots. And you see it. He's getting unreal statistics. He's getting unreal impact on his rounds.
It's good to see. Good to see LMs back in action. And of course, that means that BDS are locked in for our final, which looks like this with our bracket. Let's take a look at it for just a moment now and remind you of the matches that have gone through, which is really only one of those two. Honestly, you see BDS 2-0 Liquid, that doesn't tell you the whole story. It really is so much more than just a 2-0.
Done, Bird. Bird, by the way, thank you very much for all the stuff with the P.O. Box. We did the P.O. Box opening yesterday, so.
In the first half, beautiful to see. It was much closer than what just this scoreline gives you. But that means we still have one more game to go, lads. Wild and Falcons. Now, let's just preface it all very quickly because we will have a pre-game desk. How do you think this one's going to go? Who is going to face BDS in the final, Twister?
Yeah, I don't see OXG winning events. I mean, I hope they prove me wrong because, hey, I'm always happy to see NA teams win, but, you know, I just don't see OXG winning events. They look solid in North America. I feel like they're, like, in a way, you guys remember old DZ and, like, even, like, you know, like how DZ used to make, like,
Meta in the final is fun. We got EU in the final. We'll be fine.
Oh.
There's no way now. There's no Brazil. No, sorry, no LATAM. That's out.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll do that then, Bird.
Get your DMs ready.
Ciao.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll do that.
But between now having EU team,
with Therma and Nabana, I will do that.
Eliminated, so APAC is out of the running. LATAM also.
I will do that. Thank you.
What does this say about the teams and their performance overall, Twister?
But yeah, what was I talking about? I feel like DZ used to like gatekeep, like, I mean, it sounds like bad to say this, but like good LAN spot, like good LAN teams, right? Like DZ used to go to LAN every single event and like never win anything. Like obviously now they're doing better, but they used to go to like every event. They'd always be like first, second place in NA, and they would do nothing when they would go, right? And that's especially back then. Only 2 teams used to go from each region.
I love seeing pro league teams, you know, teams in EU League, APAC, and it's.
I feel like DZ, old DZ, not current DZ, was like one of the reasons that NA was like not doing it. Like, it's weird. There's teams that are like better at international events and on LAN and stuff than they are like at, you know, in regional leagues. Even like I think like OXG is a good example of that, like Sonics. Still great teams. They could win an event in theory, but like they never have, right? They've been to so many events and never won anything. I was rooting for Liquid last match, but I'm fine with BDS winning too. I mean, I like them.
That has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
DZ was so good during the season that would prove the season would get eliminated first event. Yeah, they would literally get grouped at like every event. So annoying. Never tried Empress. Why do regional teams suck in their own league and then suddenly get so much better on LAN? And they'll instantly go against whatever teams. Is no players like rosters like BDS, Liquid, TSI. I don't know. So the weird thing is that like okay, so like for North America, like the North American League is played on LAN, but it's best of ones, I guess. So that's like a difference. Dude, impressive. Mm-hmm. Like MMVR, they never qualify for events. The last two events they made top 3 and 4. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I feel like TSM is even like that. They normally don't like qualify for events either. Like, well, sometimes they get invited. Sometimes they get.
I think I would give Dexter a 95 on offense. Yeah, I think something Dex is very good at is he's good at shutting down aggression. And right now with the current meta, defense is like very aggressive and in your face. And Dex just shuts that down all the time. Kills people just swinging and doing dumb stuff all the time. So you can always rely on him for that.
So Debo being the IGL, I feel like he takes a really big role because he's the one that's always shot calling and like telling us what to do on attack, especially when stuff gets hard. Because I mean, like you can have something like set before, but like stuff always gonna change, and he's that guy that always like.
This is the action you came to see. Yep.
What to do to
we got like a little 16-minute break.
So I feel like he does that really well, especially when we're in tough times. So I'll give him a 98 on attack. On defense, I'll give him a 92 because I feel like he has a lot of clutch potential, and him being our anchor, a lot of times he is left alive, you know, because we all die in the room sometimes. So you can't blame much. But he has really good clutch potential, so yeah, that's.
I would say that Dex. I would give Dex a. It's hard to say if it's more than attack or defense. I think it's honestly. I would give Dex a 96 on defense. A little bit of an edge over attack, purely because I just think he makes more plays on defense. He sees things and he really commits to it, and he makes like really strong plays for us.
Is Dexter still like being trialed? Dude, that guy actually, like, I used to play ranked with him and against him, and that guy actually swings everything in existence with like no fear when it like does not even make sense.
One tap someone, pretty good aim as well.
Dexter's aim, I would say, is 99. Guy doesn't miss. I think this is a little skewed, but I give his awareness a 90. Purely because he's still learning a lot of what we do, and I feel like it's a lot, like I said earlier, to like pick up on all the strats on like all 9 maps. You know, some
Joe,
play all maps.
dude, Joe. Before Joe was even in Pro League, I used to play against him and ranked all the time, and with him, and like that guy actually swings everything in existence like till death. I don't know. There's certain people that I play like with and against and ranked. I would describe Dexter as the same thing. I mean, obviously, probably plays professionally much different. But, like, they literally will do, like, it's like, bro, it's a 5v1. Please don't swing the guy. Like, we might lose the round. Everyone's 1 HP. You have 100 HP. They're outside, like, trying to 360 and pistol somebody. I mean, obviously, I'm sure he plays different when he's playing professionally, but...
A solid 92. And TDMs, like I said, his composure drops way down.
When we're taking, like, doing scrims and stuff, and like I haven't played him in a match, but I'll give him a 98.
Don't hold back, you know. It's okay.
No, it's 98.
Okay.
But during TDMs, he does get that number does drop as well. It always drops.
Yeah, that's true.
Evo's mechanics compared to other people, I feel like he has really good mechanics actually compared to other like veterans like him. So I'll give him a 92 for mechanics.
I'd give him a 98 mechanics.
Oscar's given what is very generous with his ratings.
I'm just like, you know, it's just they're on a different level, you know.
Compared to like Dexter's holding back and not giving Bosco credit, dude. Bosco's the GOAT.
I think
I mean, there's just some people that just swing everything. I would describe Joe that way, for sure. And I would, like, Dexter's very similar. But in this meta, it's probably not bad, honestly. That's kind of how the meta is now. Dude, I still remember this was in, like, year 2 or 3, probably. I was AFK, and Joe ran outside. Remember the old bank run out where you can run out the back alley door and, like, shoot somebody when they're in spawn still, and you're able to, like, easily spawn kill them. So I was AFK and he ran out and killed me, and I guess he typed like welcome the bank or something like that. So I ran out the next round and I killed like his entire team, like running out the back door, and I typed welcome the bank. So now every single time that like I see him in ranked, I just have like, I don't have text chat out anymore, but I tell people like, hey, tell him welcome the bank. It's like it's my inside joke with him, I guess. Unbelievable. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back since we're in the middle of chilling right now. So I'll be right back. I've been good, Empress. I'll be right back though. Let me just put all this in the sink. And I might grab a snack. Hold on. Let me just go to the bathroom too, and we'll be ready for the next minute. It goes down by a percentage, like. Hmm. Your sensitivity 360s, that's like 3 times your sense. What's your sensitivity? So remember, it goes up like it by like exponentially. Yeah, the ADS speed I have is 23. It makes a huge difference. You do 1414, but what is your ADS speed? It's high, yeah, but it's not as high as you'd think. Play with it. You'll see. You play 5, 5, 1, 27. I mean, the thing is though, your ADS sensitivity when you raise it up, like it makes it way faster. Like infinitely faster. I was like looking at something. Like it makes like a huge difference. You have 400 DPI, 8885 ADS. Your sensitivity is probably faster than mine, frankly, by, well, probably similar. Maybe not. Probably fairly similar. Yeah, there's like a way you can like calculate it. I forgot how, but I forgot, honestly. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'll play Ring tonight, not now, though, yeah. I play on like 200 DPI. I've never heard of anyone playing at 200 DPI. It's always 4 or 800. Unless you're probably just trolling, okay. Use 6, oh, you were trolling. How do you use 1600 DPI? That's so fast.
Maybe to look like a dark horse because it's our first time competing, so they might say it's first time they don't know how us playing or they don't know how they will do in this tournament.
Our play style is like, I think it's gonna be something new for the other teams, if you know what I mean. They never saw us play. It's something new for them, like it's something new for us.
And we are back, friends, from our break.
Dude, the Middle Eastern teams are so fun to watch. They're like they're crazy aggressive. You like how aggressive APAC is in their gameplay? The Middle Eastern teams are even more aggressive. It's actually super fun to watch. You use 2,000 or 3,000 DPI. I would say you should try lowering your DPI to 800 and then adjust your in-game sensitivity accordingly. It's personal preference, I guess.
Mostomatic, your host, with me are now Tristan and Twister. Wow, I love how this is all rhyming. Tristan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. The two best analysts for the best game.
I'm still recovering from liquid loss, but I'll be okay.
I think there's a bit of copium in the backstage if you're looking to save some. Okay, fair enough. Well, let's talk about our two teams, and starting off with Falcons. This squad that has made headlines yesterday, of course, after defeating TSM and defeating MIBR also before that, knocking down a world champion, one of the best teams over the past few years from Brazil. How does this team fare today?
You need me back on a team? I don't think so.
What's your 2 cents about them?
I am elderly. I'm just old man who talks about like food and
the underdogs on top.
cars.
Nobody predicted this. I was really nice with all the talent before the competition. I said, look, these guys are going to be better than you think, because we can only imagine people are going to underestimate them, think that they're not that good, or they're here because the event's here or something like that. But this is a seriously good team, and they're also not a crazy team.
Since the beginning of the tournament, when you saw these two teams just winning all their games, you just wanted to see this match. We were not expecting this to be like a semi-final right now. I was expecting even we see them in the grand final. This will be a pretty fun match.
It definitely will be. Now, what can Falcons bring to the table in this matchup? Because if you look back at day one, they played against BDS. They're a bit shaky, so nervous in that first match, but all of that changed so quickly, Tristan.
I think Falcons
I'll
bring
let
you
these
like
noodles
a
cook a
really
little bit
stable
longer.
I said it before just a second ago that I expected them to be crazy. I thought that
we can do
see
predictions.
Rushed things a lot, that maybe wasn't structured, wasn't organized, but constantly we're seeing them take at least 1 or 2 hard breaches. We're seeing a sledge, we're seeing soft breach, we're seeing rounds come down to executes, 20, 30 seconds left. I think they're just generally a really actually solid Siege team, and they play, you know, quote unquote proper Siege, and they do it well.
And they are bringing a lot of preparation for their match as well. We saw a lot of not default bans, they just target the main operators of the other team and just ban from the servers. They don't want to have any trouble with that and prepare that much for best of threes. We saw them just recovering for some defense and just adapting too fast. They just look too good.
You've 180'd many people.
Honestly, this is the sort of, you might be looking, oh yeah, they don't have international experience, of course, but they have a lot of it here competing in MENA that has been having.
Well, Falcons is a Middle Eastern team. They're like the best. They're like the best team in the Middle East. And then there's also, so Wild is like an up and coming team. They're technically T3 from EU, but they have like aces on their team and like Corey, who are like ex-pro players.
Specifically, the players that are on the team, because I mean, look, between the meme of Jalad turning to J-Lad, thank you very much, Ollie, or, you know, going to Joker and how he's been doing, taking full control, really, of the subreddit, Shout out to all those out there that already have the Joker Flare on the subreddit. This team has star player potential too, Tristan.
Absolutely, especially with O-Kills as well. A player we've been impressed with so much. Quibs as well. This is just a really consistent team. It's like we said, it looks like they have people.
You want renown insurance? Not a thing.
Yesterday watching their previous match.
It's uninsured.
One of the players, when the crowd got a little bit quiet, it's funny calling this crowd quiet, but once they got quiet, he was really hyping them up. He was getting them to go again and again and again. It feels like they're thriving on it now.
I honestly hope Falcons win, and I hope they win the whole tournament. I really do.
You want that guy that just play crazy. You want that guy that
all the NA teams are out,
when they are not
so
and you need that guy that takes the responsibility as well. Same as Alams did in this first match, in this late match. So probably on this match, just to see Falcons.
This stage is crazy.
They have all these guys.
Just like
so
Dask.
It will be fun to watch.
I mean, P9, one of their players, is not even competing, unable to compete here. So Matt's Kills, coach for the team, is dropping in. So that's all you need to hear. But if we take a look at their opponents on the other side, Wild or T3 Nationals, basically the best team.
You want like an underdog story? Yeah.
Competing in, they got Corey, they got Aces, they got 3 Gunners.
I mean, I hope they do.
As well. This team's a lot of potential.
I know, and it feels like it's been ages since we watched them play, but it was it really wasn't that long ago. But this is just how much everybody wants to watch them, and I think this has been echoed across the Reddit, the Twitter, the Twitch stream, everything. Everybody wants to see this team, and they're so different to any other team that we've had here. You'd think traditionally Damwon Kia are quite a creative and fun team, but these guys, Wild, are another level of crazy. They will rush constantly. They will find gaps constantly. It's just... they're just so fun to watch.
We saw them being able to just travel from a different kind of game. Each round they are able to do a fast push, they are able to do a slow push, they are able to adapt to mainly focus the bomb side, they are able to adapt to just take the over areas of the map. They can, looks like that Wild right now, they can do anything.
Well,
who do you guys have? I hope Falcons win. I think they will.
Levels of experience on the team.
And maybe that's what helps them. Maybe some rounds a player calls, oh, I think we should do it this way. Maybe one of their players who's only experienced ranks sees, oh, there's just one guy on site. Maybe we should just rush the bomb site. I think probably a variety in the type of player they have, it probably leads to why we see a variety in their style and why they can adapt so quickly.
This is exactly what just Tristan said. When you have
probably have time. If you want to grab something to eat, you probably have time to go really quick. I just did.
And don't have the presetted game on their minds, so they're able to just go for new stuff. They try new things.
Haunted one thing that I'm with about back. I make you angry like no other streamer. I constantly make you want to eat. Well, we talk about food like half the time that I stream.
Well, you can see our teams completing the map veto right in front of us, and once it's set, we'll have those maps
ESM is gonna feel silly.
shown on the screen for us.
Actually, I should probably redo the bets because this way you guys can bet based on like map bans and stuff. Now I'll just leave them. It's fine.
From personal experience, there is always debate about what map you're going to play between the players. So if you hear a couple of players on the other team going, "Oh, maybe I don't want to play that map," I think that actually adds another element to it. But I think
I won't
Falcons,
redo
as well
them.
as just being a tier 3 team, or we call them a tier 3 team. I think they have a really strong map pool. We've seen 5 maps that are very strong for them so far, and here we go.
So what do we got?
We got them all in
Club, Chalet, Villa.
Picked up first by Wild,
Good maps.
Then followed by Falcons, picking up Chalet and our decider Villa. General thoughts on it, Twister?
It was a pretty matched map video because I was expecting actually to see Clubhouse not going for Falcons. I think they would remove it because I didn't see them play that well. But it was a pretty good video for them as well because they just played Chalet and Villa. Most part of the time they're comfortable with it and they are able to adapt anything that Wild can do.
And I just got the intel, Tristan, that Falcons are starting attacking side on Clubhouse. So that's the side that they picked. Of course,
Dude, Falcons are actually the craziest birds ever. They're so cool.
This is a tricky one.
Have you guys ever seen a falcon like dive out of midair and like grab another bird at like 200 miles an hour? Go look that up on like YouTube. It's actually crazy. Dude, these things like dive bomb other birds.
Maybe we're seeing this instead of bank, but again, we've seen from the previous bans that Falcons don't really like bank, so I think that's the only different way.
No, you don't have to send me $20. Don't send that guy $20 for sure. I don't know. I don't follow people back on Instagram really, so. But.
So probably when they are bringing some Maverick ban or some Thatcher ban, combing with the Zofia ban that Wild made in every single match of this tournament, it could be pretty interesting for both of the teams playing under these conditions.
Strategy-wise, anything wild that you can expect to see? Both teams poking out of every hole, trying to find a kill?
I think maybe you could say that about Falcons on defense. I think on attack they're quite.
Oh yeah,
structured.
like like people who like handle Falcons for a living.
Wild are going to be crazy, but maybe they might surprise us, and because they are so adaptable, they probably could just play proper Siege. We're yet to see it, but the thing I worry about with Falcons is if they're going to leave enough players on the bomb site, because Wild will just exploit it.
Whoever wins this match, I would just say that I would be cheering for them in the finals. That's it.
Fair enough. Well, we'll be back to you in just a moment for final thoughts, but let's get our teams on the stage. On to you.
Oh yeah, Bird put it in the Discord chat. So if you're not in Discord already, in the public chat, dude, birds like Falcons, when they dive bomb, like it's crazy.
Welcome back to the main stage, where
This stage is ridiculous.
find out who's going to face BDS in the
Honestly, the only stage that has ever like matched up with this, maybe Invite.
Please allow me to introduce your
I honestly think this might be nicer.
stage. They shocked the community with their aggression in Game 1, their composure in Game 2, but can they do it again? Please welcome to the stage from Europe, Wild.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bird. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, it's in Discord in the public chat.
فريق وايلد وصل عندنا للمسرح، وزي ما احنا عارفين هم من اقوى الوايلد كاردز اللي موجوده عندنا، لكن لا ننسى ان في وايلد كارد ثانيه موجوده معنا متاهلين من الدوري السعودي، وايضا هم الفريق اللي قدر يهزم بطل العالم بالامس، وهذه اول مشاركه لهم في انترناشونال ستيج. اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بتيم فالكونز.
Corey. You know what I remember Corey doing? Remember when there was that cav glitch and every team agreed to not use it on LAN, and then just Corey was abusing it intentionally anyway and they still lost? I think they were doing it against like a... I think they were doing it against like a Brazilian team and they got like a bunch of hate for it. I think they did it against Liquid. Yeah, there was a glitch where like you like went really low with Cav, but it was like your hitbox and character model would go down below objects, but you were able to shoot over them. So if you went into silent set mode and you crouched, your body and head and hitbox would be underneath like desks that were everywhere and tables that are on the maps, but you would be able to see over it and shoot over it. And he was intentionally, like, every team agreed to a gentleman's agreement to not do it, and he, like, their team would not do it, and they were like intentionally exploiting it. Like 90 on Villa is actually what was happening, and they still lost to Liquid anyway, even though they were like abusing it intentionally. Gentle, thank the prime sub. That was a long time ago.
Semi-final here.
There's that invite, I'm pretty sure.
I'm going to ask you strategy-wise, because both of you are big brains in how Siege functions, at least in comparison to a third person that would be here. What are your thoughts on how this would go down for both squads?
I think Wild are going to be the faster team. Their attacks are going to be faster than Falcons.
There's only if you use a sneaky ability. Yeah.
Let's talk about going into map 1. I think Wild need to show that they're going to stick with a solid game plan going into it on their defense. For their attacks, I think they'll do whatever. Who do we want to win, Twister?
Probably on the defense, as we just say, they just keep it simple, and mostly on during the entire game, I would say.
If there's an exploit Ubisoft doesn't fix it, it's fair game. I mean, you could just agree to not use it.
Will be that team that
That's all.
should have been in the first game. They should have just contained all the attempts of Wild to go into these fast pushes and using all these crazy operators and just make things better. Because actually, Falcons is really good on it. They are being what Liquid was supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, let's just see if Falcons are better than Liquid then.
Let's see if Joker has what it takes. Are there any Joker fans? A_Joker_619. Any fans? Mahafzal Al-Qab, as we say.
People used to intentionally put shields in windows, yeah.
He may have. Any fans out there, I want to ask you to kind of give the support here for the local team because they've got a boatload of fans also here with us in the venue. And you're going to hear them cheering all through.
It is a little bit on Ubisoft too. I mean, not an essential operator, right?
Like you say, they play proper Siege. Both teams are able to drone out, get information, and play on it, play slow when needed, and make it fast when they have the opportunity to.
This is a perfect match, actually, to play the proper Siege.
Yeah, I mean, Ubisoft should have just said if you abuse this, like, whatever glitch, you're, like, whatever, you like, disqualified from the round. Like, it's pretty easy to see when people are doing it, you know?
Chapel and maybe doing something crazy just on the gym, but that's it.
Let's see. Who do we want to win, Milosh?
I mean, I'm kind of torn in the middle because I like the German. In general, I spend half my time now in Germany.
Froboy Fresh, thank you so much for 1 for your resub. Welcome back.
That's great. EU team, awesome. But also, best team in MENA, Lebanese man. I mean, I'm playing both sides for this one. I just want a good game. We're, you know what? All of us are the winners at the end of this. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Our game is ready. Let's bring up our casters. Hello, Whippet and Gibson. Look at you two looking great.
Thank you very much, Miz. We had to dress up. We got to watch Wild to be able to show how strong T3U is, as well as the hometown favorites. Falcon. We have to dress up for the occasion. And what a matchup this is going to be. On paper, one of the most exciting matches we said. Honestly, didn't expect it to get here when we saw how this bracket was going to unravel, but massive results from both these sides. And I think everyone's a winner out of this one.
You're going to drop the line again, everybody's a winner. Well, look, I'm going to say you're not wrong. These are the two feel-good teams.
No, honestly, it's really on Ubisoft at the end of the day. But yeah. I mean, I guess.
And the Falcons, that first map they had in this whole tournament, they looked a little bit nervous, but
this intro is so crazy. Or, like, I don't know. I mean, I think it would have been nice to have a gentleman's agreement to not use that exploit. But, I mean, at least I will say one thing. I will give, like, whatever. I forgot what Team Core was even on at the time when they did that, but at least they didn't agree to the gentleman's agreement and then use it later, because it's just a gentleman's agreement, right? So, I mean, that's whatever.
Pretty surprised with the Maverick, but the Flores, that's something Falcons are very much specifically looking at, and could this be a target ban for what Wild like to bring?
Well, it's an interesting one because when we watched the game that Wild played against SSG in this map where, you know, they took SSG to SSG's favorite map and lost. They didn't quite use Flores that time around as well, but maybe they saw something elsewhere in sort of the season. Kaid ban, not surprising at all. It'll once again make those hatches a little bit more easier to get on attack. The final ban will be Mira. So, but I think out of all the games we have casted this over the course of this tournament, one so far has had Mira unbanned.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be obviously a pretty common ban, especially on this map. Again, you just look at how...
Oh, the spin smoke players used to exploit through the walls.
Not going to be too keen to deal with them on that one, but nerves are going to be a factor for both teams right now. Big stage.
That was honestly on Ubisoft as well, too. I feel like Ubisoft took actual years to fix that. Like, come on, dude.
So close. Both these teams
That's
not
just
competing inside the top flight.
Ubi being Ubi.
Competing inside GSA as Wild. Falcons inside their own region here in MENA. This is going to be one of the most interesting stylistic clashes we've ever seen, because Wild are very, very aggressive and well. So are Falcons. They might be able to stand toe-to-toe and be able to go punch for that level of aggression, but only time can tell. We get ourselves ready to get into this matchup here on Club, and Wild starting on the defense here.
Starting on defense, and it will be a very difficult thing for both these teams to shut down those attacks, because you look at the way Falcons have played, players like O-Kills, J-Lad, and looking as well at everyone's favorite A-Joker 619, by the way, are you a Joker enjoyer, as the Flair says?
Absolutely.
General Vidaro, thank you for 30 months. Well, 2.5 years on with the Oompa Loompa Siege, you grow out of your booster seat. Now, as a kid who can use the booster seat, love the ridges and gameplay king. Being a way better player watching you, GG, and keep on rocking. Thank you very much, General Vidaro, for the 30 months and the kind words as well. Region is EU, or Wild is EU, sorry.
Chill out a little bit.
Well, thank you, General Vidaro.
They really tried to annoy their opposition. We saw, especially against CSM, they enjoyed the play.
Yeah.
And just kind of be there.
I know COD, they banned like half the guns in the game because they're too OP.
Strip, and that's going to be Jay, the first one he's going to run into. Now, here the drone, he'll know it's there. He'll be able to clean that up, but he'll fall back, not giving that early pick. And Roadkill's going to be able to take all this control. And now's the question: how quickly will Falcons realize that there's no roam presence Wild right now?
Well, they've already cleared out most of the bottom floor. No Kills has already taken as much control of it as possible, which is the right thing to do. There is, I believe, maybe one player up on the top floor. I think I saw a silhouette up there. It was Jalad that I saw that's opening up that wall on the top
Without
floor.
drops is...
From Wild, playing down in the
So
far, so good for Falcons.
I mean, yeah, viewership would be significantly lower for EU
They're giving themselves plenty to work
and
with.
NA.
They're just going through the checklist.
I mean, when EU and NA did not have drops, they used to not break 10,000 viewers like ever.
How much time are we going to waste in clearing this essentially goes from no one from the side of Wilds is upstairs, so yes, it's all good that no kills us here, but you need to start doing something with this control, with this pressure. The Valkyrie camera has been spotted out, and if you're watching our first game, BDS vs Liquid, you saw how influential those cameras were, so good to be able to clear that away. That Gemini replicator sent in, gathering some information, but still slow, still very, very thought out and methodical from Falcons, but Wild, they don't need to do a lot right now. Sit, wait, gather info, and as that timer ticks down, that's when action will start to unravel.
Yeah, no surprise whatsoever with this approach. The one thing that does surprise me is the fact they've only got one nade.
Yeah, I mean, drops, but to be honest though, chat, like, drops are on pretty much everything.
To the bottom of main stairs.
Like, basically every popular esport utilizes drops. It's smart too.
Kills. This gives that information. Jay will get the opener, taken down a Joker, and Wild now have the numerical advantage, and Aces gets another one.
That's a nice shot.
Aces pops up from Wild Pit, likely climbed the stairs as well, gets that pick, brings us to a massive advantage for Wild, 5 versus 3. 40 seconds left, and Jay's them upstairs as well. Jalad will get one back.
Right. I mean, it makes sense from a developer's perspective, but it's you know, it's not as genuine of engagement for sure. But
down the Jay coming back down. Ace will get one of his own. Jay will clean that one up and leaving it all down. The crew in a 1v3 will make that a 1v2 now. Ace is slain. 20 seconds. Case not in hand. And he's going to have to hunt these picks, hunt these frags. What can he do? Well, he's going to spot one player behind the bar, but 15 seconds left to work with. He'll find that pick. Yes, he does. That's on the Corey. But with 10 seconds left to go, all Jay needs to do, run away, stay alive, and that case doesn't go down. So, Wild, by the virtue of the clock alone, get themselves that round.
Yeah, one round won by Wild, the first one on defense, no surprise in that whatsoever, but
right.
Impressed at the way Falcons were able to bring that back in. They were it was a 5v3, they got their 2 kills to bring it back to a 3v3, and then just from them, the structure of Wild was able to hold them back.
Wild do have a very good structure on the defensive side. They meld that aggression that we see them do on the offense to being able to have a structure that can be difficult to break down in terms of timing the teams. Falcons ran out of time. And
my settings, you could type exclamation settings if you want to see them.
How they leave the case behind. So clearly they have to rotate the case around. They put it on. They vary who has it quite often. I think their roles change depending on site, or they just might want to mix
I mean, like I said, I think it's a good thing that they put drops on overall, because even if like a lot of people are there AFKing for drops, some people will come there for drops and actually start watching games, right? So like, you know.
They've lots of time to amend that, as it is our second round. And can Wild make good of their second defense, or will Falcons fire back and get themselves level early?
Well, that was what time will tell. The members of Team Falcons.
Drops basically are just like you get free in-game items for like watching a stream.
Because we know that Wild are a team that like to go aggressive with the spawn peak, and Jay will give us a demo of the case in point, but no shots will land, and he will fall back.
No, there's no drops on any streams active right now, at the moment at least.
from that side. Kills, punching this window open, getting up towards that stock door as well, and going to begin droning once again as we see one of those defenders just run away in the background.
Run away, stay alive, just waste more time, and I like this confidence. Again, Wild know the pressure.
I gotta go stream the Berlin games. I did get permission to, so I probably will.
Cards and they're already going for spawn peaks. I'm not
I probably will.
That's how Wild like to play. But it's going to be a situation of a little bit of fire versus fire in this between these two teams. I think Jalad working away, opening up these windows, trying to give himself just a little bit of an opening. Not directly pushing into CC just yet, waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. And they're seeming very far away. A garage push in play. We see the Finka climbing up those rafters now. That's going to be Joker, a Joker 619. They'll try and make that initial entry away, but Jamal has that C4 Prime Captain ready. And only a fraction mistimed. That's going to be a wasted utility, but he will pick up that first pick. That's Shalot on the windows, and he's going to get traded away. Kills finds that.
4v4.
Oh yeah, it was. I back up my VODs, and like I forgot what tournament I watched one time where they had like they had like copyrighted music, so my YouTube VOD got claimed. I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Aces working against that, getting the kill through the barricade, not letting Kills get any opportunity to take him out as Wild once again take the numerical advantage. But Q has already pushed in towards Cash and Whippet. This is a very important area of the map to hold when you're attacking Gym Bedroom.
They need to keep this control. They need to be able to try and kind of be a massive presence here.
They're moving slow. Making slow control, just making sure they have everything. So they're just, I think they're just doing so. Nice. 3v3. Wild is so aggressive. I feel like Falcons are actually playing very, they're playing slow, measured siege.
They need to get themselves primed and ready, and Joker 619's got that nade primed and ready. He'll send it deep, but no, he miscooks it. Trying to get it too close to that into that window, but they've all the information on Logi. 30 seconds execution will begin the roll any second now.
And Q
I don't know if he missed it. He might have wanted to clear the window.
Peeking up towards the skylight, there's Mad Skills, the coach, to take him down. Putting it inside a 3v2. Gisla falls back towards below. He's got a
coach is
C4
frying.
To try deny the plant. 1v4. Mad Skills with the diffuser in the pocket, still looking towards the gym, wondering where that defender is, but Gisla is below. 8 seconds on the clock. If he gets the ping at the right time, he's gone behind the bomb chassis. Gisla's on the move, but he's going to throw it the wrong way. He's going to blow it, and it is wrong, and it is a post-plant situation.
Nice. Well played.
Falcons win round 1 back, and you can hear the crowd. They love that one.
You can see the crowd. You can see how much that means. Again, hometown favorites. We don't get to see a lot of men on international stages, and right now they're in a semi-final of a tournament that includes teams like BDS, Liquid, to SSG, TSM. Then they have had massive results against all of them. Huge round for them, and a far better.
The guy that he wants to throw deep. I mean, honestly, they might not have wanted to. I don't know, like, unless you ask, him himself, but it might have been a perfectly coached grenade that he was just trying to clear the window with. So maybe he was trying to throw it deep, maybe he was trying to throw it close and clear the window, because he also did clear the window, he airbursted it. So
Usually a default operator pick when we go to a site like this, but when we're talking,
did I miss playing professional match for like sometimes, but not like enough to want to go back and play, and not like
toe to toe with anybody, and that's exactly what they did.
Falcons and Wild have no fear in those one-on-one gunfights. I mean, how many times have we seen both these teams just, yeah, we're going to peek it, we're going to win. We're just going to win on it. Well, even yes, against
like racing games? Yeah. I mean, I like F1 and stuff. I haven't really watched F1 recently. I used to watch it years ago, but I do like F1.
That might be a worrisome point for Wild, but they have a good structure. Wild, a good team behind them, so they'll know.
I just like cars in general. Even honestly, like Gran Turismo and stuff is good. Like
this Echo, that's going to be Kaneo. Will be playing very, very far back, and will send that.
You might have just missed it potentially.
To get as much information as possible, and they simply just don't know that's there because how many teams actually pull that one off? But he'll know some player's going to go up there, and that's going to be the read. They know the top floor clear is coming.
They got lots of information from that Echo drone going up, and there's the ping as well as Kills is looking to catch the Echo drone, and it'll fall back into place.
Hopping this thing up and down.
Vital information for the side, and we know before when you have Echo, when you have Valk, you can
Yeah,
get
F1 is super cool.
mention
It's weird because like it's actually kind of funny seeing F1 get so big now because like I used to watch F1 all the time when I was younger, and I don't anymore. Not that I don't like it, I still like it a lot. I don't have time to watch anything.
And he still sees 3 bodies sitting up on that roof. He knows, okay, right, there's 3 people waiting to push some Logi, but no one's going to be in there just yet. And these Yokai drones are just going to be used way more actively.
NASCAR. I'm not into NASCAR as much, really. I mean, I have been to a NASCAR race, but no, I mean, I'm not as into it.
Control for the stages around. We're a minute 35 left, and well, can I help gathering information every single time he pops up?
He's gonna tell him
what's going on and the overall picture of
well, this is Siege, just a little different. Very funny.
That's so crucial to attacking bar stage.
It is, and it's crazy how much they're putting into trying to get that Echo, as Joker will get the first kill on to Jay, so once again he's involved in that opening engagement, whether it's getting the kill or losing it. Aces is in spot though to trade it back, bringing us back to a 4v4. Kills takes the head of Giesler,
at least you gotta pick first.
Gets him, then he's traded back, then
lots of trades.
Will take down Jalad as the kill feed lights up orange and blue. Back and forward.
Woo!
Mad Skills drops through the hatch and takes out Kaneo, as now Corey finds himself in a 1v2 and he is up on bedroom hallway.
If there's anyone who had the experience to make this round work, it's gonna be Corey. He needs to find something. Wait for a sound cue, a call, any bit of information, so key right now. He'll have that red ping and he'll now surely know that player's dropped from that hatch, and he will. He has vertical angles to work with, but we see that red silhouette's just so tantalizingly close to him. Both of them know the case.
Now they know where he is.
Tries to stick in. Look at this fall information from the side. He can deny it from the floor. Yes, he can. Not downed, just off the plant. 20 seconds. Tentative, tense moments for Falcons. They need to wait. They need to hold on. They need to get this case down. What can Corey do to stop it?
That evil eye.
Case once again. It's going to get close to 0-0. And Corey, if you can get the cover, you'll get the round at this stage. Information is king, and he has lots of it. But not the accuracy. Falcons get themselves a 2-1 lead.
Wasn't it opening?
Really
yeah, I did my PO box opening.
The fact that they didn't panic, even in that game of ring around the Rosie on site, where they were trying to find the optimal position to get that plant down, but Team Falcons, they stayed calm and they win a round, and they now lead Wild on Wild's map on attack. And you gotta say, it's the fact that they have been able to just win their ones when the situation pops up.
It's on land. Oh, you mean like ping? Like the ping was Z ping was bad? Nah. You can't shoot like straight down, you know. He should have backed up when he was shooting. He probably would have got it. He might have probably hit a bar.
You have 8 seconds left to get the case down. He just missed those shots, and we've seen it so
The crowd is really hyped, dude.
Those shots are hard to hit. There's beams on the floor, and the angle isn't exactly ideal as you look between your own 2 feet. Absolutely brilliant from the side of Falcons. They've got a little bit of momentum here on Clubhouse. That does lean towards the attacking side, but I'm sure you've already all seen it in chat. Look at Jay. He's on Cav. I wonder what we see when we haven't had an interrogation so far this event. It's unlikely.
They're playing a Cav. We were just talking about this. It's the glitch is patched now, but
this is actually 0 up, and so we're going to get a Brazilian operator in Cav.
The last, I mean, Cav's has some impact.
It'd be pretty funny if Corey was playing Cav. I would laugh. Not gonna lie.
But I don't think Jay's going to have that impact here. This map's pretty compact, difficult to rotate around, very simple to clear.
Dude, Falcons are clearing really nicely. Like, they're really taking their time, clearing properly.
They'll try and find that, but he's a little bit alone right now, so that revive will take a long time to get, and the drones are swarming him. Now they know they got it. Aces will try and be close to him, but Aces, or Corey, has pinged out that drone. They know pressure is coming. He's there to try and cover and get a pick and bait off his teammate, as Jay will be sent up to help cover.
Jay with the Cav using
this is going to be a big moment right here.
As possible, those silent steps.
He just left him. He just dipped.
So nobody the worse off. Corey, a second left. Though he is going to go down eventually, as Joker will get that kill confirmed. And now they open up the wall.
He literally ran away from him. He's like, see ya! Then ran back to him, then ran back.
It's a heavy roam that we have from the members of Wild. But once again, Team Falcons have the numerical advantage. Aces can't find the headshot, so he falls back down into sight. But Whippet, you gotta say, Falcons seem to have Wild on the back foot.
I'm gonna put an asterisk right there on that one. This is a very
Dude, for the memes, I needed Corey to play Cav and sit under a desk or something. Now they're doing great. They have like full map control at minute 20, dude. But the problem is, yeah, that Cav is off site still.
He's worried about all that position, and Joker's going to get into a very dangerous position very soon, as Gisela will try and hold on inside of Dirt Tunnel, but Jay might get the call, might get to make that decision to push down in the lounge. Will he be meeting Joker? But no, a drone was watching. That pistol makes a very, very distinctive sound, so they now know they're hunting a Cav. And that's going to be playing in the back of the mind. Just under a minute left to work with, and Jay begins that long.
How much blood?
Rotating back around, Kaneo, the cap can, will get the kill onto a Joker, 619, which means that the members of Wild bring it back to a 4v4. Jay still roaming downstairs. Could he be?
I wonder what the significance of the 619 is in Joker's name.
Down through that kitchen hatch.
The 619 is San Diego area code.
We'll get a kill. Mad Skills gets taken out by the C4, bringing us back
like
to
phones.
a 3v3. And now is go time for Cav, sneaking in behind the lines. Q on the other side. Could be the person that is going to get taken out by this completely.
That'd be pretty random,
unaware
yeah.
of the fact that there's a Cav lurking, but Cav will drop down through Moto Hatch and rotates in behind. Catches one out, gets the down. It's a 2v3 now. The time has come to execute. Jillad will go with the diffuser. Q gets the kill onto Jay. And it's all down to Gisela. 1v2. There's one. Just one player left to get the gun. Fire comes out. And that is a 3-1 lead.
Well played, well played.
Home team take advantage.
They made that awkward for Wild. From the very beginning of that round, it was just so awkward. You lose
Dude, the crowd is so hype.
You had a Cav trying to flank it around. The way they're pacing the Falcons makes it very difficult. It's an off-tempo style of play. Wild really so far struggling to get an overall grip on it. And we talked about this with our desk, other casters here. The way Falcons attack is unusual. It's structurally different than what these teams tend to see, and they're very good at winning their fights. So
I see.
at times that you're not necessarily expecting
A man of culture.
Right there, we saw an example of the shots that these players are
fellow
insane,
Falcon,
and that's gonna be the X
Falcon
factor that
enjoyer.
you need to worry about. But it is still early days in
I hope they win. I think it just be. I want them to win the whole tournament. Now that all the NA teams are knocked out, I want them to win.
I've only seen one haymaker thrown.
Well,
I want they're an underdog.
Game on attack because the way they build momentum.
I want to see him win, dude. I really do.
Maybe not, panicking just yet, but the danger signs are there. You don't want to let Falcons get 4 or even 5 rounds, because the last couple of splits that we have had on
what teams are left? So the winner of this game plays BDS. All the NA teams are knocked out. Yeah, they did. So it's Wild, which is an EU team. They're like German and Falcons. They are a team from Saudi Arabia. So I think it'd be cool for them to win a tournament, especially like a big tournament like this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, it's just like it's just nice to see like hometown team win for them. That'd be cool. I'm gonna take a nap after this stream, so I'm gonna sleep for a little bit. We'll do the night stream, then I'll take another little nap, and then we'll watch the finals tomorrow. Tomorrow the finals are actually a little bit later, so I'll actually probably get a full night of sleep, honestly, tonight. I think tomorrow starts at 1:30. I gotta check my notes on my calendar. It is 1:30. Yeah, so it's 1:30 to 6:30 Eastern U.S. time.
That breach will be very easy to get for the members of Falcons if they want to get that done. Typically, in a situation like this, you'd want to get that breach open inside the first 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I'll sleep for a little bit. So
O'Kill's already pushing up inside stock, and
honestly, dude, they're taking so well. I'm actually very impressed because like previously, so I've watched some Middle Eastern teams play a decent amount. I am Middle Eastern myself, so it's like we gotta root for them a little bit too. But like I've watched them play and they're normally like really aggressive. Really aggressive. But yeah, they beat TSM yesterday as well. But I feel like now the team that I'm watching is like very measured in their like takes. Like they're playing very like proper Siege, I guess. So they were always really fun to watch because they were like hyper aggressive. But they're just.
Are you kidding me, Corey? Goodbye, Corey, on that one. What a one tap. A good one tap so far. Our feet disappeared.
Yeah, it was that good of a shot. It was good night to Corey and good night to the feed as well, as it looks like the clock has frozen. And Whip it, that'll give us a time to have a little bit of a chat again about this game so far. Falcons, time and time again, are showing off the mechanical ability that they have in this one, and it's got to be said. That round was
Siege.
going really well from them. They got most of the jobs that they had to get done. They got the open engagement. If anything, they're going to be very disappointed by this.
Yeah,
it's a Siege, chat.
This for Wild is a nice little reset for them.
That's all.
They're going to be able to think about stuff, try to resolve some issues right now. And, you know, again, for Falcons, they got a good start. They got their early pick on the Corey. Very nice shot.
It was me. No.
I'm sure Twitch chat enjoyed that one. I'm feeling there's a few GMs getting typed out as well. I know how the community loves to see those one taps, or close enough to a one tap. For Wild, it's a mental reset time. Falcons are really getting comfortable on this main stage. They were shaky against BDS in the opening game of this competition. They looked clinical against TSM, and now, well, they might have the momentum and begin to run away with this. Wild need to stay within touching distance, not get themselves too far away. And this is also Wild's map choice. That's a factor to consider as well.
I'm just
It's important to note
honestly, imagine though, like if Falcons, I don't want to jinx them, but like they beat BDS, they beat TSM, like.
And as of right now, it looks like the Falcon style of play, they've decided, you know what, we're not going to try counter Wild, we're just going to play our game. And they are beating Wild by doing it.
Yeah, I mean, when you come into a matchup like this team is a little bit less experienced than Wild. You look at this side, all of Wild have been playing inside of national level competition, as well as Corey and Aces.
But that's using their noise cancelling headphones. So what you have to do when you're playing LAN events, you have to use earbuds, and then you put noise cancelling headphones afterwards, and the headphones put in. They pump in white noise so that you can't hear like the crowd or the casters or anything like that.
Are aware of it, and the biggest factor is they are a bounce back team. They managed to find a way to win.
Dude, the production quality of this tournament is insane.
And so Wild need to be as clinical and risk adverse as they've ever
been. And then still, Rainbow Six just being the well-made video game that it is.
That's the problem for Wild. You said risk averse. That's not a word that's in their dictionary, is it? They like to take risks.
No, this is honestly like the best produced tournament I think Siege has ever had, frankly. No joke. Like the only thing that can come close is like maybe Invite, but honestly I think this is nicer than Invite.
One of those technical timeouts that we
I was thinking like maybe the one at Belle Place in 2020 was like nicer, but honestly I don't think so. After they zoomed out and I saw the whole stage and stuff, I think this is honestly nicer.
No, they got a little bit scrappy with some of these rounds. They know they had to dig themselves out of it. That round that they got when Corey was above, that should have been a round for Wild. This gives them a time to go, all right, we've seen how they play. They're a little bit less aggressive than we were expecting. How can we solve around this? And this might bring a more clinical side out of Falcons after this little bit of a pause on Ravels and finishes up. But again, as you said, for Wild, the big benefit to calm the nerves. The pressure sits with them right now. A lot of
if they remade Siege and kept all of the maps and ops, I mean, they could just do like a rebuild of the game and push it as an update. That would be the best way to do it. So they can like rebuild the game, same ops, skins, levels, everything, transfer everything over. Yeah.
Bar for Rogue, because I know Tristan's on the desk.
They could do Siege too, but make it like a free update.
Pretty good team as well. Let's not forget to show them some love as we jump back into the prep phase. And of course, reminder for those of you at home who may not be completely or maybe new to the comp scene, you have to take the exact same lineup on attack and defense. And
Dillard Pickles, 28-month reset, welcome back.
I want to ask you a question, but out of all the players,
well, I mean, Siege is a game. I love the game. Don't get me wrong, but it always has its issues. I don't want them to make a Siege 2 necessarily, unless it came out as a free update for the existing Siege game and like transferred everything over. But
very much impressed me, the rest of the community. But Oculus has been one of those players that's kind of always in the action, always involved, always in it. And, I mean, Jalot as well has a huge impact. It's very difficult to look at his roster and say there's not excitement and flair upon it, but I'm going to say O-Kills is probably going to be, I think, the player. I think very close actually to Shaiko's scoring the kill records. I think in second place as well. So very much a capable player against all these top teams.
Yeah, 25k, of course, for the player who gets the most kills over the course of this tournament.
So they're playing con, waiting for a drop down to try to find the person who's in stock.
Once again, already inside stock. They've got the wall open in towards Garage.
Oz? Oh, the guy that I used to play with? Oz was a pro player too at one point. I don't know what Oz is doing. Last I heard he was playing a Warzone. Oz is so ripped. That man is a beast.
On top of the Raptors weapon, it's so difficult to clear. Those impacts being thrown, bit of a two reasons why it's being thrown. One, maybe catch a little bit of damage, but the main one is to get rid of claymores, so that if you decide to run out later in the round, you can do it.
Structurally in this round so far, Falcons have been playing pretty similar to how it was before we had to reset. Meaning
the random yell, that was some operator falling. Whenever operators fall, even if it's off like a single step, they just scream like
information as possible.
Yeah, Castle yells really loud.
Not the story that you would have wanted, but oh, Corey, very, very close to getting himself depth charged. Breach now open. He'll try and deny, so I think he would have gotten at least one set of salmon charges with that one, but Jalad will fall away. Try and reset, but I think for the most part that wall's open.
Yeah,
who else yells really loud too?
20 on the clock, but the wall will provide a line of sight in towards Raptors as
Doesn't
well.
Thermite yell really loud?
Still living his home.
Yeah, Thermite yells really loud as well.
He will likely stay there until he is dead or the round is won. That is how important Raptors is. But
Clash does too.
Amaru pushing up towards construction, firing.
I don't think Clash yells from like falling though. Castle and Thermite just randomly yell from falling like off like small heights. They'll fall off like a single step. Like, Doc as well. Yeah, when Doc gets shot, he screams like crazy.
Seconds to go. They're getting ready for the push whip, and Aces is still locked in position.
Ace is going to play this life. He got 30 seconds left, but Corey won't be able to play much longer. Ace is there for the trade, but Jalon is there.
What a nice trade, dude. Beautiful.
Seconds and Corey's downed. A technical 4 versus 3. And look at this. 2 members of Wild are going to get caught on the rotate. 0 kills gets 1 more. Corey falters. 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1. 3 for Jalon. Madskilled is down, but it's all down to Gisla in a 1 versus 3. We'll try and deny that C4.
Oh, he's going to get the C4 denial. He got it. He got bombed down though.
Goes down, and with 40 seconds till we go critical in this round, all the Falcons need is to hold the cross, stay calm,
low HP,
and manage it.
This should be a Falcons round.
1 normal, all outside the breach. Horrible angles to fight. Gisla trying to think about a long arm, but can't quite find it. And knows he's going to leave himself so exposed. He'll try and stick it. He might just do it, but no.
Easy.
O-Kill shuts it down.
Dude, that garage shake, I don't know if you guys saw how beautiful that was. So the way that they did that, they came in underneath to bait it out. They like snuck in through the part that they opened down below, and then they peeked the door at the same time. So this way when the guy in Rafters goes for the kill and the guy below, the guy at the door will get him if the guy below doesn't. So when you have numbers up, works out really nicely. A very smart like push. Very well disciplined push. I die, take the 46 months. Tom Clancy's Cheater 6 Siege, my favorite. The best video game out there.
I think SSG I think had like a 0.13.
2.023.
Exactly. Yesterday to being able to, I think, get a defuse off or a plant down. So I mean, we've seen it go like close, narrow margins in this competition so far, but that was pretty close as well. Falcons lucky to get away with that one, but they got themselves around, and around they came off a cascade of picks as well.
You're getting old 46 months. Yep.
3 rounds leading our Team Falcons, the hometown favorites. And we go on to Wild's very final defensive side. Now we've seen a lot of promise from Wild's offense. So we'll look a little bit to the future, to round number 7. Wild have that lifeline, but they really need to get a second round on the defense because you don't want to be...
They're just playing so well, dude. They really are.
6-1 against SSG, but Liquid have kind of that X factor behind them. And, I mean, they got signed by BDS earlier this morning.
If they remade the game, could they do something about mouse and keyboard on console? I don't know how that works exactly, but yeah, I mean, something Ubisoft needs to address for sure.
Similar to what we saw in the game against SSG yesterday with that shield, except it's not going to be a Maestro playing it this time around.
Awesome Manuri, thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated.
SSG were able to win that round with a last dash push straight in through the breach. Will Wild fall for that sort of trick again? Jalad will begin opening up the top floor to try drone out to find out where those defenders are, but there's nobody there. Everybody's on site, full-on turtle defense from Wild.
Can you blame them right now? They're really feeling the pressure of this matchup. So they will try and turtle up. The furthest player will be Jay. Close quarters with that shotgun. But it's only a
he knows he's there.
Here, stepping around him. He gets the information, but now knows there's Yona on the board, knows it's very close to him as well. And I imagine those skills will be very keen to send a nade down those stairs.
Just allow aiming without leaning. They could. I mean, other developers don't have the issues that Ubisoft has with mouse and keyboard, so.
Kills, opening up a line of sight on the stairs in case he pushes up, but Jay will fall back down on the side.
Like, their gameplay is so measured and, like, honestly, no joke, Falcons look like I would agree with you. I think they look like a major team, like a major contending team. Like, their gameplay is very well disciplined. They take proper map control. They drone. It's like they play good Siege. They really do.
Coming back in a minute on the clock and just continual soft pings. IQ is being played to get rid of those cameras, but still one remains in place.
Less than a minute. Can Wild hold out, find their second round of defense? Kaneo will trick that first set of Skyro's pellets. We'll trick a second. Really? Yes, he does. We'll trick a third. No, he can't. Only got two. So that hatch will get open, but he's wasted time. 30 seconds, and Falcons.
How many pellets does he have left?
For another example of how they dig themselves in a very tricky position with gunplay and mechanics alone. Toxic Casual try and choke out the
25 seconds. Ooh.
That might be the dinner bell ringing. As now all
that was an important kill. That might decide the round.
Kills gets one on the J, but it's going to be the team kill. Oh no! It's all down the Falcons. 3 versus 2, 10 seconds. 3 versus 1.
They Bro, this guy picked up his shield. Why is this guy picking up his shield when there's like 10 seconds left? Yo, okay. I just wanted to just throw this out there, okay? I mean, well played by Falcons to like capitalize on it, but with 20 seconds left, Wild killed the person who was pushing for Moto, which is like an essential kill, right? That they should have like been very good chance of winning the round. They then team killed and tried to pick up their shield. Who tries to pick up a shield with 20 seconds left in the round?
That's not easy. That's not easy to do. If you wanted to do a complete replication of what Liquid done, it would be 6-1. But Wild, yeah, this is where we've hyped up your attacking side. And they used it. And they use all of the tricks of the trade you've got. Whack J on Finka, put Kaneo on Buck, try to break this down. But Falcons, as this plays out...
Credit where credit's due, though. Falcons basically just walked in
they're gonna spawn peek, they're gonna get aggressive.
And just fried all of them, but still. Stupid fucking mistakes in the 14 months. Very much appreciated, son. That's stupid. Yeah, I don't get that. That is crazy. I don't know how Wild thinks this is a good idea. Yeah, there's 20 seconds left. Pick up a shield and, like, triple peek the hallway. Oh my lord.
Wild to force the issue now as Team Falcons just 2 rounds away from a 1-map lead. And this is defense for them as we go down to that Church Arsenal site, which has such a good...
Wild seems scared to take gunfights. I would not say that. They're definitely, like... I think they're scared because... Like, Wild is not playing disciplined Siege right now. They're literally, like... I mean, hey, sometimes it works, but they're playing insanely aggressive, right? And they're getting punished super hard by Falcons. Because Falcons are playing disciplined, right? They're sitting, they're slowly taking map control, they're holding all the angles, rotates, forcing the roamers to, like, run into, like, random, you know, directions pretty much. Double nade.
Good trading off for Wild, good position early in a 4 versus 3. We see this a lot with these two sides, going very, very aggressive, very, very...
But here's the thing. Now, they're on. They can kind of control the pace a little bit more, right? Because they're on attack. So we'll see.
4-3 advantage for Wild on attack, and this is where they normally excel. Aces playing inside kitchen. We're looking at that defensive
4v3.
side. They've used up both of their C4s, so they've got none to play with, which does mean that
How can you get my charm? Just type ! charm in the chat. There's a link to sub to me on Twitch, and a link to link up your Ubisoft account and Twitch account. That's it.
Falcons looking at their position. They're all holding long-range pixel angles, waiting for Wild to step into them.
They're just going to sit, hold, and wait. They don't need to do anything really outrageous here. They can sit and wait. This is kind of what this site's good at doing. You're going to hold on. That's good. Well, what a new
it's on Fish.
I don't know if that was a swap of position or something from his
How's it going, bud?
Inside of blue will be Lucy trying to make those lines of sight, but right now for Wild, key is information. Get some information, figure out the picks, open up what you ever need to do, and begin to get this execution rolling. An EMP tossed out might give us an indication they want to go through that church wall, and we see church has essentially been left undefended, so they get themselves in there. It might be the
Wild is panicking right now.
Tunnel to me, the screams, a kitchen dirt push, and well, Q is going to be in a very difficult position now, brawling through that vertical position. KO will take a beating as well.
You think whoever gets the MVP bonuses and stuff will share with their team? Maybe. I mean, I don't. It could.
Things are going to get a little bit tense now, but it's going to be all calmed down by Aces, who gets one on the queue, and that's going to be a very close round as Jay gets the final pick from side of dirt tunnel. Wild get themselves back.
Hey, thank you, Fish.
That's a very, very needed mental reset round, and a good sign of how they might be faring up on the offensive side.
Still 5-2 down, though. A lot of work to do on attack, but doing a much better job of.
What headphones do I use in Siege? Corsair Virtuoso XT. You type */ headset. Come check it out.
Members of Falcons take them down. But one thing is for sure, that Falcons crowd, win or lose a round, they make a lot of noise. You said it before, we've been in the crowd, we've enjoyed every minute of it, but as we get ready to jump into this round, once more, Falcons will go down to that basement site, and last time around it was the fact that the C4s weren't quite used to their full potential, didn't really allow themselves to get a couple of kills.
I mean, we saw like one funky C4 getting used.
If they bring it back, I mean, some teams are more comfortable on attack or on defense or whatever. It just depends. I mean, that being said, I mean, I believe, I think Falcons should win on paper, but you know, anything can happen. Any issues on West Europe servers? Not a clue. Haven't played ranked today. And I play NA anyway.
I'm here. Come worry about it, but Jay. Operation Crouch Walk enters inside a strip. He's going to try and pick any stragglers up, and the cutoff drone is set up by Gisela as well, watching. So they now know if anyone's went towards strip. That's what that drone's intention is. But these wooden barricades, guess what? Slow down this push and force the Nook to make some noise.
Yeah, pushing in through pool table. Mad Skills playing in stock may be the first player that they need to worry about. Jay gets rid of that default cam. Mad Skills droned out again as that information.
Big aim or God aim?
Who's got himself right up against
I mean, I think you need to play smart is most important. And then obviously mechanical skill. And you have to have a good mix to be successful. But
Mad Skills making a lot of noise though.
I would do the 2-hit on the barricade. It's pretty easy. You hit one above, basically the bottom, like the very bottom board is up because you can walk over it, and then you hit up in the middle of the next set, and it'll break like 6 boards, I think, and then you can just walk through it.
They are posing a real problem, and while they're struggling to clear the road.
If that's harder for you to do, if that's harder for you to do, then you can do it a lot easier. One is to do is you could just prone on the ground, and you can just double hit the bottom of the door. So hit the very bottom right of the door, and then hit right above it, and you'll break like 5 boards, and then you could just crawl through it instead. I don't think Prime G2 would translate today's Pro League. They would get smoked. They literally had that roster in not as competitive of an era, and they got smoked to the point where they literally dropped all of their players at one point or another.
Likes to pop it down if the opportunity arises, but this impact, this line of sight that's being created, mad skills will get one after Wild take down 2 members of Team Falcons. Kaneo sprinting down the stairs towards the side. Corey rushing in as Jay will get knocked now too. It's back to a 3v3 and Q is inside dirt. 1 member inside generator. Q peeks around the corner, but Kaneo will stick the plant.
C4?
And O kills just sneaking around those
C4.
boxes.
No, he doesn't have
going
it.
to get the kill on the Corey, but the diffuser has gone down. It's a 2v3. Smoke canisters going out. Kaneo gets one. He gets a second. It's a 2v1. It's all down to Mad Skills as he begins to.
Oh, he doesn't see him there.
Moto, and he's going to get taken down. Gisela gets the kill, and Wild have now won rounds back to back.
What's going on, Elman?
That's going to be a massive boost for them. Momentum rolling in their favor. Good for Wild. They get that done. But they have a long road ahead. Get themselves back level. 5-3 now our scoreline.
This game is 40% aim, 60% bearing. Probably. It depends at the level as well too. You could easily hit like, I don't know. I don't think I have great, I have like decent mechanical skill, I guess, enough to be passable, I suppose. But I mean, I just play correctly, generally speaking. And then, that allows me to hit champion without like, every season.
Big round for the match right now. Will Falcons go 6-3?
And the other 4 Empires play next time. They were playing, they're trying to pick up for a second. I mean, Empire is, they tried to qualify for Challenger League and got like knocked out by some random team. It sucks, but I mean, who knows?
And you know as well as I do, when you're on match points, the other team sometimes can play a little bit more aggressively or try a little bit too hard and nearly feed Falcons the win.
Are you saying the one-round mentality exists?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I wonder what team suffered from that one yesterday.
I think we might have worked it.
I wonder, was that SSG? Fumbling the bag, 6-1 up against Liquid. Not quite the same story, but
Come on, Falcons, close it out.
Beginning to feel that pressure.
Worrying me a little bit.
Wild upon the side swap. The Wild look to be a little bit more in their face this time, not doing CC, but they rarely do. They like to be a little bit more forward and aggressive.
That's probably you play with as well. I mean, kind of, I guess. You can have. It's really, honestly, for ranking up. All that ranking up actually really means nice. all that ranking up really. Ooh, nice try. Like, okay, ranking up in Siege, you don't even have to have a 50% win rate. If you are playing against like a team of like super high champions, let's just say, and you're like Diamond, you'll gain like 150 elo if you win, and if you lose, you'll lose 25. So let's just say, like, hypothetically speaking, you're at like 4,400 elo, right? And you're playing like 7,000 elo champions, right? And you play them twice in a row, or you play. Let's say you play them 6 times in a row, and you win 2 games, right? You'll gain 300 elo because you'll gain 150 elo from each of those games. The 4 that you lose, you'll lose 100. And you're still plus 200 elo, even though you're 2 and 4 on 6 games.
What they need to do is to have a cutoff, and that's what they're going to do. Construction wall is still going to, not construction wall, Jacuzzi's going to still get to watch, I'd imagine. And yes, these 2 players still chewing up outside of that one. Construction now opened up, that will isolate now 0 kills.
So a lot of it is not.
Doesn't matter, he'll find one, the J.
A lot. Nice. A lot about it is like who you win against and lose against, right?
That's so kills. Now it's all down the pressure. Kaneo, one of the MVP training stars of this team in this competition. So 4 points a second. Gonna make it 3.
Let's try.
Shuts it
Let's
down.
go. All right, one more round.
Match point.
You have to pick your opponent smartly. Well, you still have to win that game against those people who have 7,000 elo. There's a reason they have 7,000 elo. It's because they're really good, probably, unless they're boosted by cheaters.
But Wild now find themselves trailing by 3 with the home side on match point. Are we going to see Falcons win that first round, break the serve, then take Wild to Chalet after this one, which of course we know Wild has a bit of a preference for too.
Wild are certainly not uncomfortable on Chalet. It's not going to be, I think, in their top 4 preference, but let's say it will be number 5 in that list. They're not uncomfortable there, but it's still not their best showing. That's why Falcons would have been very keen to go there as well. We know that they're comfortable on Chalet. We've seen a very good performance from them, especially against TSM yesterday. So, match point. Wild 3 rounds.
Well, the leaderboards of Xbox are because people DDoS and like elo glitch and cheat. I thought didn't they ban all those people or no?
You go to your opposition's map pick, and you are fighting with your back against the wall. You lose Chalet, you go home. That final spot, that massive prize pool, out the window. You've already got what you've got. You cash out with what you leave. Still happy, but not happy as you could have been getting all the way to the final. Of course, the players who are trying to get themselves that MVP status out of the top kill chase.
Ubi doesn't do anything for console players.
So we move into this round.
PC's not much better.
They're going to be feeling confidence. They're going to be playing with it too. And Wild have to watch out for that one.
PC is not much better.
That's what SSG did.
Yeah, SSG paid the price for it last time around. But
This will be the 100,000 elo.
They play a very different style to SSG, and I think that they will probably.
People in Siege will just do anything for elo, truly. They really will.
Kaneo will drone through as the push will begin through dirt. The one round that Wild won, and this one was down in basement, and they're going to look to do it again. Jay gets himself in a gunfight, but there is the Valcam gone. He's peeking up towards those stairs, and unfortunately for Falcons, they weren't able to hit the head to get the kill. But they're going to push 2 members down dirt now to force QBZ off the sheet. Jay gets the kill without even needing to use utility.
That's a massive pick now. They cleared this lane. And once again, look at this elite addition to the setup. They'll use that C4 now, and he'll try and deny this pressure. Wild once again going to go for that kitchen dirt push. They've got everything they need for it so far because they got their tunnel. Yes, they cleared Joker upstairs, and now you can really start unraveling. They're still worried about that shield, but Jay can use that as a pixel. Don't think anyone will want to peek him. I don't think it'll be a wise choice against that LMG. A C4 prime prepped and ready, but Joker slain above. Wild have a lifeline. They've got a pulse in this round. Minute left to work with, and Gisla goes down though. Shalad finds that trade, but Corey, once again, calms the nerves, finds a trade. Minute left.
I see a shot. Nice.
Push the effort, and he will get the kill onto Jay. As now it's a 3v2 situation. Wild getting clawed back in. Team Falcons on match point. They've got 2 members left. That's Mad Skills and O Kills. And both of these players are so dangerous.
That drone from Aces just caught. They now know there's a player upstairs, but he's rotated away. Do they know he's already gone? Vital seconds they might be wasting, and they're going to re-drone in now.
There's 40 seconds left. There's plenty of time.
1 player down. Match point against Wild. Map 1 of this series in the semi-finals, and Kaneo now tries to work some vertical. Corey inside of dirt. They need to get this execution rolling. You don't want this in 0-0. Corey will brawl away, and his pulse nearly brought to 0. The Valkyrie by AKs will run away, still alive and ready to brawl, but caught out by Kaneo. It's all down to 1 player. That's
Winnable?
who gets one to Corey.
Oh, he's blind.
Blind him with a flashbang. The plant has to go down. 7 seconds.
NT.
Down. Wild.
If you play enough games, yeah. Like I said, it just depends who you win against, who you lose against. That's the biggest thing that matters in Siege for ranking up.
Falcons 1 round away from 1 step towards that final. A date with BDS. Will we have the home team run the whole way to the final? Well, within an hour or 2, we will know the answer to that. But as the way this game started, they look like they want it.
They absolutely. Who wouldn't want to win this? You're part of your home crowd. You're playing in your own region. You want to be able to carry that mantle. Falcons doing a good job of it so far. 1 round away from getting themselves onto Chalet. Wild need a couple more rounds, get themselves a level in this matchup, and do a little bit of flashback. Maybe trying to imitate their Laptown brethren inside of Liquid. But we go upstairs, CC and Cash. I would say there's a fair chance Wild take this round. This site is pretty well developed, pretty well understood from the attacking side. And Wild are very good at making those executions work, and it's a pretty simplistic execution as well, and that's what Wild like to do. They'll use a Thatcher, which is available.
People who DDoS and Siege. Aren't there people that have like 10 Xboxes or whatever, and they like play against each other and like throw or something?
Very much want to make that as awkward as possible, and I think carving open stock.
The amount of things that people find a glitch with in this game are crazy. Such a wild video game we play.
It looks like Bandit has 2 in the back pocket, and when will they be used? Because as of right now, you need to use some utility from below to move Bandit away from that spot. Up on top of Master Bedroom, kills is shooting away.
Many streamers and pro players say DC is a bad site. I mean, every site's good, every site's bad. It just depends, like, who...
To peek back, because remember, these lines
oh, they messed that up.
Both ways. Defenders can use them to catch out the attack as well. But they know, look, the members of Wild, they clearly know that Bandit has 2 or has 1 charge in the back pocket. He wants to trick, so they need to get below, and that's why Aces is creeping now towards Mad Skills, whose position is a direct counter to that.
Your house has to have 500 plugs? Not really. You could just connect everything to Wi-Fi, and then just have, like, power strips. I mean, an Xbox or a PlayStation doesn't take that much power.
Trying to get that initial control down below. They need to use these nades to clear these power positions. And that bandit trick, if it's still a factor to worry about. Exothermic charge getting placed. We hear that thermic charge go down. They should get this out. Jay, though, caught out.
Nice.
Finished off by O-kills.
All right.
Problems now for Wild. They've got the breach. You've lost a player, and you haven't cleared garage or rafters, and you really don't want to take a fight like that against Falcons. Minute 20. What can Wild do to solve this problem?
That was definitely not the best gunfight. What do I think about MENA as a region? I think they should be in, like, they should be, like, able to get a spot at, like, Majors Invite. I think Falcons is just as good of a team as any top tier, you know, NA or EU team, for example. Just run 10x's of one US outlet. I'm sure you won't blow your entire house. It's literally not even how US homes are wired. At worst, it would blow the breaker, which it probably wouldn't.
Does not have the case. C4 shot out. That could be absolutely huge in this one as Kaneo falls back. But they need to get the diffuser open because the door is momentarily ajar. But can Falcons shut it?
Well, Corey was going to do a very good job of getting himself that extra breathing room. Finds that pick 3 versus 2. 20 seconds. They got to rotate that case around, though. That's going to take valuable time as well. We're going to be down to a very, very narrow margin at the end of this round. And Jalon in a good position to try and deny that. But Gisa catches him out, leaving it down now to 3 versus 1, all down the queue. Against 3. Case goes down. Try and deny that cover. Peek is there. He spots Yana. He's going to win this fight. He's getting very close to doing
so. Nice try.
Down. Corey got them that time that they needed. And they get that extra round. Wild getting themselves closer and closer to overtime. Do we think it's there, Gibby?
Well, Wild
right.
a great job.
I mean, it wouldn't be that hard, basically. I mean, you probably have, if you have a bunch of Xboxes, what do Xboxes run? Maybe a couple 100 watts of power, max. You know, plus some monitors, maybe a few watts of power as well. You know, times 10. You know, that's, you know, say 2,000 watts of power. That's not going to blow, like... that would be on its own breaker for that plug. 15 amp breaker. You wouldn't probably blow through 15 amps with that. Doubtful.
The teams that were coming out here were announced. Who actually thought that we would be seeing Falcons and Wild scrapping it out in the semi-final? We are guaranteed an underdog story in the grand final and delay an even bigger story.
I don't know.
In the group stages, Falcons
electrician. I'm not an electrician, but I mean, basic idea, you know.
Speaking to some of the fans on here, it was a very nervous performance from them. They came back, fought their way to the lower bracket, and they even knocked out TSM on their way to get themselves up against Wild. Wild, however, have toppled giants themselves.
So a 15 amp breaker can carry 1,800 watts plus.
Close to getting themselves to that final. One more round, though. These teams.
That's a 120 volt regular US plug. So you might have to plug it maybe into two different plugs. Max.
And he might just go hunting.
Yeah, one player on top stairs, and Corey will begin droning as well, but the Mozzie pests are in position to stop work being put in vital positions. Gisela moving up
Let's
towards
see.
the roof again.
I'm kind of curious for the Xbox
Tossing it
wattage
in the
now.
corner, hoping to catch a free kill, but nothing this time around, as now even more ground.
Bro, never mind. You would be able to do it all on one breaker for sure. So, even if you're actively playing games on Xbox, it uses 74 watts. So that'd max out if you had 10. If you had 10 Xboxes running, that would max out at 740 watts. Just say 100 for easy math, right? Because of monitors and other shit. So you're talking 1,000 watts right now for 10 Xboxes. Each 15 amp breaker, which is a plug in the wall pretty much that runs that set of plugs, would be able to carry 1,800 watts plus. So yeah, you'd be fine. You could literally use you could use 10 Xboxes in the same plug with a power strip or whatever, and it would be fine.
And that's what makes them so exciting to watch. Aces droning once more. There's still 1 minute
and if for whatever reason,
which we've said before is an eternity. The ping comes out and the player
and if for whatever reason,
taking even more damage
come on, Falcons.
Brushes it off once more. Jay pushing up red stairs. There is the boost, and that is the signal to push. And look at the utility.
Nice. No, don't run out.
Left for the attack inside.
There's a guy there.
Will get blinded. Mad Skills got the kill, though. It's a 4v5. And Aces needs to make something happen from this position.
Oh, I'm not saying these people aren't giant losers, but they're not going to be blowing their power. That's all. And even if they do, in the U.S., I don't know about other countries, but in the U.S. we have breakers. So all you do is you just go over to your electrical box, and the switches move to the right, I think it is, and you just move it back. Or no, it's to the left, and you move it back to the right. One more. Come on. You don't need to peek. You don't even need to. Oh, perfect timing. Perfect timing. V-Dubs, thank you for 7 months.
And this makes this series very, very interesting indeed. Wild just couldn't get it rolling.
And Falcons are soaring as they get that win on Wild's map. And we are going to go to Chalet after this one. One map away
I'm
now
forklift certified, so I may as well be an electrician.
One map to see a team from the MENA region taking on BDS in the final, or do Wild have what it takes?
I would love to see Falcons in the finals.
So Milosh and the guys, break it down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, the crowd is going wild. Falcons taking map number 1, and we expected an exciting and explosive series.
Easy channel points.
To a great start on Clubhouse, and we're here back on the analyst desk live at the studio to break things down for you on Clubhouse. I'm your host, with me are Tristan and Twister, two decorated coaches in Rainbow Six. Now I want to ask you, how entertaining was that?
It was a really interesting game. I think the attacks were really good from both teams. Generally, we were coming down to executes. We were getting good plants down, good post plants down. The defenses, not so much. I think both teams didn't really take a lot of initiative on the defense, and when they did, they got deaths early. I think we can put it down to attacks just being really strong on that map.
We spoke a lot about the difference between these two teams, but actually when we go into the clubhouse, that default map that most part of the team just play equally, that's what we saw in this game. They playing just
easy channel points, baby.
Just crazy defense from both of the sides.
Was this something that you were expecting also, and how it actually went down? Because there's so many of these rounds that the teams were able to steal from the others. You're like in a 4v2 situation, and somehow it's working out well for the defense mostly.
I think what I was surprised by on the attacks from Wild, Falcons didn't surprise me. I thought they just had really strong attacks consistently from start
I'm
to
up pretty
finish.
early today.
Wild,
I am, yeah.
They were a little bit slow
early day today,
in
so we
how
can watch the
creative and
tournament.
quirky. It was constantly we saw a
happy to be up. It's been good. Honestly, the games have been really good.
Kaneo in like a 2v2,
PO Box opening will be on YouTube. Second channel tomorrow.
There was a lot of lurking going on. It really wasn't as fast as we saw before. But ultimately, I think you can't talk too much about the attacks. I think on defense, they just had to find a way to either slow down rounds and see them out with utility or get early picks.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors here at Gamers8 that make the show happen, keep the lights on. Well, sometimes literally also in this case. But here we are. The team is through to map number 1. Now, any surprises that you noticed on this map, Twister, or things that really stood out strategy-wise?
Talking about highlights, I would just say that this Legion from Mad Skills on this last round.
Please add Mina.
Probably he just
add them, give them like a pro league spot. Maybe make it like a LAN finals with against EU, like play regionally and then have LAN finals versus EU or something.
I would say that probably Falcons would not have won this round without Mad Skills on his take on the main stars.
I think we were a little bit surprised about the operator bans as well, weren't we? The fact that Zofia stayed in, and then we saw, I think it was a Joker 619 use it in almost every one of the rounds. We just weren't expecting to see that. This is the first time it's not happened.
Even with the bans, we saw Thatcher, Maverick going out on the ban phase. So with that, the operator, both of
those next map again. I know there's Villa. Was Villa to the side or is Villa next map?
A lot in many defense.
I think it's Chalet than Villa, if I'm not mistaken.
Like on the Gene defense or server defense,
make EU and Mina.
Have
no, it's just that like you could do like okay, like you could give I don't know, given like EU has 4 slots, right? I mean, you could have you know, Mina teams playing versus EU, right?
We gotta give it to Wild still, a 7-5, it got really close.
I mean, you could end up with a situation where there's 4, you know, there's normally 4 teams that'll go to a major or like to invite. So either maybe you get 4 Mina teams, maybe you get 4 EU teams, maybe you get a mix. But hey, it's nice just having higher level competition.
Really could go to a map 3.
Yeah, I think
it's just good for EU as a region, right? It's a larger pool of players and like teams for them to.
And we have to be honest about that. Clubhouse is a map that they've struggled on quite a lot, not even just at this tournament, but I've heard people say, you know, whether it be in scrims or whether it be in other matches, that they're not that strong on this map, and it was surprising to see them go to it.
Well, some kind of nuggets that Wild can look back at on Clubhouse and say, okay, these are the issues that we had that are independent of the map that we can work on for the next one.
I think vertical play. They kept getting naded from below. They kept getting impacted from above by Mad Skills on the Legion. I think vertical play cost them here. There was at least 4 or 5 kills that could have changed rounds.
I mean, talking about the comportment of them, even with the loss, they were pretty comfortable in the game. They are having fun, just laughing. So I think they're enjoying. They will just keep
the biggest thing is Wild could not like chill out on defense.
For the next one. Okay,
and Falcons were just punishing them for that, like heavily.
Making one of our other attacks again, and that's it. Let's just have fun.
And on the other side for Falcons, of course, they won this, but like we said, it's still a 7-5, still a close victory. What are things that you've seen that, okay, if they focused on these couple issues that they have, they could have made this a better victory, an easier one for themselves?
I think it comes down defensively for Falcons, because I think that they need to just shut down the rushes, the early pushes.
You think Wild wins this? Well, you could bet your channel points on it.
Because we saw Wild before when they played Chalet, they would happily drone sight, see one person on there, and think, okay, well, we're just going to rush it. I think if Falcons manage to get caught out by that, like they did a little bit with the lurks on Clubhouse, then I think it could be a tough time. But if they're strong, if they realize what they should be doing to counter that, then I don't see why they can't take it.
I think Falcons were not expecting so much Wild plant-focused way of playing this game, so they were getting most of the rounds just.
I think Falcons win. I just think they look good.
Able to execute with no problem at all. So
they play very. They've been playing like very disciplined Siege.
A little bit more compressed on them, they would be having an easier time.
Well, that was map number 1 between Wild and their opponents, the Hometown Heroes.
Well, they didn't.
Falcons. That was Clubhouse. We're gonna
take what do you mean you're banned?
We'll break things down.
You just say dumb shit. There's another map left. It's best of 3.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه. كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم عيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي عشان فاهمين السين سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Dude, I think there's like a MasterCard. I think the most exclusive credit card is actually only in Saudi Arabia, I'm pretty sure. I think it has like diamonds on it, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Merc. I still remember the first day I played with Merc. He was bronze, and he fragged over Molly. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this, have this, like, thing of, soup. I'm gonna put it in the sink really quick. BRB.
Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk, Gamers8 live from Riyadh. And we have on our hands a massive series. 1-0 up for Falcons versus their German opponents of Wild. The hometown heroes taking it. But how will things come down on map number 2? They already beat their opponent 7-5, a close one on Clubhouse. And I turn to my wonderful analysts for some answers. I'm Milos, here's Tristan and Twister, and now with Chalet on the line. How do you feel this one going?
I think if we thought last map was good, which it was, I think this map's going to be even better, because there's an argument you could make that Clubhouse for both of these teams probably isn't a preferred map at all, but now we're going on to Chalet, a map where we've seen both teams do really good on. So we could see, instead of two teams that are a little bit uncomfortable, we're going to see two teams that are very comfortable.
I believe right now we will be able to see Falcons and Wild finally playing what they were supposed to do. Clubhouse, as a default map, they were like playing what it was supposed to be. But right now we will see their personalities, we will see their game style with fast pushes from Wild and with their structured way from Falcons, just to finally counter and try to surprise each other.
I think we're going to see Spawn Peak Central as well.
Oh, yes.
The amount of Spawn Peaks that we saw yesterday.
I mean, you know, you're coach for Rogue. Spawn peeking on Chalet.
We have the best spawn killer in the world, Leon Gids.
Not even Deepak.
Not even Deepak, no. Well, you know, we're still working on it. Still working on it, unfortunately. The thing that I would like to see, just setup-wise, though, on the defense for Falcons here, is that yesterday we saw situations where they were using multiple C4s per round to make rotates. So
yeah, and they still won those rounds,
They
by the way.
still won those rounds. They still won those rounds. It's unconventional and it's a little bit funny, but they still won the rounds because ultimately it doesn't matter too much. But I think the reason I bring it up for against Wild is because if they're going to rush bomb sites, if they're going to send 3 or 4 people directly into the bomb, and
no
you
smoking.
don't have a C4 to deny it, you don't pick a smoke to deny it, then how are you going to stop it?
We saw a lot of different compositions from the Falcons game style. So probably they're just using another operator that just for gunfights.
Map 3, yes, no? That's all I need.
No.
No.
All right, there it is. Might just be a 2-0. At least that's how the analysts are seeing it. Casters, hello. Can you hear us? Whippet Gibson, can we bring them up?
All right, we
on
got
the screen?
predictions
The
up.
game is almost ready, and we need the casters to be set up and set. There we go, and they look so handsome too. Gentlemen, please, all yours.
Thank you, Milosh. And map number 1, Falcons took in a really comprehensive way. This is map 2 of a best of 3, and it's as simple as this. A Falcons win, like what Tristan expects, puts them in the final. Wild need to win Falcons map to take us all the way in this best of 3.
All the pressure on Wild right now. Simply put, Wild are the team that you would expect coming into this. A lot of team people, especially watching this, would have seen a little bit more of Wild because it's easier to watch some of the matches inside of GSA. Falcons now, no pressure right now. They're a map up, so they got that safety blanket if they want to go to Villa, but Wild, they don't want to go.
What percentage are now achievement on Falcons? Whatever you want.
And we saw what Falcons done to TSM on Chalet. We have a very exciting one, but
we also saw though what Wild were able to do to Team Liquids on Chalet.
Dude, this
where they
transition is
absolutely
insane.
Picked them apart 7-1. So both these sides have a very good record on this map. Both of them are going to be put to the test, and the first ban, part of that wild aggressive attack, will be Ying being banned out.
No surprise there at all. That's what Wild love to do. They love to play operators like Ying and get in your face on a map like Chalet in particular. They're going to ban Nook, and I have a feeling we're going to go through a pretty unusual but makes a lot of sense.
Cade?
Nook is an operator that the Falcons love to use, so not too shocking that that's going to
You
be.
don't really have to ban Cade on a send this map, though.
How annoying it is, Valkyrie. Again, not a
Or maybe
massive shock
Mira.
to me, at least. You don't want to deal with that extra information on a map like Chalet. That can be a nightmare. And now the question is, what will Falcons ban away? Drum roll, please.
And it will be Kaid, the hatches. So once again, no surprises on the defensive side. Like you said, not the normal bans on attack, but still no surprise based on the way both these teams play.
That was such a coordinated good luck, have fun.
We know that behind the scenes in scrims and comp, Nook is a nightmare to play against just because of how much ground that you can take undetected.
And the fact like it's one of those operators that pops up and makes a problem, right? I mean, when you look at this it's an odd comparison, but there are teams in other national level competitions similar to what Wild are in that use operators like Nook incredibly well. Just pop up and find some absolute brilliance. And I'm really intrigued how this is going to match up. But with Valkyrie, I mean, these bans pretty simplistic. Wild do rely a little bit on that Ying to get their initial entryways, but without that guy, I don't think.
See how Falcons plays this out. So they're still going down. Oh, they're doing bar games. Is in my mind.
Chalet, and I cannot wait to see what the members of Wild are going to bring. The defensive setup, not any surprises here whatsoever.
Seems like,
you
yeah.
usually defend this
Fairly
site
standard.
from above. If anything, you only leave one player
And
on
weird
the
ops.
ground floor, and then down
Pretty standard.
towards the basement and
Over
on the top
spawn
floor is where
peak.
you will have most of your presence. Now, Wild are a team that they will see that, and the way they play is, well, they'll go, if you're going to keep that many players off-site, we're going to go directly to a Pakisla spawning on the opposite side of the map to the rest of his team, and you know, you just want to keep people away in case you've spawn peaks, because that's something that Team Falcons like to do, but they didn't do it this round.
I mean, both these teams love the spawn peak. As Tristan
That's
said,
a cheeky drone.
No one's going to be quite as good as the Gids, of course. But as I get into this one, right now I'm sitting in this, I want to see how this first round plays out. That's my big thing right now for this matchup. Both these teams had very, very strong results against teams much higher in the international ladder to them. And this is going to be a litmus test. How's it going to go? Well, that's the very first pick for Jay. So, good start for the side of Wild, and they're going to be very aggressive in the face of Falcons now, and I think Wild cannot be nervous right now. They need to play with a little bit more confidence, and that opening pick might just give it to them.
Yeah, and that is exactly what they did. Jay, once again, same as the last map, getting the opening pick of the fixture. Corey now looking over from the balcony towards the library side, looking for the next one of those defenders. Mad Skills playing inside piano.
Nice Joker with the opening pick.
On to Kaneo as it's back to a 4v4.
Or whatever. Technically not, I guess, but I was like looking at my other monitor for a sec.
Left to work with, and
Like I was being a Matt.
in the distance, Aces will get one in the Jalad, but Jay is essentially down and out for the time being. Not going to be an easy revive either. Mad Skills might be
Jackson, thank you for the prime sub. V dubs for the jump 7 months.
Revives, no boost in health, and a smoke grenade used to get that cross in the library, but I don't think that's going to deter Mad Skills too much. He's going to keep.
Yeah, he's not in a good spot.
And now he's all lined up, and he's looking to get in a very good position, and he's going to finish off the Finka. Couldn't find a second because of siege timing, but might be able to do so with a minute left in this round.
Dude, their coach is honestly really good. Like, he's been playing solid for being a trusted. Mad Skills is Falcons coach. Filling in.
Mad Skills between the bookshelves. Corey on one side.
Excellent player though.
Pushing through, gunfire comes on out. Mad Skills takes some damage, and Gisela will jump in the window and shoot him on the back, giving Wild the numbers once more. But we're inside the final 35 seconds now. We're getting close to go time for Wild.
And Rexon, thank you for the sub.
I want to see a hatch drop because it looks like Aces is thinking about it as things stand. He is the case, but kills. This is a vital fight for this round now as he holds.
This basically determines the round on this gunfight.
Position. Ace is wrapping the other side, but he's going to peek the wrong way, so he's not going to be able to assist his team. But he's pushing in through. He gets the kill, but kills takes down Corey, and
he can stop plants.
Down behind the chassis. Throws that little bit of utility. The C4 blows. Diffuser is down. 43 seconds away from Wild taking the lead. But no, kills. Gets the kill onto Aces,
1v1.
and it's all
I wonder if they have info.
But we've seen this before. Gisela can be hyper
Nah, he has no idea.
And these 1v1s post-plant. Kills. Hunting. Gisela's on top of the main stairs. 1 tick, 2 tick. And now here comes the hop, but he comes off it. And Gisela's forced to
Oh, if he would have had that, that would have been sick.
I was worried for Wild there. Very much worried for Wild. A bit scary.
How can you stop getting asked questions on the top of the screen? You just click on it, click hide. There's like a hide button or whatever.
Very much. Close though. Very, very close. And we saw that the fact that Mad Skills decided to creep all the way through that smoke grenade to get a finish. You know the Fink is down, or you just know someone's down. You didn't need to take that type of risk and gamble, but did so.
That is just bad timing. I thought they had that, but
it's one of those key moments of the round that you can't say if you just held your position, you might have been able to have a little bit more of an impact on the round as a whole. Wild get themselves the very first round here. Can Falcons bounce back, as it will be second bite of the cherry at a very safe site.
Same site, and looking at the attacker setup, they're going to keep bringing those nades once again on defense. Frost is there. Those pog mats had an impact in the last round, and I'm going to say that Wild will be a little bit more cautious when they jump through those windows this time around with it. But the thing is, that one in particular, beside the Finka, it's a very difficult position you put those attackers into, because sometimes you'll see them even use nades to clear, because you jump in and you shoot the mat, there's usually a player looking up through the hatch to take you out.
alright, so let's see what they're doing. They got 2 coming outside, same site. They made some holes this time so they can shoot from below.
And you creep up, use a Maverick torch to shoot to that bottom line and try and kill that position, meaning that you can then in synchronicity vault through the window, but Jake will get the opening pick on the Gelad, finds that with the nade, and this might be a very routine push for Wild. They've done it once before. If they can just keep away from that X Factor of
Hopefully, Mozzie 2 speed, 2 speed, 2 armor.
On that drone gathering information, but look what we're seeing. Exactly what we're seeing. That's how they clear it. So they use that Maverick to clear security. They already know it's.
I mean, it's early. It's only been 1 round.
Set up, and well, you ever want to see a freebie kill? There it is. So Aces gets that one, and it's going to be a 5 versus 3. And they might get a little bit more hairy as Aces decides, you know what? Site's free. In I go. Gisela gets one more on the queue.
Oh, the Finka.
Well, it looks like we're on the cusp of a flawless round, and there it is. Gisela shuts it down. Wild make it 2 very quickly.
Have you ever seen a more wild attack than that? That's just the way that they play. That is how they like to approach the site. And just bringing the Maverick solved so many problems.
Well, they gotta go. They basically gotta. It's gonna be a little bit tougher because Falcons, it seems like they play like a little bit slower, more measured, whereas Wild plays aggressively. So it's more difficult for them to control the pacing on defense.
You go downstairs
But
and you clear with the Maverick. That's what they done, and they done that. Probably even had good information with the drone inside of stock as well. So much better from the side of Wild.
well, that's just like Ubi logic. 16 bullets in the Roni, 100 bullets in the LMG. Basically fair.
Isn't exactly loved inside a tier 1 competition.
They could play like Kitchen too. Like Kitchen's a good site for competitive play.
They reinforce that hatch, and they don't, which is, in my opinion, is the right thing to do in this situation, which does allow for the defenders to rotate on through later in the game as well. Those Mozzie pests being put out again to just deny that intel for Wild, and in the early game it's not what to do, but look at this Whippet. In the repick phase, they have changed their complete attacker lineup.
That's what you need to do sometimes, just swap it out. Get a brand new look of life, I will say. Corey on the Ossa. That's what I will be keeping my eyes peeled upon. What this actually will be. It sounds actually super boring.
So they're just doing it fast because they see this heavy roam. But there's a mirror there. They could just burn it off though. Which is what I think they're going to try to do. I think they're just going to try to Claymore. Osa shield up. Smokes. Osa shield deep for plant.
Quick here. They've got a glass. And if this goes off, they're going in.
But there you go.
It's a problem. Corey tried to dive himself.
So this is the problem when you just go for plant right away like this. Ace is behind them, but you can just open the whole ceiling above and that's it.
How have you managed to get there, son? But he's going to get a pick out of that one. Okill's caught out. Kaneo will find one, but he's now left alone outside the breach. 2 players of Falcons remain.
I'm surprised they even got that plant down.
And Q. Now the nerves begin to set in. Try the countdown, but Kaneo will get one more. One more to find. 20 seconds. Joker taps away, but information there. But Kaneo is a long way away. If this stick arrives, he might get caught out. Joker needs to find something, and he's going to stick it. 3 ticks now in. Is Kaneo going to be there in time? No!
Oh!
He's caught out, and Joker's got time! Falcons get their very first round on Chalet. And it is a very narrow margin. 1 second in it, but they get it done.
Just an avid Joker enjoyer. Another big
I don't.
play, and
So
Kaneo had to sprint to close the gap because he waited for 3 ticks. That is one of the best baits we have seen in a long time. Well, because let's be real.
In my opinion, though, I don't know why they were hard pinging in that situation when it was a 1v1. Maybe they're trying to scare him off the plant. That's the only thing I can think about. Camera's bugging out. No, it's a spectator feature so that you can see the person while the defuse is going down.
Strategy. Very, very aggressive. Let's open reach. Let's go through. They try to get an also plant, or at least a plant covered by an also shield. Didn't work out the way they intended it, but they move. They lost a round. Falcons now get themselves a little bit of momentum, and finally they arrive on what we see is mostly the primary site on this
So
map.
basically they allow you to like tilt the camera up so you can see everything.
Telling you, watch out for the Ingame setup on Mezzanine. Locks on that window inside, and will likely put two around this pillar to make sure that window on Ego is not going to be very easy to clear you from, and will be a nightmare to deal with. But he's looking for some drones. He doesn't want to let Wild know what's going on.
Yeah, and Ingame, I've said it time and time again, has changed so many sites in this game, and if you are Wild and you see Ingame here, well, the option is to just go for the other route. Go up Solarium windows and push the side from the other point. Leave that headache for someone else.
It's gonna be a close game. It will be.
Opening up all the windows, pre-firing, looking for.
But it seems like Falcons is better on an attack, at least in the last map. They seem to be able to control the pacing a little bit better. So we'll see.
And just making it, going to try make it very difficult, but look where Mad Skills is as well, looking up through that hatch in case there's any sort of a push through library.
You need to be cautious of that library take. Looks like Shalod's going to
nice.
First engagement. He'll vault on in, but the go button's being pressed by the hands of Lion. Kaneo takes an absolute mess of damage, but Q's going to be slain by Deep. 2 minutes left in this round.
Oh,
looks like
Kaneo's in sight.
Taking all those 2 minutes. The case already going down the hands of Aces. And this is the Wild we expected in this competition. As the case goes down.
They don't not care, dude. They just go in.
Falcons. What can they do now? Is the time it is now their worst enemy.
And the diffuser is down. Can Team Falcons
get
the kills that they need again in the time frame that they need it to get that diffuser or to get that case done? And nade goes off. Mad Skills will eat a chunk of damage as Jalad will begin moving up those Solarium stairs. Player on the window will force it back. Kaneo.
Let's try.
Like that, 3 kills in the blink
Yeah,
of
they
an
have
eye.
two.
And Wild
They're exploiting that they don't have anybody on
and
site.
this is something that they did not have at all in the last map was a 2-round advantage.
Well, so far it's the best they've done in the series. Congratulations to them, and that's the Wild I wanted to see. That's the Wild when I woke up this morning and went, well, this afternoon when I woke up, it was like, you know what? I want to see Wild get aggressive.
Yeah, Falcons won last map. It'll be close. We'll see. Hopefully it will be.
They now lead 3-1. Much better showing
Yeah.
from them.
That's a tough retake.
Falcons be, well, themselves and keep scrapping their way out of fighting their way into success. But so far, it looks like Wild have their number on Chalet.
Wild are doing a really good job and playing more aggressive than they did in Clubhouse and really trying to beat Falcons who love to frustrate on defense. They really frustrated TSM yesterday. They want to do the same to Wild, but if Wild push really hard and really fast, it can be very difficult to counter that. Now, as we get
24-hour stream.
Round to come in.
No. Yeah, 24 hours.
Is down in the basement. Do you go
After this, I'm gonna take a nap.
do you chance a third
Then we'll do our night stream, and then tomorrow I'll watch the finals.
You go to Kitchen. Simply put, Kitchen is the best side out of that option right now for Falcons. Again, it is pretty spread out. It allows you to roam, it allows you to play aggressive, but the caveat is, when Liquid played this against Wild liked to send in a Moru up the hatch in Trophy, get control of Trophy very quickly, and they kind of just pushed in with reckless abandon. So it won't be an easy time for Falcons.
We'll see how it goes.
Up to go to that side. I think they're going to go repeat Master Ready Office once again. So Wild, will they try the same thing once again, which is very rapid, very aggressive, and very on brand for them? Well, Falcons find a solution to it. Lineup-wise, the addition of the Ingame has fallen away, and no kills back on the Legion must be a very comfortable role for that player.
Yeah, now with the Zami gone, the Wild push from the other side. This is what we spoke about last time. Just make all of that effort towards Library completely redundant with the Solarium tech. So this time, Falcons do not have that option in place. The attacker repick comes in. So far, 3 changes with Lion, Habana, and Sledge coming in. So once again, that Lion is so
They're all
good.
spawning the same area. Campfire.
Of the members of Wild spawning over on that northern side, as it looks like they're going to once again attempt to take control of this.
They're just
map
moving so
from the
quick.
Solarium side.
I'm not surprised one bit.
They're just literally opening up all the windows.
Corey might be the player that's tasked with going
I almost tapped him.
balcony, but they're going to try and get their entryway into the Solar. That's going to inside of Trophy. They'll do that for Westmate. Mad Skills takes a very early source.
They're doing Solar Trophy take.
Unknown, but there's the go button.
They're coming up from below, droning ahead.
And clearly they're a little bit cautious about something. It's going to be the player putting pressure on here. One inside the kitchen and the vertical position above them as well. Beeper denied. Q takes a little bit of damage again. But Wild just being delayed on this initial push.
Ooh.
Those lines of sight just causing some
Joker's in a good spot. If they don't, I don't think they've droned him yet.
As that beeper will give them a little bit more intel. So
Game is Corey, so they're the same person.
Will begin to push out.
Basically, no difference.
Get up on repel on some windows again and get those free
Basically, no difference.
I love how Falcons have delayed this attack without necessarily even firing a bullet with it.
What they've done is essentially have a good setup, and they've shown pressure, right? Pressure can be the bane of many pushes. If you just show yourself, don't get a pick or so, you kind of change the overall play. So it looks like it's going to be a bit more of a direct push from Wild. The go button press.
They literally just completely swapped over.
Library balcony. So a rotation likely going to get called, likely has been called. Have Falcons read into it? As it looks like they're still committing to that clear hold inside of Kitchen. This leaves them very vulnerable as Corey will play around these windows and be an absolute nuisance. And he narrowly misses the player inside a master bedroom. Now he'll get a strap inside.
This gun just has to just go away. Like, please nerf this. This gun is so tilting. Like, why is Finka LMG the way it is? That was actually ridiculous. In any other situation, this dude missed enough rounds where he would have like been dead with any other gun.
It is a 5v3 and Wild starting to take control of the map. Kaneo watching the flank in case anyone comes around, and Jalad will get aggressive on the window. The fire from the SMG-11 just hits his shoulder as he's unable to get the knock. But here comes the jump out. That's
nice.
Him and QBZ get 2.
30 seconds, and now this round is going to explode into action. It's going to be a brawl. Kaneo going to get caught out down below. The popping up surprise as Gista tries to help him back up his buddy. Everyone now pinned in the corner on this side by Ego. Time to push on through. But look at that. Q will be waiting for aces, and he wins the
huge kill.
Gista takes a mess.
Oh, he doesn't see him. He doesn't see him, chat.
10 seconds to get the case down, but Kaneo comes up big. A long flight from Mad Skills now. Case goes down. Gisela on cover. That free play C4 not even detonating in the distance. And now it's a post-plant situation. Wild, can you lock it out? Or will we see
Figo used to be the worst hacker.
mad from Mad
Yeah.
Skills?
Figo was never bad. She's just insane now.
Too keen to get in himself into a firefight. One player half full. One player out the windows.
Figo has never been a bad operator. Not once.
Looking, scanning, needs to find a way in. But he's going to walk straight into an ass. Plays the flashbang, leaves him simply free.
Nice try.
KO shuts it down. A Wild fight in another round.
Well, it took a while, but eventually they got themselves back into this game. In map 2, they're getting a very good lead ahead. But it's got to be said, but the way that they're getting into sight and getting that diffuser down, and the fact that Kaneo understood the situation in that late round. There was only 7 or 8 seconds left, but he knew you had to kill the player behind desk. And as soon as he got it, he ran into the corner. But the work put in the early round.
Do a sleep stream between this and the night stream. I thought they had it after that. Like he predicted that Dornade.
For Wild, especially when you consider they changed the plan. They were pushing up from west. They understood the situation, the fact that that's where the hold was, so they just got back on the move and pushed them the other way.
Well, that's what Wild are very good at. They see, okay, what we're doing this solar take, this ain't gonna work. We don't want to lose another round, so what we're gonna do, we'll take the library. And what Falcons decided to do in that round was
I'm doing a sleep stream.
a lot of presence, a lot of people.
Maybe like I don't know if I do subathon one day or something, which I don't think I'm gonna do one ever, but
Essentially storm an understaffed Falcons, and they still nearly managed to claw that one back. But
subathons are always kind of weird, I must say. Like I understand like they're kind of fun and stuff, but I find it kind of funny how like it's pretty much the person just like streaming like 12 hours a day and they just like sleep the rest of the day.
Skills will get the first kill at the spawn peak onto Aces. Will make sure that Wilder a man down. That is
Right, like they just sleep and like that's it.
Attacking operators to play against. But looking at the rest of the setup, they've got the Osaki and they've got themselves Lion. So many, and they've still got those operators that can hold back a defensive retake as Jay begins to push in through Big Garage. But there is Jalad getting one. Gisela trades it back out again. As now it's a
No, I mean I've seen like other streamers just do like subathons and it's basically just like literally just like between like eating, showering, whatever, like sleeping. It's like they maybe actually only like play games on stream or do anything for like 6 or 8 hours. The rest of it they're just like chilling.
They can lock it down. They don't need to really do a whole lot to work around it. Corey will send that smoke in. Try and buy himself an angle some time. Creeping, crawling, twisting, looking for a way in. Nothing there, nothing presenting itself.
Right, if it was me I'd just be like streaming without sleeping.
They don't need to push. The time will do all the work they need for it. Will drag Wild closer and closer to them. In that case being down, that's a problem that they don't want to solve. And the fact that, look at this, a long rotation.
I mean, I've streamed like over 24 hours, like several times.
Shows the impression Falcon have led on this team.
Like that's it.
They know that they're aggressive. They'll likely just peek that. They go all the way around, trying to catch out anyone who's in a big garage. And guess what? No one's even there. Valuable seconds burned and wasted. And Wild, you might live to regret that one.
They will, but they're beginning to push from the side of the map again. Corey still playing in positions. The beeper just giving away. Mad Skills in the right spot. There's a spray. One player goes down. And Kaneo
the timing.
is now on the hunt, but the sprint away. Kaneo needs to get this kill in the 1v1 situation. Both players doing damage to each other. Q is going to get one. Kaneo
nice
pulls
shot.
it back, but once more, he's in a 1v3 situation. Mad Skills clutches that one out, and it is a 4-2 attacking half for Wild.
Not a bad attacking half for them, but not exactly what they would have wanted. They really
I've yawned a lot.
as many rounds as possible. I think Aces would have wanted 6, but they can't get that
Yeah,
one done.
honestly.
So we now leave ourselves in a position where we move on to
It was a
the
big
side
round, they
swap.
needed that, yeah.
Falcons on the attacking side. And
Now Falcons get to attack though.
They've struggled a little bit on their attacks, and Wild seemingly finding the rhythm of this matchup now. So
They've been struggling on their attacks. What do you mean? Falcons just went like 5-1 on club.
Crouching them on, so if there's any team that can do it right now, might just be them.
One thing I love about the Falcon style of play as well is whenever they win their 1v1s and they know that there's another attacker there playing for the refrag, they're very good at going hit and run. get the kill, fall back, and just eat up times on the clock. And whenever you get that attacker chasing you,
Crouch
somebody
spamming
else
is
swings to the
good.
other side to shoot them in the back. They're really coordinated.
If you spam crouch when you're taking a gunfight, you have a way better chance of winning.
To be able to get in the brawl, in the fight. 10 seconds remaining. What a matchup this has been so far. What a matchup this has been so far. Falcons get the opening map. Wild wake up on Chalet. Side swap arrives. Falcons now with the offensive
You
side.
beat SSG in ranked, you're better. Dude, I beat every pro team pretty much in ranked before. I'm literally better than every pro team as an individual. That's how that works, right? Did he have a sight on his gun? Or is that a visual?
Well, that is
I
something
think because he was
Wild
running.
really like to do. Jalad using
It's on jitter.
do some sniffing of some feet, try to work out where those attackers
I have to beat
are,
you.
or those defenders.
You were on my team and I carried
Opening
you.
up windows as
So,
well. The opener
same thing.
comes in as Jay will take down a Joker. That's Sophia taken out on this one. But whenever you've Jackal using map, this is where the roaming game becomes a little bit more difficult, because you can roam all you like, but if you get one ping, that gives away the rough idea of where you are.
Opening pick as well, massive back.
I had 8 kills and you had 6. Exactly. Okay, it's a visual bug. Dude, I got a third more kills than you. Stay jelly.
Leaving a minute 3 versus 5. They tried for a take and it hasn't worked, so I think it's going to get time for Falcons to try and dig themselves out of this one.
You're welcome for the carry.
Them to get a little bit aggressive in this play. I think Mad Skills really wants to get himself inside of Trench. Has a drone ahead of him to do so. He'll try and work his way for that one, but Wild will now sit a little bit more reserved, a little bit more passive. They won't peek now. They'll wait for the time they do work and Falcons to come to them.
And another drone down as we look. The only player with drones left to use is
It's an aggressive game, dude. This game is insanely aggressive right now. Like, Wild is playing so aggressively.
Is prone and blue. The mute jammer stopping that wall from opening in this phase. But that's going to send Maverick over. Maverick will work on getting that wall open as it's forced to these 3 players to push one side. The smoke canister opening.
Triple ADS is a pillar.
As Wild look to frustrate this
Do you know they can just throw a grenade in front of that shield and they'll blow it up and it won't get ADS? That's why you have to spread your ADSs out.
Very linear until it looks now like Q is going to begin to move around and the members of the Falcons want to pinch the site.
The biggest problem right now is the fact that that player in Pillar has 3 ADSs. That's likely already reset.
It's a G Fuel. I do.
That's going to be on the Mad Skills, and essentially Wild will right now just show themselves right now, and well,
I do.
show that many pixels of himself. Will find himself in the observation screen. Kills are after now vaulting through this very, very nasty breach, but has to worry about the player inside of Pillar as well as Connector. Trying to tap away, and Ace is on a very far away island as well. Can cause some damage. 20 seconds, and well, Falcons reduced to 1 solitary player. Agista finds that pick. Wild
there you go.
Another round. Get themselves closer and closer to claiming Chalet.
Yeah, that is now 5 rounds for Wild as they extend that lead to 3 maps.
Alright, Falcons. Now is the time. Let's do it. Let's get it.
Tristan may have just cursed the home side. And as if we do eventually go towards Villa, it will be a shootout. But look, that round, Wild got the 2 opening picks with it, and they just went on full frustrate defense then, fall back to site, and force Team Falcons to find the kills.
And Falcons struggled against that hunting down kills against a structured lineup, and
They could bring it back still. Like, it's totally doable, but, you know, just harder. That's all. Every run that passes by, it makes it harder.
What that hatch allows you to do is to clear the wall and boiler very easily.
They're not, like, in a terrible position right now, but they kind of needed that last round a little bit. I would have felt better about it at least.
And do a lot of movement. As Army in play wants to get up on mezzanine, and that's going to get you very nasty to like to do. So look at this setup from Wild, right? Compare and contrast time. This is the depth of Wild right now. They are really going to make a complex setup that's difficult to break down. And then what will Falcons do? How will Falcons adapt around this? If Wild played this perfectly, they've a
Go through basement in the woods.
Right here, right now.
Go through basement.
Yeah, this is what they're playing for. 2 of those defenders, 3 of the defenders over by that Solarium side, with the other 2 near site. And
I don't think it shows up, Preston,
to
no.
identify what's going on. The drone work is going to begin. They don't quite have the Maverick in the back pocket to be able to push up the stairs and open up that line of sight, but they will open that option of pushing up through garage and up main stairs. There's the first kill of the game, or the round. Mad Skills takes down Aces, so it's a 5v4 situation. J-Lad will get the kill
Nice.
on J as they now have a 5v3.
See, Falcons can step up the aggression too.
Much quicker, and the Wild defense, which was very focused over by Solarium, is starting to get picked apart.
Remember when I said they played it perfect?
Right. Stuff is very momentum based.
What a shot, what an opportunistic pick that is. But remember when I said if Wild played it perfectly, they realistically should have this in the bag. Well, that opening start wasn't exactly perfect from them. However, they get one pick back thanks to the Geisler. They find O kills in terms of that, and now they'll go back and look at Wild. They're a little bit spread out, but the focal point is that area on top mezzanine as well.
They could probably just honestly jump in the window and plant. Is everybody else off site? I didn't see where everyone else was. I thought they were one.
Get that very important control.
Yeah, they're both all off site, right? Oh, never mind. There's one up top.
Of Falcons, sometimes the case just ends up down in a really weird position, and O kills is on the Yana as well. Not exactly. The offer you'd imagine would be losing the case. So early in Corey, millimeters away from finding a pick on the Q.
Q got it. No attempt whatsoever yet to recover that case. And this is something that we've seen Falcons struggle with against TSM whenever they played on Villa. The canister is going to be thrown out to make it even more difficult to jump in through that window.
4v3.
Now getting
Very winnable. Very winnable.
Where's that first kill? Jalad takes a lot of damage, but they know that there's only one player on site, but they still don't have the case.
With no case in hand, guess what? You gotta go hunting for this one, but Jalad might be able to do that one. 4 versus 2 in favor of Falcons. 4 versus 1. Kaneo all alone. 30 seconds, SMG 11 in hand, finds one. Looks for 2. Case recovered. Can't make it 2 just yet. He's got those toxic canisters. He can burn away 30 seconds, but no! Caught out by Jalad on the Ash. Falcons get themselves around and they stop that momentum of Wild.
And that complicated defense that Wild tried to play was picked apart in the first minute when they lost to 2 players. Once you lose vital pieces of that structure, it becomes very hard to work your way back, and they didn't need the case.
One round at a time, chat. One round at a time, that's it.
But they backed their guns, and they won it.
We've been talking about this. This is the bounce back factor. They can dig themselves out of awful positions, right? Your case is down outside. You've got 40 seconds, and you need to get yourself into this action, into head-to-head. And they just don't. They manage to always find it. When they get an opportunity, when Wild peak, guess what? Falcons always find a way. Those high pressure moments.
Wild are from EU.
And you just gotta wonder now.
Yeah, they're German.
They needed that boost. They needed that little bit of energy. Hit themselves rolling, break the momentum. Look at that attacker repick. 3 getting brought out there.
Yeah, they're actually not even in Challenger League, but I mean they have like ex-pros on their team, so I mean they'll probably end up in at least Challenger League, if not Pro League eventually.
I love it. It's either it's a bit of a roulette. The nade is either going to take out 1 or 2 members of the other team, or some of their own.
Let's just say Villa against TSM was an interesting display of the use of nades of Falcons. I think it was Joker got a few team kills with that one, but still got the job done. Still got the victory in that series. So heavy lineup in terms of nades this time. Actually, no, scrap that. I misread. Some of my eyes fail me sometimes. My apologies upon that.
German players on console are really good.
Does have those 2 nades in back.
Don't play console, I don't know.
Ace this time has the case, so no shuffling of who has the diffuser this time around. Kitchen dining the site for Wild. And I wonder how Falcons will begin to approach this. And it looks like a split push from Trophy Site as well as Library is on the cards. But once again, the case is on a very exposed island, essentially. No one's near Mad Skills. If you lose Mad Skills early, well, now you've got to recover the case. And that becomes a whole nightmare to solve.
Yeah, no kills is...
So they at least have control.
Assistance over at that side of the map and begins
matters. Get your control, open the wall.
Hold from above as Mad Skills will open up that wall. Kaneo playing on site. Aces has fallen back towards.
So he's playing close right here. He's gonna try to impact this.
Of this map, and now Falcons will begin to push. Jalad is on the window, hoping to get a pick over towards that piano side, and now a little bit more drone work again. And that's the thing about Falcons. Yes, they back themselves in 1v1s, but they do it with good intel as well.
You need to. You need to have good information to help set up that play. Oh, what a pick there from
Nice.
on the Aces. Invert repel on bathroom window. Not something you see every single day of the week. Joker will move in to try and gain control of Office and get that vertical pressure set up and established. But Falcons are running out of time. They don't have a lot of it. Yes, they got the player advantage, but they still need to get this vertical position. And look at Jay. He might be able to cause some chaos tucked away. And they've just given Gisla a rotation downstairs. And he's going to go for the run out. But no! They're watching it at this stage of the round. That's so unfortunate for the side of Wild.
That was actually such a quick. I think he swapped around up there.
Problems continue to arise, but only 45
I think as soon as he heard him shoot the door.
Execution rolling.
3v4 and Kaneo is trapped between a rock and a hard place inside Trophy, and he manages to get himself by the drone hole. The feeder exposed if the player decides to go prone, but Kaneo looking, hunting.
The timing.
Kill. He's going to come under fire though as Q gets that one. Still looking for another one.
23 seconds though. Shotgun at the window.
Still with the shotgun at the window, and they've got to the position. Kaneo.
Oh!
As he gets
This is not good.
And it is back to a 2-2. A rock and a hard place. No problem at all for Kaneo. As it's down to him and Jay. Jay sprays through, does a little bit of damage.
Okay. Oh, he fell.
To take him down. And Kaneo in the 1v2.
No, they didn't have time to plant. He fell out of sight on accident.
As another round win for Wild.
No.
Awkward position. When that pick happened around the bomb chassis, I started to get worried for Wild, but they get themselves that round. They get themselves the match.
Yeah, now it's match point. It would have been 5-4 instead of 6-3.
Number 3 of this series, and well,
They kind of had the rush the shoddy, but like, I don't know.
We're giving Tristan a lot of abuse over this last phase, but he knows that we love him. And he's been doing a great job, might I say, too. And it's great to have his insights here. But this is it. This is
Falcons are good.
Wild. 6-3, 1 round away from
Honestly, they just got unlucky there. Link, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated.
So many times in the past.
Shaking my head, Gibby. How could you do that to me? But as we get into this, 3 rounds down, Falcons. 1 round away from map number 3, which is, yes, a lovely trip, those rolling hills of Tuscany. For Wild, can they get themselves there?
Go on, Ginder.
We go to the basement once again, and the setup here, well, there's not a whole lot of it. That wall. I'm very curious about that wall. Being left open means that angle gets very much exposed, and without that reinforcement, but you do have 3 more to do, so might still
there's actually a big tournament, so it's like a.
Single explosive, and now you've got a massive line of
I would say it's like either a $2 or $3 million total tournament. So, well, the whole tournament's $15 million, but that's over a bunch of different games.
Pressure. That's gonna be the first objective for Team Falcons.
And drones being taken down, so they know exactly where Aces is playing. And look, most people who watch Wild know where Aces will be, and wherever he is, Jay is normally somewhere nearby as both those players on the top floor. Jay will get knocked down by the piano though as Falcons look to claw their way back into this one. Jalad holding the pixel, trying to bait one of those defenders around the corner, not coming around, so there's that kill confirmed, and it's 4v5. But last time we were in this situation, Wild still pulled the round back. Joker.
But it was locked.
Reversing, waiting for that person to jump out. It's not going to happen this time around. As we look at the rest of the push, they're inside trench now as Q gets himself up out of big garage.
They have that control. You still need to worry about Aces as well. But look how spread out Falcons are right now.
I thank you very much for the 500 bits from the Fs in the chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Close to that position right now. You imagine they want to drone that one out, but they seem a little bit slow and hesitant to move on down. I'm curious, it's just lacking a little bit of information. These head holes open up in this kitchen wall, dining wall I should say, will give themselves a very good, or give a...
Going 6, something crazy about to happen.
But Aces is on the hunt. He's lurking, he's waiting, and he's going to try and pop up later on and cause absolute scenes.
Aces has a little trick up his sleeve.
Well, yeah, I think Wild they beat them earlier, but Liquid lost today to BDS.
These two potentially going to go head to head, but the cutoff is being held. The ping comes through, though he knows where he is. He's going to punch the hole, and he gets his head taken off by Jalad, and that's 5-3. This is now the chance for Team Falcons to take advantage, but Gisla will still hold his ground. It's a 4v3 now. Kaneo playing by pillar, and Mad Skills looking to clear him away. Kaneo's going to take down O-Kills from that position, and he gets another. Kaneo is just a weapon here for Wild, and he has been activated as the canister will take down a Joker as well. Kaneo on the triple. Can he make it a quad?
Looking good.
He said,
Let's go for us.
We'll hit the button, and we are going to Villa.
Oh, it looked ropey on Clubhouse, and it looked concise on Chalet. Wild get it all the way to map number 3. Falcons look to put some pressure on.
The Thinkaboost backfired. Yeah, made everyone tank smokes.
A burden, a weight off their shoulders. But they still have one map to scrap it out against the hometown heroes.
Dude, why do people take their shoes off to play? I always like find that funny.
We're going to send it back to the desk as we prepare for
Yeah, it's serious, dude. You gotta take off your shoes sometimes, I guess.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. He's not named Canteo, he's Caneo. And he makes it happen, pulls it across the line for Wild, and ties it up 1-1. We return to the analyst desk to help you break everything.
People take their shoes off on a plane.
Master
I guess.
Sorry, Tristan,
I mean, I can kind of see the plane one.
Twister, of course. Gentlemen, what a way for Wild to come back.
I know. They're amazing. Well, Kaneo especially was amazing. I think he's literally just had a life game, if we can say it's a life game. I think clutched constantly, and not even just we're talking like 1vx clutches or whatever. We're talking mid-round, he goes huge. Suddenly a 2k out of nowhere, a shotgun out.
I don't know. I've taken my shoes off on the plane before. Not gonna get it. Not gonna lie. But only when I like have my own area, basically. Gotta do it. If you're on like a 12, like, dude, I've been on like a 20-hour flight before, and like, no. I'm taking my shoes off. I don't care.
Some highlights for everybody just to see some of those great plays that were shown. Of course, brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors at Gamers8. And the local team of Falcons, after winning map number 1, we're thinking, oh my god, they can actually do this. Close it up 2-0, but Wild had their number. And there was a concern about going to Chalet, and if this map would be a problem map for Wild. Turns out not the case, Tristan.
I think it turned out to be a problem map for
Now,
Falcons.
if I'm on a 20-hour flight, I don't care if it, like, I'm just, dude, I'm taking my shoes off. Has to happen.
Wild's attacks constantly, they went for the
I mean, I didn't, like, I flew in, like, you know, just coach, but with, I had, like, a friend with me, though.
Just how explosive Wild were on attack.
Specifically for this map,
yeah, I had a friend with 2 friends with me, and so we had the whole row to ourselves. I'm taking my shoes off. Happening. No. If it's like if it's like under 5 hours, yeah, you can't take your shoes off. You have to keep them on. But I think over 5 hours, it's acceptable to get as comfortable as you can without inconveniencing other people. If your feet smell, then you need to take care of that.
And the Nook by their opponents at Wild. Do you think that tied in anything into this game?
You're on a 16-hour flight to help so much, yeah. I flew to Hong Kong, and it's like direct. So no, sorry, we went to Texas, and then from Texas direct to Hong Kong. Like an 18-hour flight, dude. Like 18 hours. No.
Here it is, N7-3 victory, but this time for Wild. By the way, let's make it clear, not Falcons in this case. Jalad, or Jalad, as we're calling him, doing his best, but not enough to pull them across the boards. Gisla and Caneo, honestly, beautiful round for them.
Oh, it's incredible from both of them, wasn't it, Twister?
I just have to give a shout out to Caneo. What he played on this map, it was just incredible. He just got 2 kills on this kitchen defense that were absolutely insane out to the window of the trophy, and then just dropped the hatch and secured the round.
Falcons have surprised everybody at this tournament. I hope they win. I do.
He looked
We'll
like
see.
a seasoned veteran. What we have to remember is that this is just a young gunner he was being talked about beforehand. Like, we thought he was going to be on the Iana and operators like that. He's playing smoke, he's playing discipline, he's clutching up rounds. He's not even just using the SMG-11, he was happy to use the shotgun. We don't see that from young smoke players.
Yeah, plus Germans aren't known for seasonings either, so there you go. Double whammy for him. And let's pull it to our expert on the other side of this desk, quite fresh to do some telestration. All right, look at him.
Thank you very much, Milosh. I've got a little bit of telestration prepared, and it's about that explosiveness that we talk about with Wild. So I'm going to run the clip here, and you can see Falcons, they've got a whole map set up, and the reason that Wild are so good and so effective with their explosiveness is a 3-2-1 countdown, and they really play for very limited amounts of map
Oh, your channel points are already lost. We're doing it map by map.
Pushing in. You see the 1 kill coming in there from the...
Yeah, we'll have one more map.
And I'm just going to pause it there, because that's the cue for literally...
Can the defenders look around the diffuser? No. That's a spectator camera thing. Wouldn't that be cool, though? I feel like you should be able to look around when you're defusing. Don't you guys think?
Down the Ivy flank. These 2 positions are basically the only 2 ways that Wild can be basically flanked into the bomb site. And as you can see, Ace is over there along with Gisela. Push into site, push deep, and they go and they play for the plan. And this has all happened within 45 seconds of the round starting. They don't mess around, and that's the explosiveness. They planted before Falcons could even think about what they want to do, how they want to react. And in the end, you see that they kind of try and... They've got to flank up a staircase, or they've got to flank across Ivy into Piano, and neither option is particularly good, because Corey's holding the solar staircase from the window. You'll see him get a kill in a minute.
Or spin around.
The other 3 players are holding the Ivy position. You see Ace
Todd,
and I think it was
that's
from the
funny,
different positions within Piano and site itself, and that's why Wild looks so good on the attacks of Chalets, because they can be explosive and they can be so fast-paced.
Thank you very much, Jackers, on the opposite side of our desk. Look at him, he looks so good and fit. Man. He's loving it. He's loving it. There it is. I love when he gets a bit rosy around the cheeks. It's always cool. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break things down for map 3, our final one for today, and decide who goes to the grand finals.
You play secure area on range or just only casual? Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick in between games, and after this we'll get ourselves our last game. Last map. Bill is the decider. Be right back.
Welcome back, friends. We are only a minute or so away from getting into our matchup and finishing up this second best of 3 or semi-final, deciding who goes to face BDS in the final. Villa is our next map. I got Tristan and Twister here with me, Milosh, to talk about things and prep you for it. Tristan, expectations for Villa?
Expectations, I think Wild are going to continue to try and play good structured siege. I think Falcons are going to try and continue to do both. If we see lapses between them, then there's going to be gaps. I want to see Falcons shutting down Kaneo. They need to get rid of his shields. They need to vert nade or whatever it is that they do to get rid of him. They can't let his young player momentum continue to build.
I really expect that Wild structure their defense and use a lot of resources.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's time for us to close out our matchup. Wild 1-1 with the hometown heroes of Falcons. Let's toss it to our casters and bring them up on the screen and say hello very quickly to Blue. Oh, no, he's away. He's already went back to the hotel. We got Whippet and Gibson. Please enjoy.
Thank you very much, Felix. We will enjoy this. One more map separates either of these teams from a place in our grand final tomorrow. Wild came alive on Chalet. Falcons now need to fight back. It's a little bit of momentum swinging in favor of our German side. But Villa, I'm really intrigued about how this is going to go. A map that tends to favor the structured team. And Wild, we've seen the most structured iteration of their lineup that we've ever witnessed. And Kaneo, well, I have a feeling he's on a little bit of a heater now.
Yeah, just a reminder, Kaneo, who is, of course, a sub for Wild playing for BZ, the IGL, who's not here, and Kaneo has been absolutely fantastic as we move into the ban phase. But this is it. Do or die. Both teams either 7 or 8 rounds away from a final. And the first ban, no surprise, Wild once again removing Nook.
I'm so shocked. And a map like this, I'm not surprised one bit at all. You essentially have so many rooms on Villa. It's such an expansive map. It is very, very difficult to expect a knock to pop up. I mean, if you're walking on the middle floor, how many corners, how many angles, how many positions could that knock possibly sit in? The answer is too many. Not even surprised, Ying is next to go as well. We see how often that Wild love to use those Candelas to be somewhat of the opening to their explosive executions. So I think a wise choice from Falcons to ban away that op.
Would you be surprised if we see Valk and Kaid going again? The exact same 4 bans as last time? I wouldn't, but Falcons are making us wait. Their ban will be no operator.
Okay.
Great operator that, isn't it? No operator. Has a massive impact on the game.
Huge impact is no operator. Yes. And Wild does ban away the Valkyrie. Right, so Falcons didn't ban a defensive operator. Okay, you know what? Let's see how this one rolls out. I'm up for it. As we get ready to dive in the Villa, kitchen dining will be our first site of choice between these teams. And any predictions, give me?
I think Wild are probably going to win this one out because they've got momentum in their favor. And this is a map where we know that they're very good on, having seen them in other, seen them in GSA. And honestly, though, it's not Wild by a lot. It's really close. But are you going to double down and have both casters in agreement? Or are you going to just hedge your bets and go for the home side?
You put me on the spot here. No, I wanted you to kind of just get straight into the cast, not come back to me with that one. Right. While it's tempting to go with the hometown heroes, I really want this storyline of hometown heroes in a grand final against superstar lineup like BDS. However, I kind of want to see a full EU lineup. I want to see EU undefeated until the final. So I am going to back Wild to close this one out, but I will say it won't be easy. I think Falcons will make it a difficult scrap to get to the end. And Jay, well, this is an intention how you wish to continue. And O'Kills is there before sent out, but he goes the wrong way. Doesn't get picked off, and we lose that mutually very early. But Wild, I think, showing how they want to open off this matchup.
Yeah, Jay playing Capcan and looking at the side of Team Falcons.
All right, chat. Had to go to the bathroom.
Yesterday are the ones carrying those nades, and we know how Falcons' nades are going to be here on Villa. And they're, one thing's for sure, they normally get a kill when they throw a nade. It's just which side will that kill go? This, of course, a map where the verticality has an impact. Jay's going to be the first player to go down as O-Kills moves to 1 kill. And that's the opener in this round.
You've been waiting so long to use that one.
You know it.
I can see you have it written down. You have that line written. I saw that. Don't even try to act like it wasn't. But yes, the opening pick goes in favor of the Falcons. I am impressed by this opening start from them. But now is the tricky phase of the round. You've now got a drone, Villa. Villa, as I said, is expansive, is huge. There's so many rooms to worry about. You essentially can't drone it all in a timely manner. Joker will send that nade deep to try and give himself an option to vault on in. He'll do so, chasing it. Geisler, though, laying in wait. Still able to find Kaneo, though. The young gunner now slain. 3 members of Wild remain. Falcons, huge amount of control, but look at the site. It's exposed. McCoy and Aces fire 2-piece. And now it's back to a level playing field.
Okay.
The players going absolutely rogue on this one.
This tournament is crazy, yeah. The production value and just everything overall is great.
And now is the time for Geisler to fall back. They've got it back to a 3v3 and they move back into kitchen. A Joker 619 hunting it down. And we've still got Q looking for some vertical control. Aces, of course, playing. Oryx is able to just move freely from top floor to bottom floor and just keep Falcons' attack on their toes.
Yeah, it's been...
Minute left.
Honestly...
Mad skills in the basement.
Ooh, Aces got him.
Second in the round for him, and the case is down.
I feel like the basement barely ever actually gets played for anything. It's like such a large area. There's just like nothing...
Disaster strikes. Corey gets
It's like absolutely nothing like that goes on down there really. Maybe you know you get a lurker gunfight like that every once in a great while. That's about it.
Indeed. He'll waltz on it into Momo, looking for every angle with the Banshee wails. He'll try and claw his way closer and closer, but time is ultimate nemesis, forcing him into a brawl he does not want to take. One nade, the last one in his back pocket, sent out. Spots one player that dives in the laundry. Will he find one pick here? 15 seconds left to go, and no, yes, he does! Oh, no way. I'm starting to believe if he can get this case down, surely he might be on. Banshee destroyed. He'll try and stick this clump of players. All ready to collapse on him now. And he is surely all but dead as we hit 0-0, and the round goes to Wild.
Let's try.
And just for a moment, there was some chance there for Falcons when they got the opening 2 kills, but Corey...
hold my beer, thank the prime sub.
Time and time again, not just for Wild, but all through their careers, have been able to pull this one back. We are having a technical pause during this, and well, but first round, you talk about a round that ebbs and flows or pendulums between 2 sides. That one only swung once. It went in the favour of Falcons and then went right back to Wild.
I mean, it is a pendulum. Oh, God.
Pendulum.
Oh, words. Right, okay.
What do you mean refund? There's one round.
Words are not my strongest suit, to say the least. But, well, Falcons got that, Wild got that very first round, and the time dragged it out. Very well done from them. This is going to be a tricky matchup for Falcons, I have a feeling. Because of this expansion...
It's been one round and things are not going exactly as planned.
This is going to be down there a lot on this defensive half.
Fragger, thank you very much for the sub.
Especially when Jokers aren't a team that too information.
Yeah, I hope Falcons win just like for the story, I guess. Like, I don't know.
This could be a problem for them, but Wild get their first round and a good
a region that's like largely ignored.
Of Team Falcons losing the case,
them winning in their home, home place. I think it'd be cool.
This time, and they did actually pick up the case, but there was no opportunity to get that down. So this technical timeout is going on, and honestly, with Wild winning that round the way it did, it'll allow them to just stay calm, stay collected. They won round 1, 6 rounds away from victory, and as we see, it looks to be some potentially keyboard trouble on the side of Falcons, but 1 round lost from a position where they arguably could have won it. Not a bad time to have a technical timeout and have a little chat.
I mean, they're just going to have to think a little bit of a reset, but it is the first round, so again, there's that transition to a brand new map, a different style of play. Not really surprised that this opening round isn't going to be the massive, the most big factor in it. But Ace, as you can see, talking about his team, it looks like Wild, though, are way more relaxed now compared to... He's even laughing, smiling, cracking some jokes. You love to see that from a veteran player such as Aces, but they are way more relaxed now than they were map 1, even map 2. They're chilling out a wee bit, and I think they are certainly comfortable here on Villa, and their structure that they want to play really is a massive favour for them on this map.
Yeah, another one of those really passionate sides, Wild, that play based on momentum, but they don't necessarily show it the way they react. Once they've sat back in their chairs and they look really calm, you're like, this is dangerous for the other side. You feel like Wild is going to get the win. On the other hand, we've been in the stadium whenever Falcons have been playing. Some of their players, like
Was this tournament? This is Gamers8. It's like a $15 million tournament. It's over a bunch of different games, but this is the Rainbow Six one. So this particular one is like,
I mean, you gotta think this is
I think it's like 2 or 3 mil, which is like crazy because the invite is 3 mil, and like invite's the biggest tournament in Siege. This is like, look at the stage, dude. The stage is crazy.
They were very strong, and they were confident, they were flowing. Wild is testing them. Wild is really testing this side, and it's going to be a back and forth matchup between them, however this continues to go. The question is, where's the third map? Now, they've only played one best of 3.
8 teams.
This is where experience
Crazy.
in these positions begins to matter. Now every round has a significantly higher weight behind.
This is not funded by Ubisoft. So, yeah.
They've been in big matches, big competitions, big tournaments for massive teams.
It's just like an extra tournament.
Ability, they have that iron nerve to hold out when things get a little bit tense.
They definitely do, and they were a massive pickup for Wild. They really were. And let's remind the viewers at home what the prize of victory in this map is. You're going to the final to play against BDS, who are undefeated over the course of this tournament. 2 players on them in the running for MVP when you look at Shaiko and Alems, the way that they've been playing. We have probably 3 or 4 players in this engagement that could be going for MVP as well. Kaneo has been fantastic. Corey has been oh so good, and we can't look outside O-Kills and a Joker 619 on the side of Falcons.
I mean, that running for MVP is going to be difficult for the entirety of this competition.
I'm just hanging out. We're just chilling.
For it, though. Again, coming in as a substitute for this competition as well. BZ, the regular mainstay of this roster during their time inside of CL qualifiers and GSA, isn't here today, or isn't here this weekend. And so he's had to step in on short notice and play on the biggest stage of his life. The first time he's played on LAN, and this roster's first time on LAN. It's only a year-old roster as well, and they are doing absolutely fantastic. And I think, you know, if I had a vote in this MVP conversation, I think Kaneo would definitely get mine.
I'm the same. I'm going to agree with you on this one. Surprise, surprise, the duo agrees on who the MVP is. But there's still a lot of seeds to be played. We've got
Just watching this bring back nostalgia. Dude, this is nicer than Invite that I played at, that's for sure.
They had a 5-1 half against Wild, and on attack, by the way, and they were able to win.
I mean, yeah, it brings back some nostalgia and stuff.
You know, the second map, I think, really played out the way Wild liked to play it. On attack, it was hyper aggressive, and they were very decisive when they made a decision. And on defense, they sit back. They played 2 very
did.
styles on attack and
defense. Dude, no joke.
I mean, attack and defense tend to be essentially different games.
This tournament is like blows away the first Invite when I played. I'm not like, I think this is nicer, honestly, than even like the most recent Invites and stuff.
You have to be able to make that adaptation. Wild are very good at it. Wild have a lot of structure in the defense, and they have structure on the offensive side, but the way they execute that structure, it looks like a lot of aggression.
The trophy I got, though, only the Blood Hunt trophy that I have is bigger and nicer than my Invite trophy.
Kind of a similar respect. They have different styles. They're very aggressive in your face on the defense. They go for spawn peaks to fight your entryway. But when you go on, then they go on the attack. They struggle with their entryway. They struggle with time sometimes. We witnessed them against TSM on Cafe. One of those rounds on Cafe, they spent 2 minutes out on windows, essentially. Took no interior control at all. But they still won the round because they annoyed TSM. They got picks. TSM fell for it, and they got caught napping by all those players. And that's kind of the story of this. They get themselves into weird positions, but Falcons have the mechanics and wherewithal to get through them.
I think everyone's 18 plus that's playing, I believe, because I believe one of Falcons actually playing with their coach, by the way, too. So remember, they're better than, like, they're playing with a coach right now.
Been around for a long time, and honestly,
one of the players on Falcons is too young to play. I think he's like 17 or something. Yeah, Mad Skills is the coach.
I mean, the community have fallen in love with Falcons. I mean, there's a flare on the subreddit now. For average enjoyers of a Joker 619, can't blame them at all. MVP of the last, I think MVP of the last map they played on against TSM as well. this is huge for this scene, this region, to get a team up this. And they've beaten MIBR. It was on the B stream, right? Not on the main stage. They beat MIBR 2-0 on one of MIBR's best maps. This is a team that is for real and really capable of taking a fight to massive sites. We've already seen it. Just can they get over Wild? Wild is that team, that disruptive force in Europe right now. And I'm really, like, part of me, I really want to see Falcons make it. I also really want to see Wild make it.
Yeah, we do, and there's a reason why. You know, we've followed Wild for a long time, but I always love seeing a team from the home region do really well. The crowd getting everybody up and going again while this pause continues. Just look at them. They're passionate. They're loving it. And
TC Jack, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Very much appreciated.
it is deafening, and I
How does it feel winning the most prestigious tournament in Stage and getting slammed and ranked by year 6 players who are just the better player? I don't really care. Everyone I play in ranked is a massive loser.
Pretty poor, as we can hear them trying to give some motivation to the side of Falcons while we work through this pause. This is a massive
Coaches?
break of
I mean, obviously a good coach can make a big difference strategically and stuff.
While they're sitting here, they've just got the first round. They wanted to continue that momentum. This essentially
Right.
brings us back to round 1. This brings us back to, right, time to start from scratch. How do we go against this? It's such a reset. It's going to get
Everyone is a loser? Oh, yeah. Anyone I play in ranked essentially is a loser, for the most part. Not everyone, but most. We truly, like, I don't know, pretty much every day that I play, we're pretty much constantly just get, like, Q-snipe, stream snipe.
You said it already. This could actually upset them.
So, cheaters, majority of the people that I play against, I'll just put it this way. I get elo back every single day that I play Siege. Every day. Pretty much. I mean, if you look at, like, my R6 tracker elo that I get back, I mean, I've got back elo, like, 7 times.
We like the power and control we have.
In, like, let's see. Okay, in the past, let's see. Yesterday I got elo back. The day before I got elo back. On my day off, I got elo back 4 times for a total of 106 elo. I got elo back and then lost elo the day before that. And then also at the end of that day, and at the beginning of that day, I gained elo back. I gained elo back twice on the day before that. Like this, like, and the day before that, at the end of the day, I gained elo back. Like, this is just an easy, like, example. Like, you can just, like, look at my R6 tracker and see this for yourself. Like, I mean, literally, I don't know what it is. We just play, like, so many losers. It's incredible.
They lost the first map against SSG, which was, of course, Clubhouse, and then they won.
So, I would, yes, describe the people that I play in ranked, I would describe them as massive losers, because not everyone, but, like, a large amount of people that I play against in ranked are either cheating, or if they're not cheating, they're, you know, most of them are Q sniping. And of those that are Q sniping, a good chunk of them are stream sniping or cheating. So. This has to be a top five tournament. This tournament is like at least the stage, the prize pool, like production quality have been 10 out of 10. Be back in Pro League? No, I won't be. I highly doubt. I guess never say never, but I highly doubt I will be back. Well, Ellie's playing, you know. Stomach lag. As a commentator, I don't know, maybe. I mean, if it's a one-off thing, like getting invited to a tournament, that's different. But I'm saying, like, playing permanently in Pro League, no. If it's a one-off thing where, you know, hypothetically, let's just say, for example, this tournament, this stage is absolutely ridiculous. And the whole thing is like LED screens. It doesn't look like it's getting backlit, really. Maybe it is. But I mean, definitely all these, like, these are all LEDs, like, in front. I think the ceiling is LEDs, too. The thing in the middle of the screen moves forth and back. Oh, that's sick. Oh, yeah, I did see that actually in the beginning. It, like, opens up a little bit so you can, like, walk through it. Yeah, you can see the spotlights, but, like, it looks like they might be LEDs. Like, they're too bright to just be spotlights. It looks like, at least to me, but I mean, I could be totally wrong on that and off base. I think we're back on in a sec. I've actually played with Gunner for a very, very, very long time. I mean, I haven't played with him recently, but yeah, I think hopefully he'll do good on Sonics. He's a very different player than Super, so I don't know. Hopefully they'll do well.
And this is it. This is these teams playing for a place in that final.
Both these teams want to be in that grand final so badly. The very first round of this matchup, which seems like a very, very long time ago, went to wild as the case went down inside of Basement Aces. Made a huge play to make that one happen. The Team Falcons and Wild have had a long extended vacation from playing, and they can get themselves in a little bit of a reset. Into AVG we go. And I really do like how often we see the Capcan choice on the side of Wild. And Jay, he was thinking about another C4 spawn peak.
Thought about it. It came up very well for them on a map earlier on in this tournament as they move and push some pressure on from that master bedroom side. Of course, looking at Team Falcons, and Maru's going to go straight in through that window into Astro. But it looks like Corey is the only player there, playing behind the D.
Yeah, a drone on
waiting
him.
for Mad Skills to peek around the corner. The gunfight goes up, and the LMG
Nice.
will sing out, and Corey will be the first one to fall in this one. But of course, round number 1 a few days ago, Wild lost the opening pick.
Sonics will have a ridiculous amount of firepower, but it doesn't.
Days ago was insane to
The amount of firepower you have does not matter.
What? There's gonna be a nade sent
I mean, obviously it does, but they need to be able to use it effectively.
Isn't even close.
There's a rumor that Gunner is like joining Sonics. I mean, I hope it goes well. I mean, I think I was probably one of the first people to really play with Gunner. I played with him years and years and years and years and years ago. Just raided and stuff, but.
Oh, Jay will be counting their lucky stars for that one. Barely in the fight, but still in the fight, luckily.
Yeah, as long as he has a little bit of HP as well, he can be a danger for the other side. Peeking towards the balcony, waiting, daring someone from the Falcons to push us.
Right. Well, I think Rexon is like IGLing now.
Take down aces, but trade it back instantly by once again Kaneo, who has been oh so good and retakes that position of power. But Q will take down Jay. It's a 4v2 Kaneo and Gisla. Well, just Gisla, because the nade from Joker will take.
It honestly could be like.
Falcons are going to clutch that one out.
It could be like any, like, you know, supposedly it's good. Gunner's more like an entry though, whereas Super's like a leader. Gunner's like having played it, he could very well change right now, but at least in the past, Gunner was like very passive. You know, very passive. He was like, you know, kind of like listen to what other people wanted to do, etc. But you know, that was a long time ago. He could be a completely different player. I honestly haven't played with him in like years.
Round 2, and trophy statue, the site of choice for Wild.
But
just switch from one side to the next. The first site that was played, of course, was Kitchen. So we're back up to the top floor now.
Right.
And Jay setting up those cap cans once again. 1 kill, I believe, Wild is all that Wild have managed to pull from those cap can traps. But of course, you know, when you're just single stacking them, you're doing damage. You're making it easier. Instead of needing a headshot for a one-shot kill, you're taking maybe a chest shot, a body shot.
Right. Well, the thing is, Super is like a leader, right? He's an IGL. He can like probably, you know, help lead the team and everything like that. Whereas
best weapons in the game, and look at this, Jay. He will likely wait to hear the camera be shot. I don't know. Shalad might be victimized by this one. There it goes. Oh, so close for Jay. Shalad stays alive, stays in the fight, and the case stays in someone's hands.
And Jalad will get up on top of the balcony.
yeah, I mean, I hope it works out well for them. That's all.
And there's a player right below the window. Kaneo is there, and he surely hears the footsteps as they step across those tiles, which makes such a distinctive noise. But Jalad will just stay patient and wait for the run out. Kaneo got that FMG ready to go, but still no run out to come. And a little ping we're coming in, so we've got ourselves a bit of a standoff going on.
Little bit of a slow entry. What? Almost like I cursed it perfectly for that one. Kaneo first to fall.
Nice.
O'Kills finds that. Good pick for Falcons so far. Jay snaking away, tries to find something. Millimeters away, moments away, milliseconds away from finding a pick, a potential pick there. Joker on his drone, looking for some information. He's toying with the idea of pushing up red stairs, and well, that's going to be ace with a C4, but Gisela now gets themselves inside of Astro. Aces
Oh, we'll just have to see Storm.
down, but revive himself with those
Are we streaming early? To watch the tournament.
away, but no, Gisela going to get caught between two. The drone at his feet as well. He'll run away, pistol in hand to try and scrap away. He does so, gets back to sight, lives the fight, and on the day, minute 30 left to work this round.
Yeah, Joker took some damage there too, but the good thing for Finka is in a few moments he will be able to Adrenal Surge and get the HP back, which is exactly what he does. Maybe he was just demonstrating for us as we spoke about it. As
One last map. First map was Falcon, second map was Wild, so first map was Club. Falcons won Club, then there was Chalet, where Wild won. This is Decider.
Grenade sent up, primed and ready, but no one arrives upon it. Less than a minute now to work with, and Corey can't find anything. Pressure begins to mount to the side of Wild as they've got very little external pressure, but Jay will loop around, going a long way around, get it confirmed down on the mad skills. Joker will now be forced to ascend those red stairs and try and find a trade, but look at this, Corey's primed and ready. He knows where this pressure will arrive from, and Joker won't have an easy time. Worried about pressure from Astro as well. Bujalon will try and force his way through concrete. Gisa will get one on the queue. Now 30 seconds.
No.
Pressure all on the side of
That timing is so unlucky.
Leaves it all to Bujalon, who gets one. Can't make it two on a quick turnaround with 20 seconds at the go of the ace. Surely can't get this one done.
I want to see Falcons win. Just because I feel like Mina as a region is a like there's I don't know, there's a lot of like skill. I think the Middle Eastern teams are good, and I feel like they're like not given enough attention.
That's what Wild needed.
I'd like to see them win. Plus, it's like they'll win on home turf and everything. It's cool.
We saw Team Falcons arrive. I was a little bit concerned that Wild could be asleep at the helm, but that round.
It's honestly going to be really close.
On the ball, got it done. And we saw
it's going to be really close.
Quintessential of Wild structure on defense. Fadeaway shot there to close out that replay as well. So they now lead themselves back by one round as we get ready to move into our prep phase. Round number 3 here on Villa. Let I remind you, this is the final map of this series. Whoever takes Villa is going to the final.
Do I have a horse in this race? No, not really. No.
Not an easy task ahead of them, and every minute they spend in the server right now is a minute less of prep they can do for that final.
I'm just watching for fun more. All the NA teams are out, so.
For these teams getting ready for tomorrow. But Wild with a 2-1 lead. Mute jammers being put down behind those entryways for the drone holes, for the drones to come through. Gisela roaming on the bottom floor, which he did oh so well in round number 1. Didn't pick up a bag full of kills, but just ate up so much of the clock. Also up it, Team Falcons in the first 3 rounds got the open and pick every time, but Wild have bounced back twice. The C4 is thrown again, and Jalad, just like the last round,
these guys are whipping a C4 out that window every round and just wasting it.
Attempted C4 spawn peaks, none of which have been successful yet. I think Wild are going to keep doing it until one might just work out. And keep an eye on this point, actually. If Wild gets C4 spawn peaked on the side swap, I'm going to laugh at that one. And Jay, unfortunately, caught out early by Jalad, who's just very much aware of someone going to be close to that position. C4, prime and pre-placed with a pulse down below.
I'll be on later as well, too.
This team as much information as possible. That C4 is right slap bang in the middle of bathroom. So as Falcons continue to take this upstairs clear, they might walk right into that trap set by Wild. That's what Jalad will do. And he's got caught.
Okay.
Boom goes the dynamite, and Jalad goes into that next round. Pulse from below in kitchen can just feed
I'll be on the
so
night.
much intel. You're giving them the top floor with the caveat that Pulse will be able to ping out every single person. Mad skills once more creeping around 90, going towards the bookshelf. Aces could catch out 2 operators that
In
can
1
go
a.m.
up through the hatches, very close by on that top floor.
The IQ now trying to scan away, look for that pulse potentially down below. Of course, with all the floor being penetrable here, you might be able just to catch one. Joker will take an entryway inside of AVG and clear the rest of landing. Try and get that control. Falcons have mad skills watching the flank as well. But guess what? Aces is on that flank. If he can win that fight, he gets the whole upstairs re-unlocked for him. But I don't think he's too keen to go up those stairs, because I imagine that's one of the areas you'd assume is going to get watched.
And it's just a tense moment between these two players. Ace is still holding the pixel one way, Mad Skill's holding it the other, and you can just count those two players out from when we watch what's going on everywhere else. A Joker opening up windows so we can rotate and move through the map, and Ace is still in this little tense battle.
Ratting.
Corey on site, and O'Kills is going to rotate down into the basement and come up the other way.
Massive rotations. Ace
no.
so close to O'Kills. O'Kills wins
Nice.
that one out, gets the man advantage now in favor of Falcons. He sends himself up to Onion. He might run in the Geisler now, holding out inside of Mud. A massive widespread hold by Wild right now. And a hard bridge utility used to get himself access to secret, but beggars can't be choosers right now. It will get denied by Corey, and Kaneo will take a massive chunk of damage as well. It's going to come down to an explosion, but Joker, he just walked his way in the sight. That's going to be 2 quick kills inside of Falcons, leaving Corey alone against 4.
Nice.
Joker shuts him down and ties this round of matchup once
Don't go,
again.
Slave.
And it is 2-2, and another round where Falcons get the opening pick. And it was just like you said, they just walked onto site. We were so focused on Mad Skills and Aces and that long drawn-out affair. Well, while that was going on, they stepped in, worked on getting the case, and it's going to get denied. That plan won't go down because the kill will...
Yeah, I was worried once they lost a couple of people.
That we are moving into now, but and it is 2-2. This is as tense as it gets.
Sorry, when that guy, when Jalad got C4'd like early on.
Margins between them.
He just got his water yoinked. Yeah.
Keep it blow for blow.
Unlucky.
Team wants that. They want to run away with it either side. Oh,
Come on, Falcons. 5 straight rounds.
Wild. Re-up. Go back to AVG. Can they make good upon it this time around? Falcons, they were clinical around here last time. They were able to really cause damage with those nades from down below. Pinpoint accuracy.
Wild is European, they're German, and Falcons are from Saudi Arabia.
For them to play with Aces on the roam game once more, though, as he just makes his way back up those stairs. This time around, we won't see the C4 wasted early, but of course, Capcan's not being played, so that option wasn't necessarily there. One thing to keep an eye on, though, is Q has decided to bring Osa, which means that it's a different thing from style play for Falcons, and it can be used to just frustrate Wild as well, because you can see the player there, but you can't shoot them.
An interesting choice for Falcons. This is an operator I don't really feel suits their style a whole lot. Osa is a very good operator at taking control and locking it down. Now, they might just place one here.
That's what they've been doing the whole game?
Holding in the study, but it still doesn't really match their high-tempo aggression they like when they have to make those executions.
But, like, they literally take full map control, like, every round, basically. Like, what? Like, they've literally been taking full map control every round. How does Osa not suit their playstyle?
To just lock down that area of the map. Mad Skills will
Sometimes I get confused when I hear, like, commentators, like, some of the things they say. Like, they, like, literally have been, like, we watched the Clubhouse game, right? We've been watching now. They take, I mean, literally outside of last round, because they were, like, rushed for time, they've been taking full map control, essentially.
This is a defensive structure that we knew Falcons would struggle with. But can they find those picks? Can they find those openings that they've been so good at finding against all the odds? I wouldn't even peek them if I was on the side of Wild right now, as they really just have to let the time do all the talking for them. Mad Skills, though, he's creeped all the way up, deep inside of...
I did watch the BDS versus Liquid match. I think Liquid choked,
well, he's going to send
fortunately.
the observation screen.
And the barbed wire getting taken away will give even more audio away to Geisler, but Mad Skills has taken so much control. He's pushed into maps and he's going to be erupting the flames, but he's still in sight, and that is going to cause a conundrum now for Wild, as they need to take him out, but the nade from below will take down Kaneo. And all of a sudden, Mad Skills drops back out of sight and into study. He didn't want to be the Lone Ranger for too long, and another one of those canisters is going to blow, and there will be aces pulling one back. Jalad will get one as well. Corey is taken down this time. O'Kills takes down aces, but Gisla pulls one back. Falcons pushing hard, pushing strong. Joker will take down Jay, and it's all down to Gisla.
In 1 versus 3, and Lowitz
Nice.
shut down by the ARX, and Falcons now lead for the very first time here on Villa, and they're feeling it. They're feeling the energy. They want to punch themselves to take it to a grand final tomorrow versus BDS. And so far, they're putting up a fantastic fight against Wild. Can they get over the line? We're still only 1 round separated, however. But Wild, you can't let Falcons get momentum. You can't let them run away.
Well, I know that you're a man who likes particular stats, and one of the ones you like is talking about how much getting the opening pick enables you to go on and win the round. Your chances of victory increase significantly, and every single round in this game on attack,
Like, that's fine, yeah, like, Falcons does play aggressively sometimes, but they play aggressively after taking map control. Their primary thing generally is to, like, take map control. After you take map control, like, and, like, kill all the roamers and stuff, and then they execute. And sometimes it gets crazy near the end, which is very interesting to watch and stuff. It's fun. But, like, to say they're an aggressive team, like, all the time, and they don't take map control is, like, just not true.
Wild desperately need to win this. They are stronger on attack, but you don't want to be chasing
It's not like BDS, for example, where they like you know, blew through the electrical door on Bank and ran in with no map control.
That crowd will absolutely light up because they know that Falcons on defense.
Yeah, they did. He did just walk into sight, but the thing was that as after they took study control, main stair control underneath, right?
Early stages of this round, it looks like Falcons very much taking the drone game very importantly this time. Down below, Mad Skills with 2 nades in his pocket as well. He's going to look to try and use those displaced players of Wild from these key power positions such as Lady, Gisla and Corey falling back. They don't want anything to deal with this initial injury. They don't want to fight.
They don't want to give away the opening pick.
They don't. They know how much. I mean, 3 times so far they've lost it. They do not want to give away that opening pick at all. And the biggest thing is, no one's down below. And guess what?
Have you seen what Falcons are doing? Actually, it's really smart. So when they make a push, they literally just take a person and like have them sit in a very random spot on the rotate.
Going in, clearing out closet to enter through that side of the map. Corey holding a very tight pixel in with that.
So, like, for
DMR,
example,
which is such a
like they have someone in Memo just chilling right now.
Angles, but Joker is already up to Zombie, looking towards. Here is the nade being prepped. Corey.
Oh, that should have been a kill.
Gets away with his life, and he'll fall again. Joker right up though. He is going to get the kill onto Corey as once again Falcons get the opener, but there's Kaneo to pull it back.
That's what they needed. That will calm the nerves. Kaneo pops off once again to try and quell the momentum of Falcons. Pushing on. Looks primed and ready to dive on into that breach will chew itself open. He's got the case in hand and look how far up he is. But they still have that sledge down below. Aces have been sent to try and dispatch him, but I think he's going to ascend back up the Astro stairs and just play his position there. A shotgun in his back pocket to work with. Oh, kills. Repelled on the Astro window, and he's going to get one to Jay, leaving Aces between a rock and a hard place. Wild going to really feel the bite of pressure now.
40 seconds as well.
45 seconds remain of this round.
And that is twice O'Kills has got the kill from that position. Mad Skills comes under heavy fire from Kaneo and moves
30.
back down the stairs, but there's just 30 seconds.
This can go either way with how low time is.
Back, but there's aces from the Astro stairs heading the head of Jalad. 25 seconds. Aces with the shotgun at the ready. One player is on the window. He knows he's identified that's where he is, but there's a player coming from behind. Gets the window, gets the bottom of the stairs. Aces clawing this one back for Wild, but it's all down to Q. 10 seconds to go. He's going to have to force it through. There's not much time left. He doesn't have the keys. He needs to make this work. But Wild 2-1.
He's not going to be able to make this work. What do you mean he needs to make this work? There's 2 seconds left in the round. What do you mean he needs to make this work?
Wild get it level. That's what they needed. They needed themselves back.
There's actually 2 seconds in the round.
Falcons side swap arrives. This is make or break for these teams.
My heart, it's pumping, Whippet. I've got my little watch on. The heart rate is up. You'd swear we are going through a workout because these teams are playing with their emotions. Game number 1 went to the Falcons. Map number 2 went to Wild. This is the third map. This is the last map we will play. And Falcons on defense. Can they clutch this out on home soil, or will Wild march into an all-EU final?
Well, for all the EU fans, I certainly would love to see that, wouldn't you? But look at this lineup. What's Kaneo on? Is he on that Dokkaebi again? Well, getting flashbacks to that 4K against Liquid. Wouldn't mind to see that one again.
Storm.
Attacking side for Wild. How will they fare here? They've been good on this side all competition long. But now, pressure begins to build. Falcons are very aggressive on the defensive side as well. An extended mirror roam won't be the easiest thing to solve. But Wild, they've identified this, and they brought a Lion, Finka, and a Dokkaebi. They want to be fast. They want to be aggressive. They want to be in your face. And look at this, all spawning together. They won't waste very much time getting this clear started.
Straight up onto the balcony. 6 needs to play with as well. Lion has actually been so useful this tournament as Aces begins the push through. There is the EDE.
I wonder, like, they have to have a drone down here, right? But they're, like, worried about stuff. I would assume they have a pre-placed drone.
Holding the line of sight, but Wild, they're pushing on the other side of the map, but they are very fast about it. Kills though gets the opener onto Corey from that mirror window. Now the information's being passed through to Wild, retreat and fall back. Kills will take down Aces, and the player goes below for the nade, and there's the nade. Catches Kills from
Dude,
Falcons.
I feel like nades should do like half damage from below.
For Falcons.
That's what they needed. Falcons needed that one. 4-3. They're in a great position. They've shut down Corey and Aces, the 2 most experienced members of this roster. And they've lost the Finka and Lion combination, meaning that a E1D drone and the rest of the Adrenal Surge is no longer available for either.
I just feel like nades underground, especially on like Villa, are just too strong.
And for the side of Wild, time to start getting control.
Storm, didn't get something real savage.
He knows about them. The yellow ping is there, and that C4 could be huge. And it gets 2. Wild down to 1 player, and it's Gisla all alone against
That makes them special.
Falcons in
Them being miniature nuclear bombs is special.
For as good as Gisla is.
Evidently, that's very special. I'd be down for that too. Maybe shrinking the radius so you like really have to hit the person exactly and not just in their general area.
Gisla uses the nade and gets 1 back, making it a 1v3. And all of a sudden, things become even more possible. He has a drone in the back pocket. No nades left, but he's got time on his side. 53 seconds. The case is right in front of him. And Whippet, when you've got this much time, you want to use it. Don't force yourself into a position where you're taking on these gunfights too early.
You can't rush into it, but when time becomes a little bit of a pressure point, you might need to make those risks. 30 seconds left to work with. Everything getting a little bit tense. Every one of these players knows
The same can be said for C4s.
massive disaster. He gives
What do you mean, dude?
No one's behind bar, but it doesn't matter. Mad Skills finds him.
I wasn't aware that you can just immediately blow up a C4 unless you pre-place it. If you start cooking a grenade and you have somebody soft pinging for with a drone in sight above you, you can move and move the nade if someone's walking or shuffling around or moving. Whereas a C4 has to be in a predetermined spot if you're gonna blow it up immediately. And even then, there's still like a little bit of a delay on it.
Well, they've got 2 players to thank. Kills and Mad Skills. Both of them getting 2 apiece and just taking apart Wild.
Maybe I might change my prediction. Not yet, though. I might wait to the
Right, and you also have 2 grenades,
Falcons
right?
seemingly in their element here on Villa, especially in the defense after that round. They look comfortable here. For Wild to find an answer will be a different time. And that mirror window that they ran into, by the way. They did not. Wild simply
Doing grenade is not so easy as throw C4. It is.
We see that in ranked, maybe.
Sort of the 0 bits. I mean, it's definitely very easy to throw a grenade. Very.
They lost a player from they lost the second one shortly after, and then that 2-piece C4 leaving Gisla all alone, essentially left that round unwinnable.
And the last time Wild entered, they went in through.
You literally just look at your reticle, and when it starts beeping fast, you fucking throw the grenade. It's extremely easy.
To enter through the same area once more, but
And you can continue cooking and recooking your grenade over and over again to wait for the perfect moment.
Dare somebody to push from that wolf window, but nobody from Falcons is going to take that risk just yet. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to play with. That is an eternity. It's pretty much the whole round, and the Falcons, well, they're setting themselves up. But once again,
The move can overcook. I mean, it happens, but generally not. You can also blow teammates up with C4, damage yourself with C4.
A lot of nades.
It doesn't matter. Like C4 is slower to use in every interaction. There's no reason why grenades should be miniature nuclear bombs. They should either do half damage through floor or make them so that they have a way smaller radius. So you actually need to like have the nade directly hit the person. Because right now you could just throw the grenade like in the person's rough general direction and they will die. You don't have to cook it properly or anything. You can just like half cook it, whatever, and you still do it.
And Joker will take that out, but there's still two players watching from that side. Corey repositions himself again. Ace is still playing below with a nade in the back.
Like obviously everybody messes up stuff, but like I would say there's a very small percentage of time that I have issues with grenades. Like look how many like nade kills there are. Like every game. It's not just this tournament, but every tournament.
And will that open the door for them to level the sides again?
Well, they need an opening pick. That's the first start of this one. But there's a team.
They're just too easy to use. They're literally miniature nuclear bombs.
They need to get themselves in the building, though. Corey not going to be too keen to take that little bit of damage he takes from that drop, but the site is inside of Trophy. And look at Astro. Two players ready to stack themselves up and go full send. Here arrive Wild straight into Astro. Doesn't look like anyone is even aware of this as 4 players now arrive. Gisela finds one to queue, but Joker, he'll sit and be patient. It's all down to this. 2 players remain. Shallad and Mads kills. 1 pick now for Mads, even all down to him. Case goes down. 30 seconds and he's going to get one to J. Case is planted. Can he recover this one? It's on the opposite side. He's against 3. Does he know where they are? He hears that Claymore go down. He'll creep his way around, and that's going to be so close to him. He swings and gets 1 more. 3 in the round. An ace clutch if he can find this one. Has no information. He has to check every corner, every avenue.
Let's try.
Wild claw around back, and all came from that play of Astro.
Auger the MP5. The AUG is a better gun, but like the MP5 has 1.5 sight and a higher fire rate, I think.
To realize that is where
it has like. This thing is the 1.5 sight.
They did the same thing again. Where is the defense strong?
So many nade kills, dude.
That nade from Aces below allowed Kaneo jump into that bathroom window and take some control. But this is a tense game. 4-4. Both sides 3 rounds away from a final. Or will we find ourselves going to overtime? But will we go all the way?
I think we might just. These teams look to be so close in this matchup. And you hear the crowd in the background as well. They want this. They want this. They want this to be a scrap and a brawl to decide who goes to face the French super team of BDS in our final. Are you going to change your prediction though? I was thinking about it.
I'm going to stick with Wild because, you know, if Falcons go on doing this, I'll eat my humble pie. I've made the mistake. I've made the call. Falcons have been absolutely incredible through this tournament. And if whichever side gets to the final, they've earned it. Whichever one of these 2 sides are there, they deserve to be there.
Both these teams have made an absolutely fantastic run through this event so far. Beating teams like MIBR, Liquid, TSM, SSG have all fallen to these 2 teams. A run out attempted, no one there. Early stage of aggression on the side of Falcons. Trying to make an impact early. Get in the face of Wild. Make it awkward, make it hard.
I'm rooting for Falcons, but we'll see.
Corey. Are you thinking about it? I think they're thinking about it. There's no way. Don't repel that. He's got the case in hand. So he might just try and catch someone from that position. He's even a little bit of a wiggle saying, yeah, that's my
Easy top soon.
There's a devil on one shoulder saying do it. There's a devil on the other saying don't. part of me wants Corey to go down that little rappel, but we'll have to wait and see. They're going to continue doing their work though, finding out where the defense is strong. Kaneo will rotate back, so it looks like they're going to just completely change things up. And Aces and Kaneo, well, are they going to consider pushing up the main side and starting to take control of the map? Well, yes, Wild have made the decision, they've changed their mind, but they've left Corey back on Wolf window to see what the defenders are going to do. Are they going to go chase it?
Look at every single member of Falcons. They're nowhere near this primary push. So essentially Wild, let's do an opposite clear. They've got massive amounts of control and some early damage done on the Joker in the hands of Corey. Minute 20 left in this round, and here arrive Wild on the doorstep already, and in walks Aces. Gets the opening pick. Kaneo will get one of his own. 5 versus 3. And Wild decided it's time to go. It's time to rumble. Jalad will get 1, but can't do it. Aces will find 3. He's going to get close and brawl, but he finds a 4K. And Wild get the round, and they're back in the lead.
That is just...
I'm gonna take a break between now and the night stream.
You know, they pushed up through
I'm taking a little nap, nappy
from
poo.
the other side of the map, and both times had the same result. And I see Kaneo getting SMG 12 kills again. Is there anybody in this tournament better on the SMG 12? Is there anyone in Europe better on the SMG 12 than Kaneo?
I'll think about that one. Anyone better than Kaneo on SMG 12? Ooh, that's a hard one. No, I don't think so. I think he might just be the goat. He might just be the goat. After that liquid 4K, I think he is absolutely goated in that position with that weapon. But Wild found himself in the lead. 5-4, our scoreline.
I've heard players describe the SMG-12 as a door opener, but on the side of Wild, Kaneo just uses it as a head opener as he just cracks them and gives Wild a chance. They are in the lead. They are 1 map away from match point, series point. Falcons desperately want to clear this one back, and the site of this defense will be AVG. 10 seconds to insertion.
The most default site that we have on this map, it's been around, well, it's been the meta
Alright.
since we saw this map's introduction into the competitive pool. Once again, mirror roam extension brought out from the side of Falcons. They will be using that to try and deny pressure from the side of Astro, but I have a feeling Wild don't want to clear. I think they're going to go for at most a half clear and try and execute directly on the study. Aces after that quad kill, you know what?
Aces is going
He wants to
crazy.
get right back in the faces of Falcons. That mirror window might just stop him from doing so.
14-4, by the way. Aces is having a game and a half.
And he just got picked.
Jalad will get the opener onto Aces, so he will not add to that tally. But still, Wild are...
We were just talking about it. He gets spawn peaked.
Giving away the position. They want to remove Jalad, but they can't, because Jalad will take down Jay. That's 2 for him in the early stages of this round, as Team Falcons have a 5-3 lead. And look at the players they've taken down. Aces and Jay. Jay just hasn't got going in this map at all.
Jay is struggling in this map, but well, look at that. Mad Skills finds 1 more. We're going all the way to round 12. I already feel it, that round 12 is calling us, perhaps even overtime. Kaneo vaults in, and oh no! 3 in the round for Jalad. And well, as his phone rings in his pocket, he will go hunting inside of Art. And I think it's all but over at this stage now. Gisla last alive. Let's try and wait! And what a peak there! Flawless round for Falcons. And that ties us up back to 5-5.
What a reply after 2 devastating rounds from Wild on attack. It is 5-5. This game has been an absolute, I'm not going to say it, I'm going to say a barn burner so far. It really has.
I would agree with that. It has been a crazy game.
You simply couldn't resist saying the Castro word. Okay, fair enough. We get in this one, but a lot of massive individual performance there, essentially saying Wild.
Barn burner.
Coming in this middle store. Nope.
Casters love saying barn burner, but I'm honestly fine with that. I think it's a good saying.
5 rounds apiece. Meaning at minimum we need 12 rounds to separate these sides. Overtime looking more and more likely between these two. As we will see how we go now, as we go back to trophy and statue.
Well, Falcons pull off 2 more rounds, easy peasy. People call like a really close game like a barn burner.
It will not surprise me if Wild see that and decide to push through the other way. And it's not been a case of them playing this map on all 3 floors. They have just identified where Falcons are weak, and that's where they have pushed from. They're going to use attacker repick. They've brought in Finka, they've brought in Twitch, they've brought in Iana, and Kaneo will continue to use Dokkaebi. But you pointed it out, that Mira can be an issue, because there's always the question with it, is there someone behind the Mira? Is there not? It's just something that the attackers need to work out, and it's something that can cause just a little bit of hesitancy on a push.
That mirror window's popped now inside of Astro. Not the primary push of this one, but I think Wild will still want to take this very, very direct. They can essentially push Master Bedroom. The mirror window's now been cleared. There's some early damage done. Sources yet unknown. Jalad down below on an absolute rampage. A heater now. There's Army Center.
Honestly, keep.
It doesn't quite work on a mirror window like that one, but can be sent straight to that window ledge and give himself an extra little bit of cover now. He tries to mold the map to his liking so he can be a little bit more comfortable around that Astro window.
I actually like open mirror windows. They're like very enjoyable to peek. They're trying to do like a direct take. Hopefully Falcons rotates back. Easy peasy.
At the minimum overtime for their sides, because that's what one round win for either of these sides does. It guarantees at the bare minimum we are going to overtime. All the Wild players are just getting on position. And
They're gonna run in.
Balcony. Aces begins to move. He's going to drop below where Jalad and Mad Skills are ready and waiting. Aces is going to go all the way down to the basement. But will he be able to get past those two Falcons warriors playing by Kitchen?
Won't be an easy one. Will not be easy at all, but they look to make a fast entryway now. Still cautious about someone down in the basement. They just don't have solid information right now. As time
let's go on
begins to sit on the shoulders of Wild, they'll try and make an impact now. Crawling up inside of Onion. Will look to make a push now inside of Astro, and they're going to do it fast on the stairs. Are you ready, Aces? Kaneo gets one. Corey finds it, and this is going to be an explosion from Wild. But they've been met by Banshee soaring, and there's the flank. He's going to cause so much damage, and the Falcons are here for a rampage, leaving Wild with only 2 survivors. Jay and Aces.
Mad Skills is low.
Oh.
Double as he takes down Jalad and Mad Skills. This is a 2v2 now. Aces can just pause and relax. You've got 40 seconds, but Joker is holding that deadly pixel through the busted open mirror window. Aces needs help from Jay as Jay vaults in bathroom window now. Aces in position as well, but Joker could catch him.
ARX and a Finka gun.
To be revealed, he sprays around the corner.
Nice.
He's going to get one, but he's going to get downed. It's a 1v1.
This is a moment now. Ace is one of the most experienced players on this roster. All the pressure upon his shoulders. He'll get to confirm a quad kill needed to clutch this round. He has to check every angle. He's got no information, but an ARX in his hand as well. No case he's going to go hunting, but it looks like the member of Falcons will fall away.
Run!
Aces finds it.
Wow.
Wild match point here on Villa, and look how much that means. 1 round away from our grand final tomorrow.
That is the most emotional I have seen Aces in a long time. That is the most emotional we have seen Wild as they pulled that away from the jaws of victory. 18 kills for Aces in this
I want
map.
Falcons to win.
On match point. 1 attack away from a final. And for the hometown heroes, if they can pull this round, we're going to overtime.
Oh, don't even tempt me with that thought right now. Aces has come for an absolute brawl. What a performance from him. He wants that top kill bonus at the end of this tournament, doesn't he? As he sits on the very soaring heights of 18 picks and a huge play. 4Ks all around for him as Wild 1 more round.
I mean, I see the thought behind it, but yeah, you gotta like just run away.
Wild and Falcons, both of these sides have won so many fans, and Falcons creating lines of sight onto that top.
Right.
We're going back
That's true.
upstairs.
Yeah, Falcons have no like, or not very much, or like pretty much no like tournament experience, or at least like pro play.
Wild, GSA Wild get to the finals of this Gamers8 tournament.
What a story will that be? Wild, the team instead of EU, not even qualified for Challenger League yet. Up against it all, against BDS on the main stage, but Falcons still have 1 more round inside of regulation. They'll force this to overtime. And we will see a lot of that solo roam down below
It
to get on
happens.
that Legion. Not the combination that
Still
we see
winnable.
regularly inside of top flight competition, but it has worked out so well so far.
It has, and Gisela will begin droning. Lion using the EDE, but there's the Legion, the goo mine to give away the push as Jalad holds the angle. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play.
BDS one earlier.
Down through that first floor, Corey doing the same. Joker is down there, Jalad is down there, and Mad Skills is playing on 19.
Get some portaloins going.
Gets
Nice.
himself back into cover, but
Some
Mad
good
Skills is
tenderloins.
watching a tight angle. Will he be able to make it count?
Jay fires away off the wall. No information.
Nice.
The first pick of this one, and we lose the Lion. Jay's not had a massive impact this matchup so far, and he's slain early. No trade for Wild. And Gisla stunned and tied with that goo mine down below.
Scary.
Rotate away. A little bit of a change of plan for Wild. We hear Kaneo trying to open up an angle, trying to get himself a line of sight, trying to force his way in, but Corey takes a mess of damage. Source unknown right now, 25 seconds left to go.
1 minute and 25, and Wild are on the balcony. Q peeking the angle in towards Wardrobe.
Yeah, but they might not have known where bomb was, chat. That's the other thing too.
He's going to go down to one shot, but with Finka still alive, when that boost comes in a little while, it will push him up again. Corey moving up now to the window. Kaneo chucking.
Aces has 18 kills right now. 18.
To just give Wild the opener, but there's just 50 seconds to go, and the Falcons are holding their nerves. But look, Aces will miss a massive opportunity.
Ooh.
And no kills will get the trade back or the kill back.
Aces slain, 5v3. Corey next to the mantle. He's got an LMG ready to sing. 30 seconds to make something work as Wild trying to push through the gauntlet. But here come the Falcons! An ace on the board, but Kaneo will get 2 quick pieces. He looks for a third, but no! Mad Skills sends us to overtime!
Map 3 overtime. This has been a battle and a half as Wild are fighting with Falcons. And whip it, neither side have looked awfully structured on their defenses. Both sides just drawing it out after one phase on attack, one phase on defense. But we're going to take this moment to slow it down, to breathe. There's either 2 or 3 rounds left in this map to see who will be in the final.
A 3-round shootout. Absolutely tense. Both these teams now pushing each other to the absolute limit. Who will it be?
Stage is crazy.
Make a grand final appearance for the first time for the region. Or will Wild lock out the final for an all-EU brawl? The fans want it. Fans here in the arena, all backing Falcons. They want it to get there. But what a matchup it's been. What a performance on Aces. Obviously, what I'm going to bring to and draw to. What an individual performance. Aces is
Falcons Rocket League team reached the finals and almost won.
The difference maker for Wild in this one. And when you look at the side of Falcons, it's been different players at different times being able to get those vitally important kills. And Wild, well, how is your nerve? This is a team that is looking to force its way into CL, a team that is trying to build something to push all the way to EUL. Well, it's moments like this that make the best teams.
High pressure makes diamonds. And this is what they're in for now. Wild start on the offensive side. AVG will be the bastion that Falcons.
This is the best series so far. Yeah, it's like an intense game.
The same setup once again, an extension of that mirror roam, locking out master bedroom and statue and trophy to make that an area Wild do not want to contest at all.
10 seconds remaining.
And a C4 spawn peak set up by Mad Skills. I called this out in the first half. Wild tried this 4 times to no success, and if Mad Skills pulls this off, which he won't. Okay,
so nobody's home. Nobody's home. But we thought about it. There was a chance, but everybody from Wild spawning on the southern side. And they're moving fast getting up the balconies. Kaneo peeking. Corey will move into a position where he can keep an eye on that master bedroom window and the flank over across the window. But Wild are going to go fast.
Way to go quick.
The first attack. They just sprint into sight. There's Jay. Gisela gets the opener. And Kaneo moves in.
Ooh, he had impacted.
With that impact will take one down. 4v3, but the case is down. And Wilder looking to take the lead.
In a post-plant situation now. Time for the retake of Falcons. But Corey denies the crossage a lot, leaving it down to a 3 versus 3. It's going to be down to all your mechanics now. You're going to fight, twist, turn, and brawl your way to success. You want this retake. Well, that's going to be Madskills looking for one. Kills can't shut down Kaneo. Up close and personal, brawling the SMG-12, leaving it 2 versus 2. Kaneo on a single point of HP. One loose round will be enough, but he's been slain. Gisela alone on an island against 2, and looks like O'Kills will stick it. Yes, he will. Falcons on map and series point.
Wild went for that thing in the back pocket. They rushed onto site, but Falcons
Okay, one more.
And pulled it.
That was a great recovery.
Round away now from getting yourself into the final. Wild on defense, and we have seen over the course of this series, Falcons have had Wild's number on attack with it. Can they win one more attack to get into the final, or are Wild going to make us go all the way?
One more round. One more round for Falcons to be the first team to represent their region in an international final. Wild, you're fighting for survival now. There's no other way to put it. Your backs are now against the wall. Round 15 is your only doorway to face BDS tomorrow. And the crowd in there are loving it. What can Wild do? Will the ace up their sleeves be a factor once again? Will Corey find some magic?
Come on, knock this out.
All must be decided. One more round for Falcons. One round of brawling to survive in Villa for Wild. And we're ready for our action phase.
And O'Kills, we have been singing the praises of aces, but
He could have naded them both from below. I mean, you wouldn't want to do that. If you missed the nade or something, it's just too risky.
Every single time he does, he increases the chance of a Falcons final. O'Kills on the window. He's caught out a couple of
Jay is 1-11 on Wild.
In that same spot.
Hasn't Jay tried to like C4 spawn kill every round too?
From the situation, Madskills getting up towards that 90 window as the drone will spot out one member of Wild. Corey is in position with Aruni, and will he hold this position for much longer?
On.
If the pressure arrives, he won't be able to. Kaneo, with that FMJ in hand, will try and lock it out. But I think Wild, for right now, will be a little bit tentative, a little bit concerned. They won't want to take the risks that they normally do, knowing that sometimes this series they've been punished for it very, very effectively from the side of Falcons. But that default camera's been left up. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
And the longer it stays in place, the more intel that Wild will be able to gather. Jay still roaming around, moving back in towards site now. As
the default cam, it happens.
Fired and O'Kills will take a bag full of damage, but not enough to take him out of the fight. Corey is in a position we've seen up nade used before, and Geese will move up to concrete, but Joker will toss an up nade, but nothing has been found. As
come on.
Once again, Gelado speeds it
nice.
up. Will fall. This is a 5v4 as Falcons look
minute left.
This one out and book a place in the final.
Corey still lurking down below, but he'll get close to Joker. He knows a threat is there. So players are so close.
Let's go.
Corey falls. No,
oh! Woo!
And here come the
5v1.
It's all down to a
this man's in the tub.
Team alive, and he can't do it. Falcons book themselves a ticket to face BDS.
Let's go, baby. I'm actually so happy that they're in the finals right now. I don't know why. I'm so invested in this.
And Mana will face up against EU as it is BDS against Falcons.
Dude, look how cool this is. The stage opens up so you can walk behind it.
And Wild, they knocked out SSG. They beat Liquid, and on the side of the Falcons,
I'm just rooting for them because I think that MENA, so Middle East North Africa teams are like under like I think they're really good. Obviously, they're doing great. You know, they knocked out TSM, like all these good teams, SSG, etc. Like they're really good teams, and they don't like they can't qualify for like invite and stuff, you know. And I'm Middle Eastern as well, which is like kind of cool. So like, want to see a Middle Eastern team do good.
And with that, we are going to send it back.
I just think they're good. Like I've been watching them play for the past 2 years, like here and there, and like they're just really good. I think their teams are great. And I feel like Ubisoft, like this tournament, if they like win this whole tournament, like I think it'll be like a good like sign to Ubisoft, like hey, like maybe make a route for these guys to potentially like expand and like have their own, like they have like a league, but like to get qualified for like majors and stuff like that and all that. Honestly, yeah, the gameplay was great. Falcons. Who did TSM lost to Falcons as well? I know they lost to them, but like, did they actually knock them out? Yeah, they did. They were the ones that knocked them out, I'm pretty sure. 2-1. Strong Nasty, they 29 months. And Gareth 8, thank you for the 40-month resub. The Boomer has made it back to Pro League in some sense. Do you feel nostalgic at all? A little bit. Yeah, Wild is like a fun team to watch too, honestly, though. I hope they end up making like, EUL. No, Wild is not in CL. Dude, yeah, I honestly, I would love to see Falcons, like... I just would like to see Middle Eastern teams have, like, a shot, I guess, like... Maybe make them compete in, there's already a MENA league, but maybe have MENA, the winners of the MENA league, be able to, like, I don't know, like, one team go to events or something. Or, like, maybe have them a mini LAN tournament for Europe, and the best teams from Europe and the Middle East go to LAN.
Falcons take it against Wild, and honestly, look, I know I gotta root for the MENA boys, my boys, this is my region, but this got real close, and we expected this match between Falcons and Wild to be a sick one, but this was down to the wire. I'm loving this, and let's have a chat about it here on the desk. Milosh, with me are Tristan and Twister. Guys, have your hearts recovered from that last map?
Has Twister's heart recovered? Has Twister's heart recovered from Liquid not being in this? That's honestly, I have my EU bias, and I love Wild, and I raved on about them since the very first match of this whole tournament, but I was rooting for Falcons this whole way, and I even said after map 1, I don't even see us going to a map 2. I was so biased for Falcons to win this because I just think it's an incredible story, and I just love the fact that this is happening. Like, I live for games like this, and I'm just so excited. I can't believe that they've done it.
I think it's just well deserved for them. They played a lot in the whole series, and this final match just showed us how things could have gone if they just begin the tournament like this.
All right, let's pull up some highlights from this fantastic matchup brought to you by Aramco, one of our many sponsors here at Gamers8. And honestly, you could play every round as if it was a highlight, especially on Villa, because there were so many moments that were played beautifully here by both of the squads. I like to focus on Falcons just first because, of course, they won the series, but Wild also gave...
Who's still in the tournament? Well, the finals is going to be BDS versus Falcons. Can you imagine? I honestly feel like they have a decent chance for Falcons to beat BDS.
Right now, looking like he's one of the best players in the world. But what else can you say?
On this Villa,
Do you guys think that Aces stays with Wild after this? Because he's had a great tournament overall. I wonder if like an EUL, like I feel like he would be able to improve an EUL team out there. And I wonder if he'll stick it out through Challenger League and everything just to maybe get in Pro League eventually, you know?
And our jaws dropped when it happened was when Aces was coming up from the bottom brown stairs, up from the bottom floor, and he saw O-kills, he saw his feet.
Well, this year I actually saw like a big change in like the gameplay for the Middle Eastern teams. And I mean, in like before they were like crazy aggressive, like more aggressive than APAC and stuff, like insanely, like the most aggressive teams I've ever seen. This year though, I feel like they're like much more like slow and like measured on attack. And, you know, they take their time, they get map control, and then they collapse on the site, like, hard and fast.
Going wild, of course, we have the Falcons Ultras. For any football fans out there, especially in Europe, you'll know exactly how that life is all about. But we talked about Falcons. What about Wild? Aces, of course, you're saying top performer, incredible in this matchup. Kaneo also was incredible in it, too. What did they just need to get over the little hump?
I think that, and this is going to be harsh to say, and I hate to pick out poor performances, but Jay had a really, really difficult game. I think he ended, what, 1-11, 1-12, or something like that.
He didn't come for the tournament.
And this is like an incredibly talented young player, and we know how good he is. So to see that is difficult. It is really difficult. I think, like you said, Aces, though, was unbelievable in this series. One of the 4K rounds that he got with the double kill on Astra Stairs to then clutch it up as well, 1v2.
That was an ace round, right?
I think Wild just really needed that consistency, and I also think, and we spoke about it on the desk before, map 3, Kaneo was just completely not able to play his game on defense at all.
We saw some really good rounds from them. We saw slow rush on the Aviators room, where they just got all the free area for them. We saw that
the 2 nades in the pocket. Yeah, you could use the nades. I mean, I don't blame his play for where he was standing necessarily, but I do think he should have used his nades to waste time, even if it's just soft throwing them in a doorway or something. You know, or throwing them on the bomb. Soft.
O-kills, our MVP for the matchup. Twister, what do you think about this?
Oh, it's just well deserved. I mean, it could not be just
18-9 beast.
Decisive during all the 3 matches, all the 3 maps that we had today. Even on the map that they lost, he was massive. He was able to get all the open kills for his team. He was just there every round for the team.
He is just so mechanically talented. Just so gifted, and it was so good to watch him play like that and just be confident, because we said this about in the very first game against BDS for Falcons, where they just didn't have that confidence, and it came down to this, and Twister wanted to talk about it as well. They didn't even ban a defensive operator. They were that confident.
Do I speak Arabic? No. Like, okay, no, I don't. I can like kind of understand things because like my parents can speak Arabic, and like my grandparents.
Honestly, at some point, it didn't matter who would have won this game because we got a
I don't speak. I can speak like a few words here and there.
But
and also I mix up a lot because I'm Chaldean specifically, so we speak Arabic, but we mostly speak Aramaic, which is like a really old ancient language. So like my parents and like grandparents and stuff like that, they like mix Arabic and Chaldean, which is Aramaic. They mix it together, so it makes it like harder to know. Like if I say words, like sometimes people have no idea what I'm talking about. because like they like sometimes I'm saying like a word that's actually Chaldean, but I'm speaking to someone who only understands Arabic. But yeah, I mean, I was born here, my parents were born here, my grandparents were born here. So my great-grandparents came from what is like the Ottoman Empire back then.
The full support of the fans behind them. They'll have their full comfort set up now. They know exactly how things work.
Yeah, both my mom and my dad are Middle Eastern though.
Can they carry it across the line, you think?
For this final match, we will have true different.
Yeah, it is definitely confusing though. Like, I can like understand like when they talk, like I like genuinely understand like some stuff I might mess up on, but generally speaking, I get when they're talking. But speaking a lot harder. Speaking is much harder. Writing's even harder than that.
Some EU teams and some NA teams in their way to the grand final.
They also managed to just explode Wild. Like, they were just as good at Wild as playing that style. And we know that they can play Fundamental Siege. We know that they can play Crazy Siege. We know that they can play whatever operators they want. We keep seeing Legion constantly. Like, Mad Skills loves the Legion. They have the fans behind them as well, not just from the MENA region. You see it all over the
No, yeah. I can't. My grandma can read and write in Arabic.
When does he play, huh?
When does he play?
Tomorrow.
My mom can speak a ton of languages. It's crazy, dude.
And before that, we have a show match planned for everybody. That is going to be a fun.
My mom fluently speaks English, Spanish, Arabic, Chaldean, and she can write in most of them too. And she even like has like a minor understanding of like other languages as well. It's crazy.
Have fun. I'm definitely going to need it. We'll see how that one goes. But gentlemen, to wrap it all up, what do you think about today?
Just to resume everything, it was just great matches, and to finalize it, I would just say that we could not have a better final than this. I wish we could have some Brazilian team on the finals, but once we cannot have, I'm just glad that Falcons will be on it.
An all-EU final would have been nice to put some doubters to bed, but hey, I'm so happy the Falcons won. I'm just excited for the match. Like, I want it to be played now. I can't wait to see Falcons play against BDS. The revenge story that we have as well.
No, I'm gonna go take a nap for about 5 hours, and then I'll get on for the night stream.
And it's exciting, really exciting.
Yeah, if you thought Wild versus Falcons that had the potential to be a grand final, it was exciting. Don't you worry. Tomorrow, Falcons versus BDS, best of 5 grand final for all the marbles. $400,000 for the winning team. That's quite a bit of cash, not gonna lie. Well, that was all it for today. We're gonna leave you with some highlights to close out the show, and a quick shout out to one of our many sponsors, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, and thank you for putting our dear Ollie back together. Till then, all take care. We love you so much. Good night.
Yeah. We'll be on the night though. So, all right. Thank you guys very much for watching. Thank you Gamers8 for sponsoring, our little watch party. Really appreciate that. And yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. I'll be on for the night stream in about 5 hours, give or take. And tomorrow we'll be watching the finals. So Falcons versus BDS. It'll be a good time. So, all right. Thank you to chat. If you guys want as well, make sure you, I'll actually probably just host like the Gamers8. I mean, they're probably going offline pretty much right now, but we'll host them. It's fine. Yeah, you can check out Gamers8, !Gamers8 if you want to check out their channel and stuff, but the tournament's actually over right now and stuff, so. Okay. Take it easy, chat. Take it easy.